down here today after that 300 push we saw yesterday. Big heavy pullback on Circle, pulled all the way to 242, which oddly enough, I'm bringing it up because that's exactly where it just bounced minutes ago. So Circle down 5 points when almost everything is looking up. You guys had mentioned Tesla was gapping with the rest of the market. That actually just lost 355. So could be pulling back into some afternoon support there for Tesla. Seemingly, for now, shrugging off that investigation. Well, what will now be investigation for some traffic violations. There's going to be hiccups anytime you have new technology, so I'm not surprised that there would be some issues there, but a little bit of negative press, despite the fact that Tesla's looking pretty strong. But look at the Mag 7 names. Google with a good rebound. That's looking pretty solid. It'll be interesting to see if SMCI, after that offering, can hold some of the gains as it's trying to bounce back. That'll be SSR today, short sell restricted. So the uptick rule in effect for SMCI after its plummet, as with HIMS as well, although I'd venture SMCI looks a little bit stronger than HIMS this morning. Yeah, a lot to watch this morning. For sure, it's still hot here, and the market's still hot. AMD is up 3 points, despite the fact that NVIDIA is doing absolutely nothing. AMD just continues to be relatively strong.
Yeah, what's up to Hamster One saying Roblox is breaking all the records. Yeah, man, I mean, love Roblox. We've been talking about this name, Tesla MA. There it is. We've been talking about Roblox for a minute, man. I mean, we've been long this name for a year, continuously moving higher, and I don't know, my chart has not loaded on the yearly, but Roblox up another 1%. Another name, what's going on here? JPM I want to talk about, because there goes the banks as well, right? And so if we do, get this Fed rate cut, we've seen the market. This is just showing us that the only thing that really matters in the market is the Fed and their ability to go, and they're going to go, I think. So they're going to cut that rate cycle. I don't know if we get one soon or not, but look where JP Morgan is. Rate at all-time highs again. 280.30, like 280.50.
Oh, you want me to move
I think we got to write this down as a breakout today, man. It's finally going to take out that level. We've been waiting for a minute for this one as well. There it goes, JP Morgan trying to make the best of it here and a little higher. Yeah, look, I mean, the fact that President Trump thanked Iran for their response, like that's like basically saying, that's nice. We took care of everything we needed to, and your response was what it was, and we appreciate you giving us a heads up and all of that. Now let's get a deal done. So I think that's why you do see, obviously things like oil, which we talked about, the August contract here, starting to just get down. I mean, we have now much more calmer heads, hopefully trying to prevail here. And there goes oil back down to the downside. So if they're not going to close that Strait of Hormuz, then yeah, it's not going to be too devastating for oil. Remember, that strait is primarily Asian and sort of Middle East oil there. That's not, the United States doesn't care too much about that, but the price of oil does. And the thing is, now think about this. How is Iran and Russia and all that going to pay for all of this, right? By flooding the market, and that's what winds up happening here with oil. Iran's going to have to sell. I mean, they just sent, I don't know, it wasn't too many missiles, but what is this costing Iran over the last 2-3 weeks, right? They're going to have to, make that money back on their export, which is energy. So there goes energy to the downside. As everyone knows, there's no reason in keeping this higher, putting more money in their pockets. So Trump came out yesterday and was like, no. Oil should be where it is, if not lower, and that's where it goes. So bye-bye oil and everything like that, but hello NASDAQ. I mean, what a market here. We are 541, right? Let me see what eSignal has as the all-time high here. Just 540.80, it looks like right here. 540.80, the all-time high made back in February on the NASDAQ. So we're getting close to that again, 540.80. I mean, the real question is, do we get that today? I mean, only 3 points higher, $3 higher here on the NASDAQ, and you get that. We just gapped overnight 5, 6. So yeah, I think if we can get up to, 1.8% or so today, if we get close to 2%, we break the all-time high on the NASDAQ and probably pretty close as well to the SPY. I mean, that all-time high rate here is probably going to be in the same day. Yeah, 613. So So 613 for the SPY, and we're currently trading right now at 604. So yeah, you're like 0.5% away on both markets before we get there. And the United States has been a laggard, right? I mean, Canada broke all-time highs a while ago, keeps making them. Across the world, there's all-time highs being made every single day. It's about time right now that the U.S. market hits it. And then what a good story from Uber. I mean, we were just talking yesterday, like, we should sell some Uber. Yeah. And then there we go, man. Nice move to the upside. But you know what? This war or this threat is not over. It's just right now seems to be somewhat contained until the next leg.
But that's it. Even even if there is one, I think the market has shown again. It's not the biggest concern out there. I think we sort of shift back to, hey, what's the end rate for tariffs at the end of the day? What's going to be going on with our rate cuts at the end of the? Are we getting any rate cuts this year? I think those are the types of things that we'll be concerned about. And it's not to say that you don't have action, because if you're trading energy names, I know, like yesterday in the morning, like you would have been bullish on a lot of energy. Like Indo's a perfect example. I mean, 22% down. It's down 22 points after it got cut in half at one point yesterday. So like it's serious for anybody that was trading these energy names. And the president did say bring oil prices down and warned everybody, and that's why the flip yesterday. But I think some continuation maybe on that theme. If there's any kind of relief rally, I want to sell into it, at least specifically on Indo. And the sad thing about it for anyone that was trading those energy names, if you were to the long side, is just the degree to which that I think there was some traps that were set out there. Like this would, like XOM. I mean, XOM obviously is not Indo and it's doing much better, but this was looking like it was primed for a really good move to get to its highs, and suddenly the reversal candles all look bad on the the oil names, but some of them are like egregious. Like that is a huge engulfing candle. You just lost that 200 period. Yeah, I'm shorting pops. Specifically in Indo, but if that doesn't do anything, I might look over at an XOM or something back into the 200 period moving average. Yeah, a lot of longs in energy trapped, I think. They're probably going to still some unwinding to do in the next week. To the desk.
All right, a few other things moving around here. I talked about this one a little bit this time yesterday morning. Resolve AI. It was announced early yesterday. This thing's going into both the Russell 2000 and 3000 indexes. Friday, I believe it is, 27th, we'll have this inclusion, but up big time here again this morning. We did get a bit of a sell-off throughout the day. We actually closed way down here at $2. We're back to $2.30, so starting to go again for Resolve. There was a couple things on Amazon. JP Morgan with a nice note on Amazon this morning, reiterating overweight. There's also a story out of the UK, a little bit less significant, but I mean, this thing's up with the market anyway.
They're continuing to throw on that money, Brendo. We saw how much they want to spend on CapEx for the year when they were talking about their data centers. And part of that, $40 billion, is going to be spent in England and not for data centers. They're building out their infrastructure there for retail. So about, as I mentioned, $40 billion. 4 new fulfillment centers going to be upgraded upgrading the logistics at existing centers. They're going to add about 4,000 jobs, Brendo. And it's not a bad look here, as well as getting into film studios out in Berkshire. So not just retail, but looking at doing the film thing as well.
I had a really interesting experience over the past couple of days with Amazon. We ordered a couple of things off the site going back to, I think it was Thursday or Friday last week, and it was supposed to come the next day. They came at 5 a.m.
What?
And tried to like get into our building and like whatever. We didn't answer the phone, obviously. So they left, and it didn't update on the site when the next attempt was going to be to drop it off. So I called late last night, and almost an hour later, it was sitting at my door. I have no idea how that happened, but almost an hour later,
figured his way in somehow.
It was sitting at my door.
Oh my
so
gosh.
It was just maybe the site didn't get updated, but I was pretty impressed.
I'm
didn't even speak
surprised
to a
that they're
human.
Even sending delivery drivers that early, maybe because buildings have concierges some of the time, so you can actually receive the package.
It was impressive, though.
So,
I mean, it's tough to beat at this point across the board, but thoughts, guys? Amazon?
I don't know. I've had some. That's just Amazon magic right there. Don't even worry about it. It's just things just get done, and they find a way to make it work. And on top of that, if it doesn't work, they make it pretty easy to get your money back, or whatever. I've never had anything but positive experiences. When I was in a condo, it's a similar thing. Like sometimes you'd see like magic things pop up in there when they couldn't deliver, but. Shout out to them. I think you're getting a lot out of Amazon right now in terms of where your exposure is going to be. And we were talking about this yesterday, whether it's, they got their customizable chips, trying to battle NVIDIA a little bit. Of course, you even get streaming, which no one ever talks about. That's a good way for them to keep people into the ecosystem. Love Amazon. At the end of the day, I think a lot of stocks are going to have a similar setup. I kind of have 211 highlighted in here. Like if you're looking at the gaps that we have, so many names, Apple would be included in this, where you look at some of the resistance, like all the resistance from yesterday, up top in 211. You go into Friday as well, where you had some resistance in there, and then you're gapping above and trying to hold it. So it's that classic stair-step move. Amazon's a name that has plenty of room to get to the top. I don't know if we get another stab at that 200 period anytime soon, unless something kind of drastically happens. Feels like we're headed right back in, at least for a retest of 219. I think you hold that prior high, like a lot of names. I mean, the example I said was Apple, where very similar. You're gapping above, and you had 2-day resistance at 202. You're just looking to hold the gap on both these names, I think. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got a bit of a dip at the open. Like there was heavy selling before the rally yesterday, and we've seen a lot of these stocks do that. So I don't see any reason not to be a little bit patient and just assume that, hey, we're going to go straight up from here. That's not how the market's been. Like we've gotten a lot of big reversions in the market. So on an up day, I expect to see some good dip buys today.
Sharif must have just saw Mitch. Money Mitch.
I was like, what?
There's a very strong relationship between Sharif and Money Mitch over there. So we'll definitely.
There he is.
Definitely likes it. There he is. What's up, Money Mitch over there? Yeah, there you go. He's
showing the guns.
He's flexing. I mean, the market right now flexing for sure, as we are at all-time highs right now. Yeah, I have Amazon 213 looking to come into play here. I don't know why my Amazon's saying NY there. But yeah, this is going to be a good break level here today. I feel like if there's going to be anything that's trying to get a little strong, what about Amazon trying to take down? I wrote down 213. The high right now is 212. Any dip buys into 208 is great for AMZN. Here today, but the biggest of the bears looks like it wants to go as well. Big Bear AI up again today, 1.6%. So this looks like it could possibly want to go too, trying to break through some of these levels. There's lots to go through with Big Bear AI. All right, man, look, I can't keep talking when we've got Sharif and Money Mitch ready to go. So let's throw it back over to the desk.
All right, as mentioned, let's bring him right in because there's a lot to touch on here. I want to start off with Tesla. Mitch is back. It's Tuesday. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah. It's a great one, man. Had a great competition, made over $500,000 in the competition, and can't be mad. Even made a $500,000 trade. So can't be mad about that, guys. You guys got to check out the opportunities that Trade the Pool offers to you, just to at least test your skills sometimes, right? I mean, it was a great test of skill. I haven't had the $1 million to trade with in the past, so they didn't do too bad. And one person even made $1.6 million.
Okay, I was going to say, don't leave us hanging here. Where did you end up on said leaderboard when all
I was in 12th place. Okay. I was in the top 10 on the final trade. I just said, you know what, let's go for it, right? I mean, it's a competition in the end. So knocked myself a little bit down there. I was in 4th on the last day, but just kept pushing the gas pedal there. But Coinbase, man, if I would have just stuck with that trade, remember last week, talked about that because you looked at Hood was taking off. I say a lot of times I trade what's called leader to laggard style, right? So you watch for a leader in an industry and then you watch it drip down. This happens all the time. And right there, Coinbase just taking off 20% since when we brought it up on Tuesday last week. And then Tesla, of course, also mentioned last week. I talked about it. Robotaxi coming. Let's get ahead of it. Well, there it is. And what I loved was yesterday, everyone was commenting, but what about the guy in the front seat? Did he break the car? Was he there? Did he need it? What only thing that mattered yesterday was that the technical levels held. It was right there by the trend line, and this was as easy as it goes. Right out the gates, it just greened right through that trend line and didn't stop. Now I think we continue to look for it to run away here. I'm actually looking for Tesla to keep pushing. It could be at 400 before we know it. If we're going to go to all-time highs, Tesla's a name I want to have.
Do you care about this stuff this morning, Mitch, with these cars? Apparently a couple of them ended up in the wrong side of the road, and there's an investigation now. And I mean, like maybe
there's always going to be something, right? I mean, look at the Waymos, right? When they first started, there was plenty of things that had gone wrong with it, right? I mean, there was one that like kind of got stuck in the middle of the road and couldn't even like move or whatever. And this is going to happen, guys. The key is that they're coming. And just that alone brings investors interest, and that's why we're going to see other companies moving too. There's a company called Ouster that got some LiDAR kind of drone detection kind of approved, and that stock has been just ripping towards the moon. So you got to keep looking for winners right now. We're in the stock pickers environment like I've ever seen it, guys. It's not just the whole market going higher here. You have to stay with the names that are strong. Like Hims, she's a goner.
The guy beside me is very excited about crypto. Sharif wants to talk a little bit about crypto.
Let's go. What's up, Sharif?
What's going on, Mitch? Good to see you. I love the jersey, by the way, man. Shout out to Orlando FC repping. I love that look, Mitch. Look, today we got Tim Scott, Cynthia Loomis. They're coming out with a new regulatory framework for crypto at large. They're going to define when the SEC is involved, when the CFTC is involved. You're nodding your head. I know you know about this issue between kind of both agencies. One wants to dominate, the other one weaseling in. We obviously saw a big drop in crypto over the weekend. What's your look here going forward, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you saw it lift right back up. So the way that I see it is that, and I know that some people don't view it, but I think crypto has been leading this rally to begin with. If we really think back, it started to drive higher, and everyone was mentioning how it decorrelated for a second there. The correlation came back in, and crypto led higher. Then we had, of course, some choppy time. We've been in that choppy time. We got a little pullback in the weekend, and the big part of that, crypto trades 24 hours versus how our markets were closed for some time when the war situation was happening. So of course that pullback happened. But what happened once they came back online? Well, you saw Bitcoin also follow through with the market. So I think that if we're going to go to all-time highs, Bitcoin continues to push higher. I'm actually looking at Ethereum, ETHU, with a nice setup, because what did it do? It did a nice little bull trap where it just washed them. It washed the prior levels. Now it got below that support. So now I'm looking what's called an undercut and rally, where you see high volume after a support cut, and then it rallies through prior resistance. So that's what I'll be watching for in Ethereum. ETHU, nice little setup.
Let's go on to semiconductors here. AMD coming back in right now, but still up significantly here over the past few days, Mitch. I mean, is this just a rotation type of thing?
This has to do with more along a favorite that was forgotten. I think that everyone wanted to see AMD do really well this year, and it was on top of a lot of picks at the beginning of the year. A lot of times when that happens, what happens, right? There's an early load up of shares, right? Well, then the market kind of went through that tough time. It got hit down, and I think it got forgotten for a little bit there. Then AMD had an event that I think most didn't pay attention to it. Right now, there's one thing. It's OpenAI and Sam Altman. If you get the backing of Sam Altman, yeah, follow those picks right now, because those picks seem to be doing very well, right? We've all seen the run in CoreWeave, and now AMD got the support of their product at the event, and since then, AMD's been on a run. I talked about it early here at the 116 level. Now, it's on takeoff mode, and I think this could continue to run. One of the signals that's going to tell you if it's going to really get going is also NVIDIA moving. But I think at this point, AMD will outperform NVIDIA, so that's why I'd like AMD here. And just to mention one more in space that I think closely to watch here, GFS, a forgotten name that was a very, very prominent IPO that is kind of forgotten here. I think this is one that could start going to also on a trend break, like a swing trade. And I think that these are what these are. These are trend trades really taking off.
Yeah, not a lot of volume behind that right now this morning, but Global Foundry is an interesting idea here. All right, let's narrow down. What are we looking at as we head towards the open here? I mean, we get Powell at 10 o'clock this morning. Maybe, who knows, more headlines to come out of the Middle East as well. How are you going to approach today?
Yeah, it's going to be tough today, guys, because it's just in the worst timing, right? When it happens in the first hour of the day, I think the first hour of the day is going to be chop, right? There's going to be up and down moves all around. So just be careful with that choppy action. Right now, it's all about seeing what happens in the afternoon, I think, today. So look to see what happens then to actually determine trend. I think that out the gates, yes, you can do some trades, but look to just get those nice base hits. Selling the rips, buying the dips seems to be working right now. So we'll see if that continues to work today. There are some names that have been hot, and you can continue looking out there. Even the renewable duos, GEV got a nice little lift yesterday. CEG, I'm looking for NRG to go ahead and play up to. That has a nice flag, really good name there to kind of keep watching as we see these energy names really take off. Nuclear plays still holding on. SMR is hanging out there after NNE. I've talked about that one plenty of times. It's really kind of lifting. So look for SMR to play off that 9 EMA on the daily and really start to make the next move higher.
Yeah, nice bounce back for those. Nice bounce back for Quantum today as well. Competition come and gone. What's next over at Trade the Pool?
Yeah, Trade the Pool, guys. We're pushing to the next level. Of course, we have the flexible ideas, right? The flexible evals. And I think that this is really the next step in prop trading. A lot of times you have this 45-day, you have to get it done within this window. Well, we opened up the window, infinite. And that's what it's all about, guys. So come check us out on Trade the Pool. If you're looking to trade, you're looking to test your skill, if you're looking to see if you could actually make it as a day trader, because that's what I always say. Prove it first and then bring your savings into your trading. Not first bring your savings and then expect to make the profits, right? Wish you guys the best of luck. Get after it and go get that market. Amazon, what about Shopify off of that Amazon move?
I like it. I like it. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Good to see you as always.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go trading.
Like that old Canada action, get that Shopify in there right at the end. Mitch, appreciate you. Look, I like crypto. You know what? Make correction. I like Bitcoin. And a lot of times, and we'll say it interchangeably, but you got to be clear sometimes. IBIT, I'm looking at this one today. I had a peek over at ETH to see if there was anything that I was in love with. Not really. I like that 104 level coming back in. The fact that you bounced, when I'm sure on IBIT, effectively 100 was the low. So you can look at that spike on the intraday, and that's basically your $100,000 level. And then if we come back to 104, like that's where a bunch of support has been before. If we end up with a completely inside day, I'd be a little bit surprised. I'm expecting dip buys, but I'm also willing to break it out, this local high at 60.40 on IBIT. So crypto's on my mind, but specifically with IBIT, I'd have one, just going down the line there. We were talking about this in the afternoon, Coinbase and whomever was selling this at 310, because there were some moments yesterday where you had Circle and Coin doing a lot of the same things for the last few sessions. And yesterday there was a bit of a divergence where Coin was selling off despite the fact that Circle was going up. Eventually Circle pulled back in. Now you've got Coin to the upside, up 1 point, with Circle down 7.5%. I think at this point you can sort of forget about any idea of like the one-to-one. Like yesterday, I did actually take a trade breaking down in Coinbase because I saw Circle fail 300. I'm not sure that's going to be there today. Coin looks stronger. It's out above that 310 level. Meanwhile, Circle's at the low of the day. So I think you've got to detach these two from one another after a couple of great sessions where really you just go long one and the other one's also going, you just pick your poison. Not really the same thing here today with Circle's weakness. I do believe we are locked and loaded. See what kind of upgrades and downgrades we've got going with the Dara.
Some interesting ones here on both sides of the board. We're going to start with Electronic Arts getting an upgrade this morning and $185 price target from Roth Capital. Then we have Lyft, LYFT moving higher. We know Uber as well with the Waymo headline, but Lyft here aided by a TD Cowen upgrade. Then we have Next Decade with also getting upgraded by TD Cowen, and Citizens JMP giving the nod to Capital Southwest. The downgrade side of things, we're kicking it off here with Advanced Auto Parts, or AAP, getting downgraded by Goldman Sachs. And this is really interesting. Alibaba up more than 1% right now, but getting a downgrade from Arete. Oscar Health, which we've actually talked about quite a lot as of late, getting a downgrade today from Raymond James, and RH earnings a couple weeks ago. Goldman Sachs giving this one a downgrade. Back to you.
Hate for Baba, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking at Oscar Health right there. I mean, they got downgraded. It's a name that I've liked. I've liked Oscar Health, so I think that's a name that got downgraded here today. So, you know, a name that got a huge pop up. There's about 11% short float or so. If we can get this name even back down, I mean, it's $20 right now. We could see about getting this into 19 or so. That looks like a good area that we sort of broke through before. You know, this is again another name that's trying to change the game in the healthcare industry. We'll just, you know, UNH trying to battle back. The space has gotten hit. But I like this name, a new name in. I don't know too much about the company other than it's the way it trades has been fantastic. Breaking out through $18, through $19, 11% short float here. Again, if it does pull back anything decent, I think this is a good buy. Add to sort of the portfolio there. I don't have too much in the health space at all. I've got Eli Lilly, I've got AbbVie, but those are more biotech names. Obviously, no healthcare names. I don't have UNH or anything like that, or Humana, but I do have the Dow. But anyways, $19 or so for Oscar. If that can come in, then great. On the downgrade, it's not even really down that much. It's actually done 500,000 shares. So that might be a couple block orders, but yeah, so far so good there. Oscar Health, if it does come back in, I like the play. It's like one of those social media names that I know can get going. So, you know, anything around there is pretty decent for me. Let's call it 19, but right now it's $20.50. I'm not sure it gets that low. I don't know, man. The Nasdaq's still up 1% and trying to hold here, obviously with Powell. You know, his prepared speech is already there, though. It's just more about the Q&A at this point.
And it's a long. Also prepare for some grandstanding with Powell there. You know how everyone, when they ask their question, they got to get their, you know, not 5 minutes of fame, but everyone's up for re-election at some point. So it gets a little bit theatrical. Alibaba kind of stood out there, but I don't care too much about upgrade, downgrade. I just want Baba to break the wedge, and then you can start doing something a little bit more fun. Like you've got higher lows, you get the 200 period. So I mean, either it's breaking support here at 110 and then maybe look for some shorts at some point, or we break this little downward trend with these spikes upside, and we can resume maybe thinking about this as a bit of a long. So it's certainly consolidating, ready to make its next move. It's just a matter of when it's going to do it. It's not dissimilar. I'm only throwing this up because Uber broke. Well, I shouldn't say broke because technically today hasn't really finished yet, but as you can see, like that little downward trend it had from the high, smaller one than Alibaba, but they're not the same thing. It's broken out the top of that, so resuming back into the high. That's what I want to see Alibaba do. Maybe there's not enough going on to have that happen today, but once it does, in either direction, I think you're going to want some trades in either way once it happens. So if we don't break 110 or we don't get back above the 50-period moving average, I don't trade Alibaba until either one of those two things happen. And I really don't care what direction. I'm just willing to play the break in either direction.
Instead of, Sharif and I were just talking about Canadian CPI. We got inflation data on this side of the border, which was actually better than expected. Core was the one they were worried about. It was 2.6% last time. 2.6% was the forecast, comes out 2.5%. So overall, the headline number 1.7%.
So those people are not buying steaks, Brendo.
No.
Because I saw $100 steaks at Costco on the weekend. Yeah.
Individual.
Well, no, it was like 1.5 kilos.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quite, but it was still expensive. All right, guys. ES September contract. We've moved on to the new contract now. We're well above 6,100 with the overnight high 61.43. We're currently trading a little bit below 61.20. So here's the deal: 6,100 as support, Brendo. 61.50 as resistance.
As always, if you have not done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free. So just go do it right now. Why not? Has everything on it in the pre-market that is moving around and why. All you need to know coming into the day. 7%. We'll start with weakness or potentially here. 7% to the downside right now for Circle after the monster run over the past week. It's been just an absolute monster to the upside. We got some pretty heavy selling that came in midday yesterday. It really didn't bounce into the close, and here we are giving more back today. If we get a bit of a reversal in the overall market and start heading downside again, might be one to look at.
Absolutely, and especially with Compass Point initiating coverage on this one, Brendo, after the IPO. With a neutral rating and a price target of $205, the analyst acknowledges that Circle is a leader in the regulated stablecoin industry, but there are concerns over distribution limitations as well as a valuation that they say is a little stretched at the moment. Excuse me for 1 second over here while I just make this on all desktops. All right, so Circle is the largest regulated issuer offering programmable features, for example, smart contracts, chargeback, AI integration as well. However, analysts are noting that distribution in this game is king, and the success will depend on Circle's ability to reach mainstream users beyond, the regular crypto platforms. And the current distribution here relies very, very heavily on Coinbase and Binance, with 60% of the revenue coming from these two partners and 50%, Brendo, coming from just Coinbase alone. They say this model may make it harder for Circle to negotiate favorable terms with new mainstream partners. 50% from one source.
Yeah, we'll see if there's follow through here to the downside. Just keep an eye on Robinhood. I was just hearing Vlad on CNBC.
Yeah,
I don't see him right now, but not really doing anything for Robinhood, but also crypto related, guys.
Yeah, I think we've been saying this. If you're going to trade something in the space, they're not all always moving together. Kind of pick your poison. If you're on Hood, you're on Hood. If you're on Coin, you're on Coin. Maybe those are a little better correlated. Circle was definitely doing its own thing on that sell-off. But the good thing, and I saw in the chat, Satinderjeet actually noted something that I've been following the last couple of days in trading Circle, pulling back but in an orderly fashion at regular intervals, what you say. And I think that makes some sense, because if you go back to Friday, it dips. It was a heavy dip at the open. I know it's witching, so maybe that exacerbated some of the move. But right into the prior high, bounce. It gave another little reversion, nice bottoming tail candle, bounce. Yesterday, it pulled into afternoon support at 2:30, bottoming tail candle right at the open, and then rallied. And then when we had the drop, like the big drop on the 300 fail, it pulls right into the prior day high and bounces twice. So I think just waiting around for a key level to dip into, get any bottoming tail candle like these ones, it just does it several times, is try to get that mean reversion trade. If we don't hold 230, which is the first stop, I think the 210 level is going to make some sense. Make an argument for 220 as well, but I put down 210 and 230 as the places I'm looking for that bounce. And this is not, that setup isn't one where you're just sitting on the bid. It's hanging out a couple of bars on a 3-minute and then reversing. So I think just looking for that patient dip buy, unless you really want to be crazy. And I don't want to be selling it down here. I feel like resistance was up at that 70 that we tried to break out in the afternoon yesterday and quickly got away from it, thankfully. So I'm going to be waiting for that little mean reversion trade, just like the last couple of days, 230 first, 210 as well for Circle. It's just a little bit different. I don't want to be playing breakouts on it today.
Okay, so for me, for Circle, I mean, we just got to play momentum, right? I mean, that's the kind of trader. I try to play support and resistance and momentum. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff. Try not to complicate anything and, try to make cash. I mean, so looking up here, 266, I don't think we get up to there, but that would be huge to get those kind of a level. So I'm just looking at VWAP, to be honest with you, 250 to 252. I think if it pops up into there, we short it, but I don't want to short anything. Like, I don't want to sit here and short. I think the best thing to do would be wait until we get something like this. Like, part of the game here on trading is being patient, right? Like, if you missed that 300 there, you're like, oh man, I missed it. It's down $8, but it comes right back. So some of those, like, I think this is a trap here a little bit, what happened yesterday around 1040, because this kind of looks like it's getting toppy, right? And then you're thinking that, but instead it does this. But you need to have an out. So that's where I'm thinking, like into here, if you're using the, if you're using the 200 period, it goes once, twice, thrice. You hit it all 3 times and you're good. And then right into here, if you're using VWAP and or actual levels of 268, then you're good as well. So I just, for circle, it's not on the sticky note, but maybe it should be. It's just I don't know what to write down. I would just write down, wait for resistance to show up. And wherever that is, then you can play off those levels. And, you know, the rewards are just in a matter of how many shares you use. Because if you're going to use light shares and this thing goes down $5, great. But if you hit it, you can actually make, you know, a decent number there to the downside. So we talked about, you know, holding on to something. We saw Tesla yesterday had that huge move off the open. I wonder if Circle's going to do something again like that. Like this is a monster move. That's $50, you know, to the downside. That's $50 up. That's $50 down. It's actually more than that. That is $60 up, $50 down. And then right there into this morning, we closed yesterday, you know, let's just say we go 270 if you're short, you go all the way down to 230. That's another, you know, $30. So there's a lot of violent moves here in Circle. I just think you need to find a top and watch out for your spread, right? I mean, you're going to lose a little bit of net there just in the slippage alone. But even though right now I'm looking at this, I can't believe it's only 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents here in the pre-market. So lots of volume, 6 million shares done on Circle today. I think if you're looking here, you're looking in the right space.
And as we were saying earlier, if you joined us between 8:30 and or 8 and 8:30 and 9, what am I talking about? Mitch was with us. We were talking about Tesla a little bit. Maybe there were a few issues with this robotaxi launch over the weekend in Austin. A few ventures into oncoming traffic, or potentially anyway. So an investigation has been launched into that. I mean, this seems like growing pains. The market clearly doesn't care. It's up 2% here. Exactly. You found the actual video though, so we'll maybe show that or get to it.
Yeah, we'll show it right here, Brendo. Let's start. So this is it in the left turn lane. You can see it's about to make a left. Then the steering wheel panics. Left, right, left, right. Oh no, I'm in oncoming traffic. Let me get back in the right lane. Oh, I can't. So I'm I'm going through double red, yellow lines there, and then it finds itself in the next left turn lane. So clearly that's a mistake there. It would have found itself in front of a vehicle had there been another vehicle in that left turn lane. So a bit of an issue with that, but I'm sure nothing that can't be fixed through a software update. We know how this thing does. It uses their neural network, so it's constantly learning. So the U.S. auto safety regulators, Brendo, contacted Tesla after video showed a robotaxi driving erratically, as we showed there in Austin, including one going the wrong way and another braking abruptly in traffic. Then NHTSA confirmed it is gathering more info and may investigate for potential safety defects, as it did with FSD Beta. Tesla has not issued a comment, and the NHTSA reiterated it does not pre-approve vehicles, Brendo, but it intervenes if the if the public safety is compromised. Just to give you an idea about the unsupervised launch of this, the fleet is limited to about 24 cars operating only in good weather and during daylight. Access is through invitation only. It's basically a bunch of Tesla enthusiasts or influencers so that they can post on it on social media. And Tesla does trail, let's be honest about it, in commercial deployment. Waymo has completed over 10 million rides. China's Baidu, WeRide, Pony AI, Brendo, they're all leading the race so far.
Yeah, I mean, timeline is not comparable, obviously. So, I mean, they got to start somewhere. But I mean, if you're Elon, you want as much data as possible from all of this. So, I mean, this almost seems like a positive.
And Tesla's, let's be honest, is the leader in that because it's collecting all that FSD stuff and that's being sent back for analysis.
Yeah, like you said, I'm sure it's a software type of fix. 2% now, guys, trying to get going here once again for Tesla.
I don't know. I look at, I follow some Instagram accounts, and every day in Brampton, that's driving like that.
I think people doing that everywhere.
So I just want to say, like, that is just driving cars. And I see that, you know, literally worse than that every single day. I forget what the account is called, but those of us that aren't, you know, you have to be around the GTA to probably follow and care about that. But no, look, I think it's a big, you know, jokes aside, I do think that's a big mistake. I mean, you don't want to be driving in the wrong lanes and things like that. But the idea also was there was no oncoming vehicles there. I think Tesla would have reacted a little bit differently there. I know in my car, it yells and screams at me if I get even close to another car. So I feel like, you know, it would have definitely stopped there if there were any issues. I have Tesla written on the sticky note right here, and it's just, yeah, of course, I mean, I think they'll fix any sort of a problem there. But I have Tesla written down as a 350 long if we dip down, but I don't think we're going to do that right now. Yesterday's trade on Tesla was just basically take the pre-market break of 328. We missed it. We got 329, and then the rest, like I was saying, man, that's straight up $20 yesterday. So up $25, up $30, almost up to 260 yesterday from 328. So the move really got going there on that robo-taxi news. Obviously, we know Waymo. I don't even want to really consider that as it's competition, but we've known about it. So the market is not a new entrant into the building here or anything like that. So for me on Tesla, if we can get 350, that's just yesterday's closing price. Like that's where I was thinking as the market, as I'm writing this, sticky note, right? The market's coming back down. This is when we went on the air at 8:30. We were down to 350, 353. So we were only $3 away from that level. Do I think we can get there? Yes. Do I think we will? Probably not. So, you know, to 200 periods at 350, 350, that's good enough for me if we dip down. Or we just probably have to wind up playing that break again, which coincides with yesterday. So I wrote down that I didn't really like any break levels, but now we're really close to it, man. So now we're at 358. So that could definitely pop through 358 there today. So yeah, I really like Tesla. I'd prefer a dip by opportunity, but 358, if it's there, it's there. And I think it's going to be there early. I don't know. That's just, that's what we're looking at, man. I was really surprised when I got punched in at 310 on Tesla the other day. And, you know, I think we'll be surprised today as well how fast we get up to that 360 area. So there it goes, man. We said 360 by last Friday. That didn't happen. It looks like it's 360 by Tuesday. So congratulations, anybody that had a week extra in their options, as Tesla right now just continues to be that name that everyone wants it to be. Just got to break through, and then you'll see 420, 480, and then hopefully back to some of these highs. So yeah, Tesla's working for right now. Will it work all day? I mean, the market's not moving here, so we'll wait maybe for some imbalances to get an idea, but yeah, I like the long. I don't like the short.
I'm with you as well there. I'm going to just quickly, CCL just reported they beat top and the bottom lines. Now remember, CCL, when they report, you're still going to wait. I haven't heard anything on guidance. There's going to be obviously a conference call a little bit later. I don't know why they report at 9:15, but a beat on the top and the bottom lines. So far, it went about 60 pennies to the upside and right back. It was gapped up as well. And remember, when we talk about oil, the travel names were good yesterday because it was a relief rally and everything that was battered down because of the recent conflict. Tesla, in my note, I have 347 to 350, and it's kind of like Circle. Like, look at the heavy pullback and reversion that it did. Like, to me, that's a trend. If we get down there, I want to play trend breaks anywhere in that region. I think underneath 347, you're running into a little bit of trouble, and we have to. I'd have to maybe look to see how much I like the long for underneath 347. But as long as you're in that pocket on a reversion, I want to play a mean revert on any dip buy. I also put a 358 breakout. It didn't get there at any point. 357.50-ish was the overnight highs if you pulled up Blue Ocean or OTC Moon. It didn't get to 58, but I still like the even break a little bit better than just some random price that it hit at like 9 o'clock. Let's talk a little bit about oil. And remember, as oil got crushed, you can play those with names like CCL, travel names rebounding as well.
All right, yeah, let's touch on oil here. Here's the two-day look. It just absolutely crushed right out of the gate yesterday. This is the futures. So we opened at 78, coming off a huge gap to the upside on Sunday, and then just straight downside ever since then. If you zoom in a little bit here, that's what happened yesterday as equities opened specifically. Futures got absolutely hammered here. So we're kind of holding. So there's that, but if you missed it, again, ceasefire seems to be holding between Iran and Israel.
Hopefully it'll hold, Brendo. So yeah, oil futures, as you know, fall sharply after Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, easing the fears of obviously supply disruptions in the region. Oil had surged nearly 10%, as you see there on your chart, since mid-June on heightened tensions and direct U.S. military involvement in the region. A major wild card during the conflict was the potential of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz a critical choke point for global oil flows. Barclays did warn that an actual closure would likely send oil past $100 due to limited alternatives for export. So hopefully that won't take place. Just to give you an idea here, Iran produced about 3.3 million barrels per day in May. That's per OPEC, making it a significant contributor, obviously, of global supply. Despite escalations, the broader Middle East supply chain remained intact, helping ease the tensions. And the IEA confirmed, Brendo, that 1.2 million barrels are in emergency reserves and can be used if needed, much like the strategic oil reserve in the United States.
Some of the individual names following suit here, as we saw yesterday to the upside, right back down here this morning, guys.
INDO was the one that I traded yesterday. I want to go back to that well, for lack of a better term. I just think there's still more that it could fall back in. If this ends up being an overall nothing burger of a shock, then the names that went the most up can come down the most. Obviously, $3. If you look back, I'm zooming out so you can see $3 is a good support level. There's room to get there. When you're going over your note and all that kind of stuff, we were breaking toward $4 before we came on air here, right when I put my note out. I thought a chance to get to 420 or 460, the two levels I like for reversion. Since then, it's dropped 10%, so that $4 level is starting to look maybe reasonable. I still like the 420 and the 460, but I might have to pivot to the pre-market highs here if we get a chance. I'm looking for continuation. Obviously, like yesterday, you got to be willing to flip on a dime. If something drastic happens and oil starts spiking, then you don't just sit on the offer. But yesterday was a breakout long until President Trump literally said, let's bring oil prices down. And, well, you saw what happened the rest of the day here. And then, of course, the fact we now have a ceasefire bodes well. So I'm looking to short some pops here in INDO specifically.
All right, yeah, for me, we looked at oil a little bit here. I think you can actually trade some of this today, on our account as well. If you're trading here at Real Trading, you can trade the CL contract. So right here, nice move back in. I think you're going to get a dip buy opportunity to go long. Like if we can get it at $64, right now we're at $65.40 here for oil. I think it's just overdone. I think that move downside is overdone. The world still operates on oil and energy production in China. I think get going. The U.S. economy is still producing, factory workers still going. We have a lot of plastic products that require production, and oil's there, right? I mean, sure, Tesla and some of these other companies looking to, automate and go EV and all that kind of stuff, factories, robots, everything. But at the end of the day, they still need to be made. And I think it's just overdone. We had some nice excitement there on Saturday, Sunday, I guess, when sort of, the bigger bombs and all that kind of were dropped by the United States. And then we had a big move down yesterday, followed again here today. And we have Trump talking about China has to buy their oil, some from Iran, some from the United States. So, I think there's still going to be a lot of oil pressure here at some of these levels. So let's just wait to see. The Ukraine-Russia war is not finished yet. And I think there's more to go where we are right now with this current tension. So for me, I think oil, although the shorts in some equities definitely seem to be there, I think this move is just a little bit much, man. You're down another 5% today after having this huge move, 10%. Like we were at yesterday, $75. Closing $67, right? So down $8 there yesterday and down another 3 or 4 today. I think oil is at a bouncing spot. So for me, this is a good level, man. The 50-period moving average, 63.50 for crude is not a horrible level for me at all there. So we'll look at that. And then if that does bounce, you want to look at XOM and Occidental and some of those plays as well. So, all right, let's go back over to Brendo.
VinFast is making moves, and today you can hear directly from the source. At 2:40 p.m. Eastern, the VP of Investor Relations will be joining a live Webull webinar to share insights on where the company's headed and why VinFast, ticker VFS, is gaining serious attention in the global EV market. Don't miss this exclusive session. Head over to Webull.com/webinar to register. We're going to actually get that person from the IR team on our show coming up here in the next little while as well. So we'll talk to them about what's happening with VinFast. Let's go to some of these quantum and nuclear names. If you're with us again to start the show, we were talking with Mitch a little bit. This group's been on his radar for a long, long time. I mean, it was kind of a laggard yesterday, but bouncing back here nicely this morning.
Yeah, they had that offering. I think one of them had the $200 million offering yesterday. Today, we get more leveraged ETFs here being launched, Brendo, by Trader, a company called Trader, launching 2 different leveraged ETFs, one for QUBT and one for Rigetti. The tickers are going to be QUBX and RGTU. Again, 2 times daily exposure, so not a bad look. And looking to recover here, already up for QUBT anyway, 3 1/3.
Yeah, so I mean, SMR as well just took out the highs there, I heard. Yeah, 6% for SMR. I mean, a lot of them looking the same. Thoughts here, guys, on this group?
Yeah, well, maybe let's go back to Quantum first, because Rigetti's the only one. I didn't have anything that really set up. Neither made top of the list, but at least on like the secondary plays, Rigetti made it just because of what I see on the daily chart. Bottoming tail candle, like a lot of things, bottoming tail candle holding the 50 period and 1075 support. It hasn't, like this will be a trend break. Right in here. Obviously, on a daily chart, technically you're not breaking the trend unless you close above the trend line, but there's your bottoming tail holding the 50 period and a bit of a trend break. So I think for the next couple of sessions, you're looking to rally into at least 1220 here on Rigetti. So I'm favoring longs in this name. There's just a few other things. You always have to pick and choose. We talked about Bitcoin, talked about AMD, Tesla are going to be on watch for me today. And Indo as well. So Rigetti's kind of a little further down the list. I can't say that if I was going to take it, I might have already wanted a breakout here. I think this is something, as long as it closes above 11, 11.10, these bottoms, you're going to get a multi-day rally here in Rigetti. It's a great setup on that daily chart. I might look to join something at VWAP if I find myself not finding anything that's set up perfectly, then this is something that I can join in VWAP on any dip buys to try to play the trend, which I think is reversing.
Okay, yeah, look, we've been calling the sort of the downside plays here in in Quantum for a couple weeks here. But maybe that's it. Maybe we stop here. I mean, we've had some bottom wicks here. I'm just using QBTS. I mean, Rigetti, Neil just sort of looked at that. There's lots of different names to look at, but all these little bottom tails, bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail, bottom tail again yesterday. There are people and dip buyers in Quantum. So, you need, before I, say that this is going to be another short coming through, we're going to have to go through $14 and really start to get underneath these last couple wicks. Like right there, we just held pretty nicely 15. So, I mean, obviously we had that little bit of a dip yesterday, but I really like that play there at 15. So I think if you're going to go long today on QBTS, it seems like the market wants to continue to hold. Although I'm a little nervous because the market's not really moving that much, but Quantum doesn't need the market. So I would say that this is a long. And if you want to swing trade this, I think that makes a lot of sense. Swing trade it right here. If you can get a dip buy into 15, that's even better than where we are right now. But I like that play into $15. Hold it against that bottom right there that was made yesterday afternoon. So into 14.25. I think it's worth $1. Like if you can get long at 15 and get stopped out at 14, I think that if you're right, it's 3-1. Like you can get to 18. So, I really like that play there on QBTS. So let's just, sort of look out for the best on that one and trade that if it gets long to 15. But again, I think it's more of a swing trade than maybe a play for us. I did want to mention before we get on, because we do have some viewers here, we have Pat LaFontaine coming on today at 2:45. So Buffalo Sabre, great. Pat LaFontaine. I used to really watch Alexander McGillney, so I just put one in our group chat.
Adam Oates.
I wish it was he was coming on with McGillney there. He can have some nice passes going on there. And then McGillney also played for the Leafs. But
my brother has his rookie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, my brother has a lot of rookie cards, and despite the fact he's not even a sports fan, he just did it out of spite.
Oh yeah.
Because I collected baseball cards. He's like, well, I want to get cards too, and so he just bought a bunch of hockey cards and it's ridiculous. It's not even fair because he doesn't even care. But Pat LaFontaine,
yeah,
legit.
Islanders, Sabres. We're getting ready to go, but we're getting all lined up there. And then not Mitch Marner though, because apparently he may not be staying here.
Well,
in Toronto, someone's going to offer that dude $14 million. I think he's going to be either an Anaheim Mighty Duck or a Las Vegas Golden Knight.
Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, of course. Man.
Before we go back to Apple, just very quickly, not a lot on the imbalances, but the NVIDIA was there a minute ago. It is no longer. Teladoc, a small buy, 400K. in here. I did see a couple of other things, but I guess they've paired off. SMCI small buy 200,000, SMR small buy 190,000. So a bit of a nothing burger for the imbalances. And one name that was not on this imbalance list this morning is Apple.
Boom.
I put strong. This chart talking or showing at least a little bit different story right now. So this just happened for Apple. We basically closed that gap to the aftermarket bump up there. In a hurry, coming back in here, I don't see anything right now as far as a headline, but yeah, I mean, the day started off nicely here for Apple, got all the way up to 205 there, but some volume coming in behind this move right now.
Yeah, there's a couple of analyst comments here. I don't want to see much else. Brendo, B of A, positing many reasons why it would be a good idea for Apple to buy Perplexity, basically saying Apple's a laggard. The stock is currently in the penalty box, and basically they are not developing it in-house. Separately here, Barclays still doesn't like the shares despite the recent underperformance, basically calling it an ex-growth company and very concentrated at risk, reiterating the same price target, Brendo, they had before, $173.
Yeah, I mean, it was setting up to be maybe an idea here, guys, but I'll keep my eye out. But this thing coming back in a hurry.
Look, it wasn't on the imbalance locator to explain why we got that move down in Apple. Like, I can't tell you anything that's going on there. It wasn't necessarily on my list for a dip buy, but if you're looking at prior highs, they're there right now.
Written down.
Wow, it's countdown time already. Just we'll get to AMD. Look, I like AMD. We're going to play some cautious dip buys as the market's starting to come back in here. But for now, the bell brought to you by Orogenics, OGEN on the NYSE. And thank you, Wadera, for ringing it. So yeah, big move down there in Apple. The other thing that was going on, like right at the open, into the open, you had creeping upside was NVIDIA. It still can't seem to get past 146. Advanced Micro, AMD. Look, it's another gap up. It's a relatively strong name. I think pulling back into prior highs which it looks like we might have already bounced off of pre-market lows. We do like some AMD. No breakout on Tesla. That immediately heads downside. So the breakout will have to wait on Tesla.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go long if we do take 202 again on Apple, sorry, but it is making the move down pretty nicely, as is our friend Tesla right now as well. A big move down actually in Tesla. I was sort of talking about that, like I wasn't convinced today, which is why we did not write down. We just got into something there. What did we just get into? Apple. Okay, so Apple just broke through 202. We got long at 202.20 there, so that was a little bit of a strange move there. As Apple coming back in quite nicely, downside. We're going to get something out there, as I don't know about that break long that we just had right there, but all right, so 202 right now. We're going to take something out if it, okay, there it goes. Now it's starting to climb, so that's nice. Let's get some more out here on Apple as it's trying to go back upside, as we did get punched in there at 202. I don't know how we got 202.20 there, but anyways, break higher. Some out there at 80, some out there at 20 for flat trade so far on Apple. I keep saying Google. On Apple, 202.20 right now is where we're long. Tesla coming right into that 350 area, by the way, so watch out for that.
You might have said Google because it was also flying to the downside. Okay. It's filling in a bit of a gap. AMD just broke. It just broke out. I tried to get some.
I actually got some, but
I got some at 18s, but I tried to get some 20s in here. I'm going to pull back. I'm buying more in front of the volume weighted average price on advanced micro devices. NVIDIA is also broken out. So wow, bye. AMD now 134. It's going to get 135 right quick. Just very.
Let's get that 135, baby.
AMD has had a monster reversion every single day. So I'm looking 135 dead in the eyes here. I don't know if I take a breakout at 135.
Guys, we
already in and out, quick $2 on AMD. That was fast.
Neil, double right now, daily goal right there on AMD. That was a big trade, but we still need it to go up. Great trade getting out there at 135.
I'm buying the dip right here.
Yeah, we're still holding half of this right now. Good little dip buy opportunity for sure in AMD. We've got 99 problems. Apple is one of them right now, as that is not.
Whoa, Tesla hit 350.
Did Tesla go to 350? Okay, I'm too long everything else. But right now we can have a look quickly at TSLA. Yeah, 350. So that was a level that we had written down. I'm going to hold off on it. I'm long everything else, man, like crazy long. All right, so here goes Apple. I'm just going to hold off on Tesla. I hope that that's not a mistake as I focus on other names right now. But you rebought the AMD dip. It is coming back into 134 right now. Tesla, we should have got more. Apple, we should have got more out as that ripped upside. Again, see, this is the problem, man. Like, I can't look at multiple stocks when I have like real size on here. So I should not have gone over to Tesla there, but let's see if Apple wants to continue to go. There goes AMD downside again.
Yeah, I did try to get Tesla, and it just broke down under 350. Well, that was good timing, everybody, because I did go over to Tesla the second I saw 350. Did it bounce the first time? Yes. Did I get it the first time? No. I just got it the second time, right back through the prior close, and you know the drill. I go along here, my stop is there pretty much every single time. There was an initial bounce on Tesla. We'll slap the L on it. I think 347, I put in my note 350 to 347 is a dip zone, but it's falling rather heavily. AMD is right back into 134.5, little bit of a seller. So I reloaded it in front of 134, and it's starting to work back up to the 135 level. So the initial dip buy into 33, and then the dip buy into 134, both working. But Tesla's dropping like an absolute rock. Before I go back over to Sean, I liked Indo for pop and fade. Well, Indo is not popping. Not really seeing anything happening in oil yet. But I do want to short this at some point if we get the opportunity. So just really AMD, fail over there on Tesla. And for those watching Circle, nothing happening on Circle. Literally nothing. So I think we'll wait for that one to make a real move.
Let's go right now. Okay, guys, big time trade there on AMD. Good. Thankfully, that rebounded upside right now. I am still waiting for a few more outs up at one. Oh, no, actually, no, I'm not. I just got filled. I'm going to take some more outs here as we get closer to 135. I mean, that was such a good out the first time. Let's not make a mistake and don't do it again right there. I'm going to start to tap out a little bit more of Apple right now, as this is starting to give me like some heart issues. It's not really, but it's just like, you know, this back and forth here. As I said, man, we're starting to up the size that we're using on these trades. So yeah, there it goes, man. There it is. It's now if it hangs out here, we're at 2 times our goal. But I don't want to step out because I think AMD has more to go. Let's put another out here in the 80s, and then there it goes. Yes, we got an 83 out. So let's see if this can fly upside and make this really, really special here today. So AMD 134.09. Apple were caught with AAPL. It's the one not moving. All right, I don't know if that was a call for a dare or not, but if it was, we should go there. Then let's go.
Keep an eye on oil. This is OXY or Occidental. We have commentary coming from the U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. He's on Fox News. Interview, and he said the oil market is pricing confidence. Get a little bit of a pseudo double bottom here in OXY. So right now, it looks like that confidence is reflecting on the Occidental chart. Back to you.
So, Andre, I know you can hear that. Adair's mic is bad. Okay, so just real
It wasn't
quick.
on. It wasn't on.
Oh, her mic was not on.
No, it wasn't on.
No, it wasn't. It just wasn't on me. Sorry.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, her mic was not on her. But that, I thought we could hear her. I was like, there's a little bit of
It
an
was
echo.
like an echo.
Okay, so great. Oh my geez, Neil. Here we go, man. We are really starting to go. Let's break through that 135, baby, like we just did right there again. Here I am looking at the mic, and I missed that move. Okay, so nice move. Let's just continue to go higher and higher and higher. There it is, baby. That's the big trade alert right there for me. We finally did it. We put it back on. It's AMD, and there it goes, man. 134 break. We've got it. Didn't get to 132. It was close. We were sitting there. We didn't get it. It got to 133. Let's see what winds up happening. Apple's an apple a day right now is keeping the net in bay because we could be up a lot more, but Apple just doesn't want to go. So I'm going to start to take some more out here on AAPL and just say, you know what? Maybe that trade's a flat one, and we'll just let our whole day ride with advanced micro devices. Definitely not the money destroyer these days, man. This stock has been hot fire for a day trade.
It's definitely hot fire. I look at playing my style. I'm out of AMD on that fail at 135. It's not a fail on that last wick at 135. It gave us our dip into 133. It then broke it. It then pulled back. This wasn't a breakout trade. It pulled back into 34. We did get multiple tests at 35. It's just what it's done the last couple of days. Like the initial push up has made it all the way back to the bottom 2 days in a row on AMD. So I'm going to try to respect that as that continues to go. It's strong. There's no question about it. AVGO is strong. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about that as well. SMCI only up 1%. I thought we'd see more action in SMCI being SSR. That's a disappointment. So the chips led by Broadcom, AMD, and now finally NVIDIA. If Jensen has done his selling, maybe this is the day that we break away from 145. So what I see is AMD trying to pull back, and NVIDIA is holding the volume-weighted average price. I don't mind I don't mind trading both these today. We got to be in some NVIDIA if it's finally breaking away from 145. So VWAP there, I like. IBIT not really doing much of anything in terms of giving me the dip buy, but I still like a breakout on IBIT, and I think it's about to do that. Pre-market high, ignore the wick. The pre-market high on IBIT's essentially 60. That just dark pool wick up there to 60.20.
Okay. So far, so good. We've been getting out, right? So right now on Apple, I only have about a third left as that we just got our high right there on Apple. Panicking a little bit here because AMD is falling back in. But for AMD, man, we have about a third of both of them. A little bit more on Apple than on AMD right now. So, yeah, right. It's not necessarily doing too much, but we got to, we keep saying this, man, we got to take profits when they're there so that you don't give it all back. But we're not giving any, we're giving some back, some unrealized there. Let's get some more out at 26 there and see what happens. Okay. All right. So now let's go over to Uber and let's have a quick little look here. So we had written down 88.50 as our break, right? It was right on here, 88.50 long. If you had that trade, that went to 89.60. That was worth $1 there on Uber. But Uber is falling right back into that level again. So whether or not you like this play, I'm going to look somewhere else for now because I'm in this. But I had written down 88.50 there on Uber on the sticky note, and that just held again. So the break was great and the hold was great there at 88.50 for UBER. I know you took a shot at Tesla. I have no idea where it's at now. 347.
It's still going down.
Yeah, still making that move lower. I had
By
said
the way, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I said to Chef Joe sent me a message, and I said, I'm not as excited today about Tesla as I was yesterday. And we don't even have a trade. So I think that that's good. I think we did really read that quite well. Wow! Yes! Bang! Big Bear AI. There it goes up 11% right now. You guys know I've been touting this name from $3. We're along at 420. What's up to Elon right there? But right now, it's a nice move up there for Big Bear AI. Now up 11% right there, BBAI. Sharif, the biggest of the bears right now is turned bullish a little bit. So let's see what happens there with Big Bear AI as that's going. And then one more look, and I'll throw it over to Neil, see what he's up to. There goes JP Morgan, a late entry into the sticky note as they're taking out all-time highs as well. I don't know if we should go to Neil or Adair, but let's go to Adair and then we'll come back to Neil.
Take a look here at INM. This is InMed, this company here with positive data for its Alzheimer drug, float of about 1.12 million shares. Nice push to the upside, though definitely rejecting that $5.40 level a little bit. Also, just so you guys know, we do have some things on watch here. Fed Chair Jerome Powell testifying at 10 a.m. in front of Congress. Then we'll also get the CB consumer confidence print coming out at 10 a.m. So stay tuned. I will be giving coverage on both of those for you when we get them. Back to you.
I'll get to CCL in a quick little second. I see a lot of people mentioning that in Circle as well, but AMD just tried to hold VWAP. It did bounce at a 3-minute, hard to see, but it did bounce once off 134. I jumped in on the way back up through 134, but it just immediately made another fresh low. If we're going to respect what happened yesterday, maybe let it see if it can't get back to the pre-market low at that 133 is not the pre-market low, so I'll call it the opening range bottom. Pre-market low is at 132.5. What's confounding me here is NVIDIA is now at 140. NVIDIA is the one going meme crazy. AMD is having a good day, but NVIDIA is now 2% when it was doing nothing at the open. It's finally past that big nasty zone. I got to shift over this at some point. And CCL, everybody, this stock is up 9.5%. They reported beat on the top and bottom. I don't know what time the call is. Usually it's like, my guess it'll be like 10 o'clock or something. So be careful trading this. If the conference call is ongoing and you're not listening to it, this can be very, very violent. But CCL, if you're wondering why it's moving, they reported at 9:15. NVIDIA, absolute fireworks. No breakout on IBIT.
No worries about that.
No breakout on IBIT yet, so we're just going to have to be patient there. But NVIDIA, I got to join this party. How long have we been waiting for it to break away from this level? AMD has been good this morning, but NVIDIA, yeah, it might be a little bit, just a skosh better, maybe. No red candles on it yet.
I don't know, man. We're still in, no red candles on it yet. We're still in AMD, and we reloaded it, and it's fantastic. It is a monster trade. today again. I know. I mean, we say that all the time, but I mean, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing right now, and it's been a big one. We were able to get the reload, so that's really, what started this whole thing. I hope this thing goes crazy, like Nvidia, but I'm pretty happy with what we've been doing right here, right now, on this play. So there it continues to go, man. Again, really, really like the stock. There goes AMD upside, and we're fine. But Apple is not doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, I wish this name had been going a little bit higher. We just stopped out breaking through 202. So again, good name for Apple, much, as Neil had highlighted there, much better name for AMD, but realistically, the market's going up, and both of these names really aren't doing anything. So I feel like I've missed out on the boat a little bit here on
Amazon
Uber.
that's going.
Oh, Amazon. I had Amazon breaking 213, so there goes 213 right now. Yeah, good call there on Amazon, as that seems to be going as well there, breaking through. Yeah, that 213 was a good little level there for AMZN, but we're going to hold our day right now and just see what winds up happening with it. But yeah, so far so good. But AMD, if AMD breaks below, I got to figure out where my stop is going to be here. No more reloads. We're just able to get that out. How about this 50-period moving average? Maybe even the low of the day there, 133. I don't think we even want to wait for that. 133.75, and then we can regroup on AMD. I think that's, for me, going to be one of the better plays right now that I'm looking at, is just to regroup on advanced micro devices if we do break below that 133.75 area. I'm going to put my stop in there. 69s maybe.
Oh, it's Amex.
69er.
Well, I do this all the time. If you're at Real Trading, you should always have your Amex keys the same as your NASDAQ and New York keys. I forgot for a second Indo was on the Amex. NYSE market. I'm going to play this one underneath VWAP as it's breaking back down. It doesn't seem like it wants to get to 420. It's a level. It was just a low yesterday. It's not 420 for the sake of 420, but it just lost a volume weighted average price again. Market up, oil down. Want to be short this name. First stop will be the local high, as you can see, at about 380. So I'm just going to get my stop order in on that. Nvidia is absolutely, it's, like I said, there haven't been any red candles on it. It's, yeah, you like the term meme crazy. That's the only, I don't know how else to explain it. 148 is about to break. I'm not chasing this move. I do want to try to play the first available dip buy. Like if it puts in a red candle in the 3-minute, I will look to find an entry off of that candle if we can get it. IBIT, I want longs in Bitcoin today. It's holding out at 105 pretty decently. Can enter twice there. I still have my order for the breakout on IBIT, thinking if we get really strong, it's a tight consolidation, why not? But it's just not breaking out yet. So if you see it pop in, it should be a long breaking out these pre-market highs. I don't see any chance that we fill in this gap into 59. Tesla is trying to rebound a little bit here, but my focus, I have a couple of chip names up. I got Tesla, which I'm not really loving the long yet, and IBIT will be next in play. And I already mentioned Indo, I'm looking for the short. I see a few names you guys are throwing in there, and I'm Dr. J. I'm a little surprised that this one is on the list of names being thrown in the chat, and that is Intel up 3%. I guess maybe all the chips are strong.
Yeah.
Just be careful with Intel. It has a really bad history of turning around sharply if it gets above $22 in the last couple of weeks. So I'd be cautious with this. If anything, I might consider shorting that stock later.
Look, we just stay in the same parties, man. I mean, when you're in it and the party is jamming, you stay there, man. Good tunes today with AMD. So yeah, I'm going to stay here, still continue this party up on that one. We just got another piece out higher. We got some 70. Actually, we got double 70s out right there. So that was, obviously a decent look there. I am going to go long Tesla if it breaks 350. Again, I was sort of thinking right into here that 250-period moving average is 352. There's VWAP at 350. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now to go long if it's available. They're at a 350-30 break or so, wherever that VWAP is right there at 40s now. So 350-30s or so for the break there on Tesla. So that's what I'm going to do right there. Like, I have no idea what the hell's going on with this one, but there it is. We gave you guys Marvell. I gave you guys BBAI. There it is, up 16%. We're now nicely in the money over, well, we're long at 420, so 60 cents in the money for it, about about this much in 15% or so. So we're waiting for more. And the other one that we gave you, Webull, not doing anything. We're long at $11. I just wanted to double check on that one. Another recent one, DraftKings. Let's see what that's been up to, $42. So that's a banger as well. That's your face slapper right there. DraftKings been doing really well the last couple days as well. And then JP Morgan coming back into play again there, 280. So that name's not really dancing as much as I hoped it would, JP Morgan, but so far so good over there on that one. Yeah, I got to take a second here to get what you need there, Andre. Let's go over to Neil, then just come right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's a lot of other strong names I'll get to, but you're getting a bit of a pullback here in NVIDIA. Ideally, something really simple, and it pulls back into the open range top, so the opening candle top, 146.5, which is also the volume weighted average price. That would be the ideal spot to catch a little bit of a bid. Before we go back over to Sean, I know you're locked and loaded, ready to go. Want to point out, I just saw this in the chat. CoreWeave is breaking back out to fresh highs. So all-time highs on CoreWeave, about $3 from here. Looks like it's going to break it out. The only thing I'm in is Indo, that short. I just took some out in front of the pre-market low. Let's head right back over to my left.
All right, level up on your trading game with Prop XP, up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Watch out for Tesla's going to break. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts, real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV, one word, TRADERTV, links in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Okay, there goes. So first of all, man, we're $1 in. Actually, now we've been $1 in for a minute, but there's $1 right there on AMD as that's trying to go. We're waiting out for Tesla as well. Upside right now. Here it goes, breaking through 350. So we are going to be long this name very, very soon on a breakthrough 350 and a breakthrough VWAP. And then we're going to get stopped out if it goes 50 cents the other way, man. I'm not trying to play around with this name here today, okay? So if it does break upside and then falls back in, then that's a failed VWAP break. The trade is very, very defined. So if you do see me in it, I'm going to put the stop order out and potentially lose 50 cents. That's it. I know that doesn't seem like a lot of risk. I mean, we could go down to 348 if you were really risky there. It hasn't been trading the way we thought it would, and the market's coming back down, and. So there's that. All right, AMD right now breaking through 135. I know NVIDIA's going that meme craze, but at the end of the day, you got to stick, where your bread is buttered. I said that the most money made on this show, I think, period, over the last month, probably all of June, is probably on Circle, first of all, on the IPO, that's for sure. But as far as the name is concerned, AMD, for sure, the name that's carried the day here, P&L-wise. It could be Tesla, too, but I think AMD continues to work out. Neil and I both on this name today. But there goes Advanced Micro Devices through 135.50. Let's go, man. We're just going to let this go. We only right now have a little bit under 10% left of this, but we're happy with it. Now we're just waiting for Tesla to break through, and then we go on this one. So here goes Tesla. Nice bottom pick there at 345. I don't know how you would have found that, but if you did, it might have been yesterday. And if you see this yesterday dip, right there was 345. So, it came right into some levels. Let's see if we could take out 350. And then, 352 is a decent spot to maybe exit this trade, or not exit it, but start to get out with 50 cents worth of risk. I think to take $1.50 would be good there, but AMD's still moving, and you're short Indo.
Yeah, I mean, Indo's working to the sell side. Disappointed with IBIT here. Yeah, it's like watching, I hate the term watching paint dry, because it's not like it's not doing anything, but this might actually break the low of the day. So if it breaks the low of the day, I'll cancel my breakout order and start looking for the dip buy as it tries to fill in the gap. As I mentioned with Indo or INDO, it's bouncing off its pre-market lows, but I'm waiting. Go to the 15-minute, about $3.15 is next support. That's where I'm bidding. I want to add to it in front of this 375 to the short, and we'll play this one as weakness. Down 28%. Market up, oil down. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, a couple of notes here. Keep an eye on this market. We do have comments coming from White House Senior Advisor Kevin Hassett saying that the U.S. will see, quote, a sequence of trade deals around the 4th of July. and that the administration right now is focusing more on getting that one big beautiful bill passed through Congress. Also, Microsoft on watch. About 7 minutes ago, Bloomberg reported that apparently the company will be cutting some jobs in their Xbox division. So keep an eye here on MSFT. Those job cuts will apparently happen next week. Back to you.
Okay. Well, job cuts are usually a
we
good
heard
thing.
some about that last week, something about Xbox. So
Was it
that's
yesterday?
interesting to hear right there as Microsoft continues to work, right? I mean, okay, so on our sticky note today was Tesla, Uber, Big Bear AI. I cannot, oh man, I wrote down Big Bear AI 440 break there on Big Bear AI. So again, if you're looking for the sticky note or for some of the trades that I'm going to be making here every day, then you want to go over to X, find it out there. I just retweeted the show as well. Hey, there it is. But there it is right there. Tesla, Uber long, AMD long, Apple. Apple we're flat on. It's too bad. I really thought that could go. Amazon 213, we can have a look. And then there's Big Bear AI as well. And then we did add JP Morgan as a look. Because we don't normally trade JP Morgan as breakouts or anything like that, but we're really super happy with BBAI today, up another one. And then our other name that we look at often is Marvell. That's up to $73. So we're long Marvell 64 and change. We're long Big Bear AI. We're long Bull. We're long Uber as well. And Uber, I wrote down 8. Come on, charts. I don't know what's going on. I wrote down 888.50 there, and we haven't really traded off of that level yet for Uber. I adjusted my Tesla trade. It's now down to 350, the VWAP. So I'm going to take that break right there of 350, and then we'll give it $1. If it goes back down through 349, then we're going to stop ourselves out because it just printed 348 again. So it's like to be wrong and to hold it for that long is just, it's too much. So we're going to wait for that one and then check back in on Apple. Oh, wow. Apple's at 200 right now. So this was a level that we looked at yesterday.
Evens?
Yeah, for Apple. So
Whoa, what's going on?
it's all the way down right now. I like the long there. It's a good thing that we got out of it. Like, this is the new and improved me, man. Like, if I don't like something, we gone out of there. Do not have to marry. I only have to marry one person, and I already did that. I'm not going to marry a stock again. That's for sure. So Apple, AMD, and I think that's what Neil and I talk about all the time is have discipline. If something's not working for you, then back away from it, man. Like, you don't need to be on that. And we could have lost everything and more that we've made in AMD if we had held this. But no, it breaks our 202 level, the level that we thought was going to be good. We were talking about it, that it wasn't very good. And then when it finally breaks, no reload, nothing. Just notice the difference between AMD and Apple is there goes AMD. It comes back in. We actually reloaded that one because it was at some key levels. And there it goes right back up. Now $2. Wow, now we're $2 in the money on AMD. So yeah, man, it's a big day here. Let's just see if we can do it with Tesla. Up next is Tesla. What pronouns are you using, Tesla? Nice move to the upside right there, breaking through 350 is what we're looking for there. And Big Bear AI, man, I'm going to message our friend right now, see if he's still in it because he was loving Big Bear AI.
Bullish is the term. Hopefully that Tesla's going to be using. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Apple. That's a weird. I'm going to get there in a quick little second. It just Nvidia just held the 147, so scalped into it here and just took some out in front of 40s. I think 148 does set you up for an obvious resistance spot. Just pull out if you go to further out in the daily chart. You've got 47 where we just bounced the prior high, and then there's a little bit of a chop zone into 48 level before you can get to any of the all-time highs. Apple, there's no particular catalyst that I'm aware of. So, I mean, 200 is 200. I don't know any other way to put it. The only thing that has me not thinking 200 is going to be an obvious level is that the actual reversion yesterday was at 199. So,
wow.
Yeah, maybe it's just a 199 or something, but there's no catalyst I'm aware of there. I stayed away from Tesla after the initial dip buy at 350. It's headed right back into the lows. 344, 345 seems like it's a test. Don't have to be in this, and that's what I'm glad I'm not in this right now because it's looking relatively nasty. Coinbase is the new circle. Maybe that's what we should say. Coinbase has a buy program on it right now. Shout out to Cynthia L, in the chat. 7% up. We said there was a bit of a disconnect between Coin and Circle. They'd been moving together, that you had to go away from that. So even though whatever, it doesn't matter. I was more thinking don't short coin because Circle is weak. I probably should have just thought the other way, which was go long in Coinbase. So into NVIDIA, will reload Indo if it does give me the move back into the volume weighted average price, but we'll let that one settle down. As far as I'm concerned, until proven otherwise or a headline, I want to be short at least one oil name. So NVIDIA is trying to go, it broke out the highs when AMD was pulling back. AMD broke out the highs when NVIDIA is pulling back. It's almost like they're now taking turns. But it's the whole chip space. We just happen to be on these ones. Chips are very strong today.
Yeah, I mean, chips is the only name, the only thing that's, for me, that's been going. I mean, we only have 2 plays. Okay, so I'm thinking about Big Bear AI at $5. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's such a huge level. I think we can
Robinhood 80.
smash it maybe if it gets up to there. I mean, just looking at BBAI, it's going. And, you know, I said that my first bet will be 6. So, you know, I'm going to put something in that account maybe tonight after we're done the show, which is 11 o'clock, not tonight. But, we'll put an offer somewhere around there. And then I don't think it's going to hit today, but could hit overnight, could hit something like that on an upside move. Remember, about 20% or so short float here on Big Bear AI. And I've been, we're talking about this at 3, talking about this at various other levels as well. So there's Big Bear AI. Go into the details for it. And just to see, oh yeah, Oscar Health. We have to look at that as well. Yeah, only 11. Oh, sorry. Oscar was only 11. Is that what I just saw there? Anyways, 29. So there it is right there. So 30% short float on Big Bear AI. So it has actually a lot more to go right now. No news today. Big Bear AI confirms multiple. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's June 17th. Deployments of biometric software, enhanced passenger processing, international airports, whatever. I mean, this is why we're in Big Bear AI, right? Is that we like the stock. We like it for that exact reason. AI related. So, all right, it's Adara. There's some numbers. We are going upside still. $2.50 in the money on advanced micro devices. All right, let's go to Adara.
Also coming through at 10 a.m. It's not a number, but a man. Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I already have that stream up. Hopefully, we will see him live on screen at 10 a.m. Eastern when he begins his testimony for Congress here, for the House. CB consumer confidence, 99.8 expected here, or the forecast, coming in at 5.4. Unclear if this is a typo. The previous year, 100, we were expecting 99, or sorry, a previous 98, expecting 99 to 100, coming in at 93. It's been corrected. CB consumer confidence was a typo, 93, so still lower than the expected of 99.8. Then we have Richmond Fed Composite Index, actually better than expected, -7 versus -10 that we were looking for. So again here with the NASDAQ, after that misprint of consumer confidence, it was not 5. It ended up coming in around 93. Here's the NASDAQ trying to bounce a little bit here. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500. These markets were buoyed early in the day, specifically in the pre-market, once we got that ceasefire news from Israel and Iran. Keep an eye here on Microsoft. There's a lot of news, I guess, in the big tech space. Bloomberg reporting that after we had some layoffs reported last week, the company is also going to be cutting up jobs in a major way at their Xbox gaming division. Then we have AAPL. I cannot find any news on this. There's been some negative sentiment around the name, including from Chamath Palihapitiya of SPAC fame and of the All In podcast. But this one dropping without any news. Tesla as well on watch here. TSLA, slightly higher low, but on watch after its well-received robo-taxi launch caught the attention of NHTSA. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I said I would take a shot on Intel, so I got to quickly show you. Did play it off of, I guess that'd be Friday's highs, not yesterday, Friday's highs. It just broke it out. These chips continue to show their strength. Tesla, you know what? You can have a plan of action on something, or better, you can have a bias or directional bias on something, but you don't have to fight it. It's still heading lower. It cannot get above the volume weighted average price. It's not holding that 47 level very well. We're still trending like we're going to break down on Tesla. So I'm staying away from this one, at least for the time being. Bit of a miss there on Indo. It looks like it got real close to the volume weighted average price and didn't quite get there. It might have just been a reload at the 60 level instead, so I might have missed a chance at a reload on INDO. Want to stay net short on that name. I haven't really shown you guys oil futures, which we can do at some point right in here. Obviously, they're going to be down. You shouldn't be, it's essentially just following oil. You're stair-stepping to the downside in oil futures. So as long as that's happening, I want to stay net short on INDO. Obviously, Tesla is confounding a little bit, and I said Apple 200 might not be a thing because 199 was the bottom yesterday. Well, this seems like it's a trend break at the 200 level. So I like mean reversion trades. If you're going to show me this kind of a trend down, I don't have to draw a trend line. I'm sure we can all figure out that looks like a bit of a bottom being made here at the 200 level. I pivoted away from looking at that. So we might have missed our chance because I was looking for 199 on Apple. But as I say that, it might come right back down. 220 cents is the current low. So it seems like 200 is holding at least for now. It'll be a scalp trade if I take this long. I'm not looking to average in off this level. I'm not looking to hold past the low or anything like that. I'm just looking for a quick in and out, see if we can't get a bit of a bounce on Apple.
All right, we're going to get out basically some more right here if we can. I'm offering 29s right there on AMD, as it may have had a top tail there as well. We look, okay, there it is. We just got those out. We're getting them out more and more as we continue to go higher. I just wanted to see what NVIDIA was doing. It came close to its all-time high, which is NVDA, which is right here.
It's like 50 something.
Yeah, I wanted to double check what we had. I think it was 154, wasn't it, the other day that we had mentioned that. There's the 52-week low of $85 or $86. Yeah, 153.13 up there for NVIDIA. So we're getting pretty close to that one. But yeah, it's there we go again. We're about to be, this could be $3, man, right here. So we're excited for this AMD trade. It's a big one. And, finally, like I go to bed telling myself we got to hold these things. And that's what we did here. So we're pretty happy with this move upside on AMD. Not only did we hold it, but we're also able to have reloaded it there as well. So far, so good there. Let's go to Adara.
Just letting you guys know, the stream has begun, as has the semi-annual policy report here with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Congress. I will be listening to this. Now, this is going to start with a prepared series of remarks from, Jerome Powell. We already know what those are. They were released at 8:30 a.m. What's going to be interesting here are the questions. We know they're very likely to ask questions about potentially Donald Trump, what Fed Chair Powell was going to do, I guess, ahead of him leaving on May 2026 or in May 2026, and whether or not rates will be cut. Stay tuned. I will keep you guys posted, and we're going to listen to this whole thing. Back to you.
Yeah, it's a long couple of days when you got to go in front of Congress. So I don't think we'll get anything too crazy out of it, but, keep your ear to the ground. Well, that's why we appreciate having Adara for sure. I see someone mentioning in the chat that Circle lost VWAP. Not necessarily a focus. I think Circle for me today is I want to see it trend down for a little bit and then hang out. NVIDIA held above VWAP, 146.8 on first bounce. I'm not reloading unless I see green. I want front end, not back end. So I want back end, not front end, which means bounce first, enter long after. So no bounce, I get out, and then I wait for it to show me the bounce level and then get back in on the way up. That's been much better for me for consistency. You got to play your style. I know that if I get in on the front end of the trade, sometimes it works, but more often than not, that's not the way that I want to play it. I juxtapose that with, whoops, I just typed NVIDIA again. AMD. I got out, came right back, and it was the front end of the trade. The back end of the trade would have been in here, and that's the difference. I don't mind. AMD will be my best stock today, but it could have been twice as good because I was on the wrong side of the V, which means let it bounce. When you see the bounce, then get in here. Even if you give up 15 or 20 cents and you're long 40 20s instead of 34 evens, it doesn't make a difference. Probably happy we snagged it a couple of times to the upside. 35 was a good level. The breakout possibly in play as well. By the way, Apple, no dice. I wasn't willing to chase the move on Apple. You had to just sit in front of the 200 level and catch it the first time. I had backed off to the 199, and I'm so glad that we are not involved in Tesla. It just broke 345. This is going to have to do something distinct. Whether it's a clean break of the trend line, maybe a bottoming tail underneath some of those lows. I'm just not getting any feels here for Tesla yet. It could break trend right here over 47. That's certainly a possibility, but that's the kind of thing I'm going to need to see for sure before I jump in. We're obviously going to be red on it, but it doesn't mean I'm just going to fight to try to get it back. It's trending down when I thought this would be a little stronger today.
All right, so we're in, I mean, AMD is now 350 and still going, so it's so strong. We've had, I mean, I look at some of these sticky notes. We have AMD as like the top trade idea here for a very long time. So again, different styles over here. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon right now because there goes NVIDIA, man. We'll put 30 cents or 20 cents right now in and see what happens here. I mean, hopefully it can go back there to the upside. We just bounced off 98s right there. We should have been waiting. We'll wait at 97 right now for NVIDIA. We did take something out there, 85s, or sorry, 88s there for 10 cents. But yeah, it's not going too strong here. If this breaks 146.50, then we're going to get out. But it just had that run higher there. And we are starting to, I mean, I think all the attention obviously is on AMD. I only have like less than basically 5% left on this. So far, so good there, but not necessarily the same for, you know, you nailed that Apple talk there at 200. Some people were looking at that one. Palantir trying to pull back a little bit, but I mean, that had a huge dip into 138. We had talked about Palantir's dip buy opportunities. It was actually, we wrote it down on the sticky note yesterday for Palantir and the dip buy potential in PLTR, but today we weren't looking there. And if we were 138, I don't know how good that level. Yeah, see, like for me at 138, I would have, if that would have bounced off 137, then it would have been like, okay, we missed an opportunity there, but it doesn't. So we don't have to worry too much about that level there on Palantir. So we're gonna wait on all of those trades, but yeah, Palantir breaking through 142 could be something to that upside. Apple still trying to go, Roblox going, SMCI. You know, the thing about Roblox is now that it's, again, heading into the summertime, I think we can play that same theory again, where all the kids will be on their Roblox machines and just going nuts there for RBLX. I mean, look at the way,
especially in this heat.
Yeah, especially in this. Actually, another banger here today as far as heat is concerned. 106, huge move there for Roblox, up again. Like, where are the red days, man? There's nowhere to be found here for Roblox. So again, congratulations anybody that's been holding that long. It's been quite the trade. Okay, yeah, BBAI struggling at 490. That's a good struggle area for it, that's for sure, man. We're well in the money on Big Bear AI. Might be time to get some out in the personal account. Let's go over and find out what Adara's up to at 1010.
We have Donald Trump posting not one, but two very long messages here on Truth Social. The most recent of these I'm going to focus on here because it's related here to the economy. It's about the big, beautiful bill and how he wants it passed, basically saying, to quote my friends in the Senate, lock yourself in a room if you must, don't go home. And all caps, get the deal done this week. Work with the House so they can pick it up and pass it immediately to make America great again. That last part paraphrase a little bit. But yeah, Truth Social here. Donald Trump on watch once again. Here is the market. Back to you.
No surprises there. We are expecting, it's always fun and interesting for sure. But I think we got to keep in mind, look, if you're only looking at a few charts, you might get a bit of a skewed idea of what's happening in the market. Inside move for now. So I'm trying to be like patient with the next move because as you're attempting to bounce off the lows here on the Qs, you haven't traveled much. If we start breaking out tops, I think that sets up some different types of continuation long trades that I might chase. But as long as we're testing the lows, I want to be a little bit patient with some dip buys. Yeah. I still like 140. Like if you look at NVIDIA, the pre-market breakout was a 145.75. I'm going over to Amazon as well. Ooh, Amazon's already under review up. Oh. Okay, maybe not Amazon. I thought Amazon was a little stronger on second look. AMD might be a chance. Why am I still bidding 134? 135 is now the volume weighted average price. I think that's where I want to look for a dip buy over there. So let's be patient with it. With the market inside day, I don't think I want to get too extended in either direction. Anthony Vence.
What's up, Anthony?
Thank you for the super chat there, Anthony. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. Opinion on ticker symbol PSN, Parsons Corporation. You know what? I don't know that name. So I always, if it's the first time I'm pulling it up, then I'll let you know it's the first time I'm looking at this thing today. And I can tell you it's not doing any volume. It was a day trader. That's a, you know what, an absolute pass as some kind of a trend. It's not bad. you should probably know what I'm going to say here. Not bad off the 50-period moving average, but where's the breakout above? It's one thing to hold the 50. It's another thing for a weak-looking chart to actually take out a resistance level and get going. And you can see that at 70. Sellers are in control of this at $70. So the fact that it's making a rounded bottom is only half the story. Clearly, the sellers know what they're doing here. Or I shouldn't say know what they're doing. They've just been in control at 70. That's a better way to put it. I'm only in one trade. It's still that Indo. Still have the lows from, I forget the date. It would be back here, the 11th and the 12th, as a target. It has yet to break down underneath 340. Short here, just under 360. I think it can make another leg lower as long as oil doesn't do some kind of a weird rebound, which it doesn't seem like it's going to. At this moment. So yeah, just trying to be patient. Apple was a bit of a missed opportunity. If you took it off the 200 level, I think you just got your scalp trade at 201. It's headed right back to the low. I think that was your trade. I'm not going to go ahead and try to force that. I'm just waiting for AMD to pull back or NVIDIA to maybe test 145 half.
All right, yeah, so kind of the same thing here. We're long, we've been trying to do some NVIDIA here. I was gonna wait for this 145.75. It seems like, that kind of a pullback here into we're long right here at 42, so it's out of the money still on NVIDIA. So I don't want to, speak like too much this is gonna bounce there, but we should have probably taken that fill right there on NVDA a little bit more than we did. But there it goes, nice upside play there for NVIDIA. Okay, just looking around Boeing. Is Boeing near that 200? Near that 200 mark, it's not. It's gone forward. I do like the 200 level on Boeing. We've talked a little bit about that. I think that's going to be a decent trade there for BA going upside. I just want to tell you, because I tell you guys, when I'm making these moves, I put an offer for JP Morgan just up here, 280.85. So if we can get that fill, then that's what I'm looking to do right here on JP Morgan. What's up, Adara?
So I have a little bit of an update here with that consumer board number. It came out at 93, but as I mentioned initially, it was a misprint and it came out as 5, which would have been well below estimates of 99.8. So the reason for that is because it actually decreased by 5.4%. So I just wanted to address that misprint. Apparently, this figure, even the 93, was actually well below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. Also, the consumer expectations for the next 6 months, apparently, those have dropped by 4.6 points to 69. So some weakness here from the CV Consumer Conference or Consumer Board Consumer Confidence Surveys, guys. Back to you.
All right, everybody, I want everyone to check out that QR code right there on your screen. Invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. It's 3D Capital, ladies and gentlemen, under the code CSE, IDK, and IDKFF on your OTC markets. It's risk-diversified basket of 60-plus vetted investments. So if this is something that you're interested in, get founder-level exposure, the kind most investors can access in some of the hottest sectors: blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x, 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset value per share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder-level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early stage disruptive innovation. So we want to thank them for sponsoring this part of our show. So thank you, 3D, for that. IDKFF on your OTC market. Okay, man, here we go. As we were reading that, Neil, it's a face slapper there on NVIDIA. We missed some levels there on Apple at that $2. I don't know if you got that Amazon, but there goes NVIDIA, man. We are long down there. Good pickup down there near 146. Out some 146.80 right there. We're just going to maybe get out of a little bit more. Again, we have a decent amount of shares, so we're just going to keep piecing them out as we go. We're only $4 right now, and I say only kind of just jokingly. It's a great trade on AMD, as that is now just monstering upside. Now $4 in the money. AMD continues to be the name that we all hoped it would be, up to 138 right now. Again, written on here, number one trade idea was Tesla. We avoided it, but number two there was AMD. So we're really happy today, needless to say. And then NVIDIA right now helping us out as well. So yeah, big day alert. I know I say that often, but I do that on purpose so that, you guys can know when there's some bigger trades on and the money's being made, because this is a very, very lonely business and not one where many can be successful. So it is nice to sort of champion good trades. And we also talk about, trades where we were wrong. Like this Apple trade there where you get out, right? And this is how you keep the money in your account. So you don't get washed out and you get opportunity to maybe dip buy. We didn't do it, but I think that was an awesome opportunity right there for Apple. So look, man, I know we're, other than Indo, I think we're pretty much trading a lot of the same stuff there. You made Tesla, Apple, AMD, Nvidia, and then right now Indo.
Yeah, I just scalped Nvidia as well. It was very, very clean. Look, there's only a couple of ways that I like to enter a trade. If you get support and resistance, great. If you get a trend break, that's the other way. And you don't really get a trend until you get more data. So it was a complete trend break right here. It just breaks the prior bar. You already get one green. It's pretty simple. VWAP is too close. So I was simply looking at the previous support level turning into resistance. The second it showed any resistance there, quick in and out on Nvidia, and then we'll look for the next opportunity there. I also have IBIT now breaking, any second now breaking the top. It's pretty much at the high. So a couple of cents, and this is going to break out the top on IBIT. I do like the long in here. We want that continuation play. It just doesn't, every time I look at it, it's right at this pre-market high, and I keep thinking it's going to go. So I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to take some, Obi likes the term take some inventory into it. So I'm going to get some in, see if it holds the breakout. Like, instead of taking the break in the trade, it's already closing and showing strengths up at the top. So I'm going to take a shot at it, giving into this like prior bar because we're in the uptrend, and then hold into this move into 60. If I see 60 end up being resistance, 105.5, I can scalp some out. I can always add on some dips, just a little more flexibility. Because I kept watching it go up, and it's like, it's going. It's like it wants to break this 60 level. Why not just get in some here in the low 90s and play it into the 60?
And we have a big tournament this weekend, and the coaches were going back and forth setting our pitching rotation. It's a good thing to have a lot of pitchers, and we have a lot.
You got to have, in a tournament, you got to have arms.
Tournament, yeah. So they can only pitch a certain amount. If you pitch more than 25 pitches in the first day, you can't pitch the second day. So there's lots of rules and all of that. But
which are good rules, man. To be honest, like there's a lot of coaches out there that don't care about that kid's health. They just want to win first. And ultimately, I have so much respect for coaches that are willing to put the kids before winning, because it's about their future. Well, I'm just, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, man. No,
I've known. There was a kid. I played with a kid who was like, he had to have surgery before he was like 15 years old, and I remember when he played for the city, like he was the only kid that was snapping like a ridiculous curveball, and he did great stuff, and it was just he got abused because he was so far ahead of everybody else, and it was just. It pissed you off if you watched him growing up, because they just had this guy throwing pretty much every single game because he had a rubber arm. I'm like, you don't have a rubber arm. He's just young, and you blew him out. Anyways, neither here nor there. I could ramble about that for a long time.
No, I appreciate that, because I have the same thought there, and I manage a lot of kids every week, and they're rep pitchers too. Like they're amazing. Some of these kids. I have 12-year-old kids that are throwing 70 plus. So you got to be careful with nasty stuff as well. The Hyde Park 12 rep team may go to Little League World Series. So we're seeing everybody in Pennsylvania. All right, let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Hearing really interesting here during this Fed Chair Powell testimony. Basically, he's being grilled on the fact that other Feds, including Feds Waller, who they named, but also Feds Bowman, are suggesting that rate cuts could actually be earlier in July. Fed Chair Powell says he's not going to comment on statements made by other Fed members, but it is interesting. It is worth noting again that 2 Fed speakers within the past week have suggested they're very comfortable with rates potentially being lowered as early as July, or the July meeting anyway, should inflation continue to suggest that could be the case. Here's the IWM. Nice little bounce here off this double bottom around 212.4, or I guess $212.40. Right now, about $1 off that point. Let's see if it can break out of this resistance around 213 halves and break out of that pre-market high. Interesting look there for the IWM. Here's DFDV, DeFi Development, with an interesting catalyst announcing that they have a strategic validator partnership with the dog with hat community. So crypto name on watch here, DFDV. Then we have CREV, this one giving up some of this move. Could not find a catalyst here for Carbon Revolution Public, but keep an eye on CREV, just under 2 million shares, I believe 1.84 million share float. Last but not least, Resolve AI, RZLV, trading about 27 RVOL. So lots of interest in this name as of late. Yesterday announced that it will join the Russell 2000 and 3000 indices, about a $650 million market cap for this one. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate you. We just, like I said, I was going to take inventory into 60 instead of a 60 break. Hey, that ended up being a good pivot because IBIT broke out at the 90 level and then pulled back at 60. So now we scalp some into 60 and we can buy the dip back into the volume weighted average price as opposed to, I just feel like the false break, sometimes the way to go, like go, if it seems like it's going to break out and it's trending up, get long into the big level, play some out, and then if it fails the big level, you can always buy the dip, see if it can't hold on to. I mean, in this particular case, it'll be VWAP, but I mean, you can have something else in there. Maybe it's a prior bar low, whatever, sort of whatever floats your boat in that particular situation. So that's going to end up working, hopefully. I mean, the breakout, the dip buy, we'll see what happens, but getting it at 90 into 60 made a heck of a lot more sense. Indo's still not really doing much of anything. I'm just going to flash quickly over. I'm not sitting on the bid because VWAP's a moving target. It was at 135. Now it's at 135.5. But suffice to say, if AMD gets to the volume weighted average price, I want to play the long into that. Look, everybody, we had Mitch on talking a little bit about Trade the Pool, and now they've got something new. It's a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the charts. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75K in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you tools, and it gives you the capital to go further. Shout out to Mitch for coming on, sharing his ideas. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Shout out to Michael P. in there with his 75K. Let's go back up to Adara at the desk.
Some Fed dovishness, or sorry, not dovishness, hawkishness coming from both Powell and Fed's Hammock, who's talking at the same time. Fed's Hammock saying that progress on inflation has been, quote, very slow, and that she thinks we need to wait a little bit here for watching, quote unquote, before rate cuts. Then we had Fed Chair Powell here again responding to a couple of Feds, including Bowman and Waller, suggesting cuts as early as July. Fed Chair Powell saying in this testimony to Congress that the majority of the Fed feels it appropriate to wait for cuts later this year. Just keep an eye on the market. Again, Fed Chair Powell really dashing any hopes of a July cut as of right now. Back to you.
Yeah, boo you on Powell. Look what's happening right here for Uber, guys. We wrote down 88.50 there for Uber, and I just looking back at certain things, and it's just like, why do we not have that trade? I mean, here's Uber at 88.50 on the sticky note there today. Look. I mean, it's literally the low of the whole day is 88.50, and it came 3 times. The first time was the break, the second time was that reload, the third time was that reload, and now it's $2 in the money. So that's a face slapper there if you followed on Uber. We've basically cleaned out of NVIDIA. We had less than 5% up there. We got another piece out. We have now less than 2% of AMD coming back into 136. We'll stay away from the reload here until we get even lower. I mean, Powell is now obviously speaking, so as Adair has dropped us some of those words, we're just going to have to be careful with what we think is going to happen now. I'm going to get out some more of NVIDIA right now. I'm happy sitting on our hands. I mean, we did miss that. We missed the Uber trade, but at least we talked about it. All I'm doing, and I talk about this with Obi because we're trying to build, obviously, something, as we all are, something bigger and better, and that is to up our shares, make sure that, our trades are the right ones, and even if you miss them, it's fine. It's just, there's always tomorrow. Like, whatever you make or lose today, you can double or triple that tomorrow. just with similar plays. You just need to be on them. So as long as I can look down and say, okay, Apple didn't work, we got out when it didn't work. Uber, we missed it. But it worked, so that's great. AMD, Tesla, Tesla didn't hit for us, so we didn't have to worry about Tesla, right? I mean, when this is coming into 350, I know Neil's tried it, but it's quickly out. That would have been an in and an out play as well, right there on Tesla. Look at Tesla right now. Wow, getting absolutely
It's
punked.
still going down.
And then the other
You gotta
trade,
stay away from
yeah,
that.
I'm going to stay away from that for sure. The other trade that I'm looking at is Amazon. If Amazon, this is another name. I thought I wrote it down on here. Yeah, I did. 213 long break if that comes through. Now, it doesn't look like right now Amazon wants to do that, so we're going to wait to see if it goes through. But if it does, I'm taking it, and I'm going also long down here at 212. So if Amazon flips up a little bit or slips up and comes back into 212, I'm bidding 212, sorry, oh my God, I'm bidding 202.15. I need to be bidding 212. I'm like, what? Okay, so I did it again. 212.15. Okay, we're going to be bidding something there on Amazon. Hoping that can come in, and then we'll just play it off 212. We'll give it a little bit of room there. Or I still have a break of 213. If we could break 213, I think that's a go. We'll wait to see what happens at view up. I don't necessarily want this. Wow. Look at the market really falling back in a little bit here.
Tesla 340.
Yeah, and by the way, as Tesla's, we'll look at that in a second. As Tesla's going down, NVIDIA's going up right now. So I think we'll exit out of some of this NVIDIA for $1, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening here, because the tech names that are busting out are these ones, chip names, right? So Marvell's going upside. Also, you mentioned Intel before. I don't know if you got into
Intel is strong as well. I mean, Broadcom's another super strong one.
Intel so much.
I didn't really, it was a crazy fly. I'll get that fly eventually.
I noticed that fly around.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a big sucker.
Get that outta here.
Broadcom was another really strong one. It was SMCI that wasn't really doing much of anything.
Okay.
Shout out to you, JT, Trader JT. Hey, we know what JT. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, Canadian dollars, maybe it is. All right. Hi, everyone. I discovered this channel right before the COVID lockdown and have been following ever since. You guys have been a tremendous help in my trading journey. It's truly life-changing for me. Well, we appreciate you, and thank you for the super chat. And we did miss a few super chats. I know sometimes when you're looking for ideas and you're trading, it is easy to miss some of those. And apologies to we have Mark the Realtor was messaging about MSTR a couple of times. Coinbase sympathy play. We did get to Anthony there. I want to thank you all. All we want is, hey, be here, enjoy the show, learn something, get better, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and share it with the community, because we're all stronger together, everybody. So hit the like, subscribe. I think MSTR, I prefer Coinbase and IBIT, but on a day where they're all rallying, it's not as if you can go wrong. So congratulations if you got long in MSTR. I liked IBIT today. We're playing this breakout. See if we can't get past 60 again. That's like 105.5. It's not really like a gigantic level round number or so, but it is respecting this here for now on IBIT. Let's go to Adara.
Here is our crypto update. We're going to start here with this bull flag on BTC in the 15 minutes. This is near term. As you can see here, higher lows versus the 98 low that we made on Sunday, then a higher low around 99,000. Now we're, of course, back above 100,000 and doing this nice little curl at the top of this above that 106,000 level, though notably a lower high than this most recent push into 106 halves. But a little bit of consolidation. Let's see if we break to the upside in this pattern. It does end up being the bull flag that right now it seems to be. But with that being said, when in doubt, zoom out. The daily chart on BTC still looking a little bit bearish here with these lower highs and lower lows from that all-time high of 112,000. Here's BTC, though, up if you're using the Binance chart here, because certain data starts at certain times for Bitcoin. Regardless, up about 3.5%. Ethereum doing quite well, back above 2,400, up 7%. It's a good look for ETH. XRP up 9%. Solana up 7%. Dogecoin up 6%. Cardano up 7%. So some of these altcoins or other entities doing a little bit better than BTC today. Ethereum among them. Back to you.
Well,
Yeah.
MSTR's chart was like way better than I realized when I looked at it, because I was over on IBIT. So it's worth showing, and thank you for the super chat. It is going a little bit parabolic just now through 380. We already showed you guys Coinbase here. That's holding a bull flag while MSTR is making another move up. I did take another leg out on IBIT. It's now holding under that 60 level. We got the dip after the initial break of the range. It dipped back in and held that prior bar. At this point, it just needs to hold on to the volume-weighted average price or so, but it's kind of leveling off. You saw that on Coinbase. You saw that on you see that on iBit happening as well, despite the fact that MSTR is going higher. So AMD doesn't technically get to VWAP, but remember, VWAP is a line on a chart. It's not. You don't have to be married to it. It did a bit of a bottoming tail under 136 and then broke the next bar up. So I went long. When it broke that, I ended up with 29s, even though that bar is like 22s. Not much slippage or anything, just when we hit the key. Probably could have got a little bit better. I want to see this play back into 138, those highs. On the daily chart, there really isn't much until you get to 144, 145 on AMD. So I think playing every single even dollar just makes sense until you get to something significant. So VWAP bounce-ish on AMD, trend reversal. I'm going to get an offer in front of the 137 level. For sure. And my goodness, Tesla. I said, well, 341. It's at 340 and still heading down. There's just not much positive about Tesla right now. Looks like that maybe bigger deal than we anticipated with regards to the investigation. One day, and it's only given back 2%, so I don't want to get like all doom and gloom or anything. Like the stock was at $325 yesterday, still $15 above some key levels, but not looking very good for Tesla. Glad I got away from this one.
Yeah, good look there. Same there on Apple. I love Tesla. Okay, so SPY. Let's check out some QBTS here just to see if there's anything going on in the quantum space. We talked about 15 being a long. It came in and gave you a couple pennies there. Nothing like super exciting here about this play, but 15 did come in up to 15. We'll see if there's any sort of a playoff of this level here for QBTS. Rigetti, you have a quick check over there. It's right now 10:35. So yeah, there could be some more plays trying to come through. 1 second, I just got to auto cancel some of those trades because I have to make sure that we watch out for that Amazon. Okay, so Rigetti right now 1150, 1153, starting to go higher. Just right now breaking. So there it is right now. Let's hit the siren up for Rigetti. We're right now $3, actually $3.50 in the money right now with AMD and with NVIDIA. So we're going to let those chip names sort of just continue to cook a little bit there and look for something else. As we zoom back out on Rigetti, yeah, so this looks like it wants to break, right? I mean, on the daily, you're here. Maybe you got to get a little bit higher than $12 or so. That's 1165. Yeah, I mean, I like it because it's breaking through the high of the day, but there is some more support, resistance up here anyways. So there's definitely, some sort of a move there possible on Rigetti because we're talking about quantum. Google 167, that's doing okay today as well, up that 1%. Good dip by opportunities. Wow, this looks kind of unique. Bottom, but all these bottoms are higher than the past. So maybe we will wait to see about VWAP of 166.50, looking pretty good there for Google. We do have BBAI as well. That's had a problem at 490, so we'll wait to see where it's going now. But Big Bear AI up to 490 was the high, and now a little bit of a fallback. We just bounced off VWAP. We've seen this name many times make these moves and come back in, even breaking through VWAP. So this is a momentum play, and I missed. We put down 440 as the break. I mean, we talk about, missing trades and not being on them, but right there we have BBAI 440, just wasn't there, right? We were on AMD, we were on looking at Tesla, we were looking at Apple as well. But at the end of the day, Big Bear AI trying to do that. We did get filled in our personal account on JP Morgan. We talked about that. So that's going up to the upside as well. But yeah, so far so good, man. New members, what's up to David Treziak here? We have we have another super chat from JT. At first it was tough to follow trades, yeah, for sure. But over time I learned to trade the way it suits your own style. Nobody here trades the same style, period. So I think that's great. Risk tolerance, I managed to double my portfolio last year, beating everybody here, man, with some unrealized P&L on the table. Congratulations. We're obviously on a prop floor, so we don't have a portfolio per se, but if you're ever doubling anything, man, that's a great time. So congratulations on that as well. And here comes JT Trader again with a Hyundai right there. So thank you so much to JT Trader again. That is now $200 right there. Thank you so much for that. I just started taking profits on some bigger trades From the liberation dip. Okay, well, there you go. Well, you've been liberated. And I just want to thank everybody behind the show, especially Sean and Neil. Thank you so much. You truly changed my life, and it's incredibly grateful. Thank you. So you are more than welcome. This show has changed my life and made me a 10 times better trader. So I want to thank all of you for that. David, you can never forget, I'm not just talking about the high numbers there, but thank you so much, JT, man. That $200 means a lot to us. We'll get something for the team. Thoughts on if quantum ETF stabilize the volatility of the names like the Swift moves? Thoughts on if quantum ETF stabilize? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really look at, I mean, the quantum ETFs, there's a couple different ones, what, QUTM, I believe. I think you want to stick with the names, especially the names that are working. So like if you're seeing Rigetti today up 7% and QBTS is down or whatever it is, you just want to stick with the names that seem to be working. And I just think momentum is so key, right? You're seeing it in AMD. I mean, this is why AMD has changed lives over the last couple months. It's been huge against what NVIDIA's been not doing too much. So you want to trade the names that have the momentum. It looks like IonQ may have that as well. But anyways, okay. I think we got to go to Neil for a read.
Well, one place to look for momentum is with a good charting platform. And something like eSignal, which, by the way, everybody, it's still free for a month. They're waiving fees over at eSignal. It's a fantastic place where you can test all of your ideas out, whether it's finding new indicators, whether it's back testing existing trading ideas, whether it's executing trades through multiple brokers. It's a customizable, reliable platform that we use every single day here. And whatever your style is, they have something for you. It's an entitlement-based platform, meaning you can add or subtract what you need or what you don't need. You can have level 2 access, so you can see the actual open book, multiple time frames. So if you want to trade, as we say, if you want to trade smarter, not harder, eSignal is for you. First month free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Link is in the description. Shout out to eSignal. And let's go back to the desk at Era.
All right, so to let you guys know here, SMCI, nice push to the upside. This just popped up on my scanner here with the push to the volume at the upside. They're raising $2 billion via private convertible debt with 35% conversion premium. This was announced yesterday. Of course, the stock dropped yesterday on this raise, but now bouncing back pretty nicely. Super micro. Also, just be aware, right now, the person asking Jerome Powell questions is actually, I guess, the chair of crypto and AI, or digital assets and AI, for this Congress committee. So just be aware. Digital asset related individual asking questions. Right now, nothing huge has come up from Powell's responses, but just be aware this is occurring. Back to you.
Yeah, good to know. So if I see any spikes, maybe he says. But I mean, does it really matter what he says about crypto? What's he going to say that's going to move the needle? I don't know, and I'm not going to speculate on it. For now, it's still up. Bitcoin, at least, or IBIT, is still upward trending. But there's been multiple fails at $60 here on IBIT. A couple of wicks. This is going to be, knock on wood, this would be the first close of a candle above 60, which would set hopefully a new range where you can buy out and about above the top. I think it's got room to 60.40 is the next stop here on IBIT in particular. 105.5 just proving to be a bit of a problem, but it's certainly holding the trend as far as I can see. And in the space, you got to give some respect to some other names out here. Robinhood, we showed Coinbase, MSTR, shout out to those that have been following along on that trade, that's gone parabolic. Robinhood with the new 52-week high, saw someone in the chat say all-time highs for Robinhood. Still got $4 to go. I believe the all-time high is a little closer to 85, but a fantastic move. You're just pick and grip something in the space, and I think you are looking all right. As far as Circle, I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more with Circle, but look, Circle's not participating in this move. Unfortunately, the exuberance possibly coming out of it. It hasn't lost a bid. It's just not really breaking out at all with the rest of the crypto space. So go chips, go crypto. For anyone long Circle, I really hope it works for you. I'm just not really seeing any reason to jump into this name. No big parabolic move down to revert, no breakouts. Just kind of a weak day overall for Circle, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's always going to be.
CoreWeave's strong.
We talked about Circle giving some up, so Circle gets the square again today. All right, so there goes Big Bear AI.
Oh my God.
Another huge move, up 17% again, right there. Powell talking about banking and crypto sector, of course. Again, we've already gotten out of some of our JP Morgan here today as well, up to from 230 to 281, man. We couldn't be happier with our JP Morgan trading. But that was a good one there. So nice move upside. I mean, it's too bad that we had to hold that against ourselves. Should have bought a little bit more. We also talked about today getting into some oil trades. So right into there in August. I said that oil possibly had at least looked like, and I don't know, it's not really moving back up, a potential bottom here in and around 65, 64.50 or so. So we'll watch out to see what oil's doing. It's been moving down. We had a big volume spike. That's yesterday. As you come in, there's the open here today, 66.50. Does get back up there. It is making a move down. There's our 64.80. I think we're pretty close maybe to a bottom there in crude. But of course, very, very news centered. Again, thank you so much, JT, Trader JT, in the chat for all of your super chats. It means a lot to all of us here. So let's go over to Adara.
Just so you guys know, right now, Powell's saying that rental inflation is apparently coming down regularly. So just, I guess, one aspect of inflation and watch here. Also on watch this whole market mostly to the upside. Technology services, Oracle up a cool 3%. Netflix up 1.5%. Google and Meta both strong. Microsoft a little bit choppy here. Again, Xbox layoffs apparently coming next week, according to Bloomberg. But generally, this technology services sector holding up really well. Electronic technology, with the exception of Apple, and oddly enough, some of these defense plays like RTX looking pretty good as well. NVIDIA and Broadcom both nicely to the upside, so keep an eye on these chips. Finance pretty green. Retail trade, Amazon really holding down the fort, but some of these other names pretty weak. Health technology looking decent. Consumer services with lots of strength. Of course, keep an eye on some of these cruise lines. This is going to be RCL, up 3% after Carnival reported earnings this morning. Producer manufacturing, transportation, process industries, utilities all strong. Consumer durables actually notably a red spot. Tesla dragging this group down, though a lot of these other names, as you can see, are actually green. And then we have energy and minerals to the downside, of course, after the ceasefire announcement between Israel and Iran. So generally, regardless of how you slice it, these sectors are going to be pretty green. Back to you.
Yeah, CCL, 10% for
I was wondering
CCL.
about what tie he was wearing there. I was trying.
Wow, what's he?
Looks
I
purple
can't
again
tell.
to me. This guy's loving
Is that purple? Yeah, it's purple.
Laurier purple over there. All right. All right. Yeah, it looks like purple to me. All right, go ahead. Yeah, I'm kind of just doing the same old stuff, man. We're now $1.20 in the money on NVIDIA and $2.20 in the money on AMD, and looking for $5 break on Big Bear AI. I mean, if this happens, the other trade was, I don't know, it's just, I didn't take any of these top breaks. It has to break an even dollar level. I'm not even in love. Oh, okay. Why didn't I get, okay, 212.25. Okay, too bad. Still waiting for a 213 break to happen here on Amazon. I'm not sure it's going to be a great trade. We only have 10 minutes now until I'm out of here, but here comes Amazon right now looking to break through 213. If it does break, which it's close, I mean, why wouldn't it break? Why don't we just use this 50 area? I mean, we could go all the way back. How many shares am I trying to do? Okay. So yeah, maybe we should only lose if we lose a 212.50 or so. So let's watch out, man. We were right back up to this high again. We're going long on a break of Amazon. It's on the sticky note. I want to try it. Look, we ignored our sticky note levels on Uber, and they would be 250 in the money right now. So we should take it and just see what winds up happening. There's Amazon right now. Again, we never get good fills, but that's okay. 04s, we'll wait to see. I see an 02 right there still. But so that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you get that break, and then they just sit there on the level and bring this thing back down to sort of test what your tolerance is here for an L. So let's wait to see what happens there. This is what, we've already coined this, sort of the break and fake. So right there, that's what's happening right now. Breaking above 212. We're out of the set money now, 20 cents on this trade. Not great, but we'll hold it. I still believe in it. AMD is now $3 in the money and trying to go higher right now. So is NVIDIA, but Amazon is our newest position and our biggest position. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Here's a little bit of a move down. Let's buy some of this dip there and then see if it can get back to the upside. So we just bought some right there. It looks like it's going.
Yeah, and we already mentioned, IBIT's coming back. It's weird, man. IBIT's coming back down at the exact same moment that AMD's going back up. But the chips are doing their own thing, so fair enough. 137 incoming on AMD. I don't want it rejecting the same top that it did on this move here at 137.5. So I'm going to slap a trail if it can close above 137. I'll slap a trail on it. Otherwise, I'll be watching the book. But IBIT just now, when everything seemed like we were going right back through the highs. I mean, the Nasdaq is. So I don't want to say anything bad about the market. It's trying to break out those highs. IBIT with a bit of a pullback. I'm not at the point yet that I want to be buying above the 60 level. but I don't want it to lose 60 and then wait around for VWAP. That'll be two separate trades. So I'm killing my stop, or sorry, canceling my stop. I'm canceling my stop underneath VWAP, and I'll trail it at 60 and reload at the volume weighted average price. Just want to continue to play the trend that we see over there. So AMD good, right now IBIT good. I mean, Indo's not really doing anything, just kind of sliding down like it was earlier. I still can't get a reload on the offer of that thing. But what I don't like, and I suppose you could just be shorting Tesla. I'll leave it at that. Tesla it looked like Tesla had just broken the trend. Anyways, it's right back into the lows. So Tesla looked like it had broken the trend. It's right back to the bottoms. I see you mentioning ARM, Appleless, Flash. I love ARM. I know ARM broke the 150 level. This was my dip buy. This is the only thing that I actually got in that April bottom, and it broke out the 150. So I'll slap a fail on myself because I'm pretty sure yesterday I said I would take this break at 150 on ARM, and then I plumb forgot about it because we were looking at every other chip name. That said, it didn't really give you the break. You had to take the dip back into 150. So it's not an excuse. It's just what happened. It gapped above the level, but that just means you should play the dip back into 150. But all the chip names are strong. Look, I'm not saying investing is easy, but you got to pick something that you like, and then when moves like this happen, hopefully something that you like gives you that dip, and then you're able to catch it. That's all. And if you get it on the way back up, what's wrong with, you can always get it when it's breaking back out or making higher lows, whatever. These all look pretty fantastic. Yeah, I mean, well, with the exception, not all of them, like SMCI is not the best looking chart in the world. That said, it's not like you could have lost if you bought that dip in April either, but they don't all look like Micron and AMD and ARM, but even SMCI, like it doesn't look like much. That's a 50% move from the lows. Those April bottoms, you need to buy something down there. And as long as you have something you're willing to dip buy in any downturn, I think you're absolutely fine. Just have some conviction in it. All right, AMD can't seem to get to 137.5. Kind of checking up at that 137. I'm just going to be tape watching this 137 break and see if there's enough strength in it the second time through. If not, I'll just pop out and wait for VWAP again.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like we may take, we'll stop a fail right now on Amazon. We're not out quite yet, but it is failing off of that. As the market comes back in, it's failing off that 213. So we could have taken it the other way as well. We were pretty bullish on the name. I've really liked Amazon here, but if it breaks through to 212.50, I do have some offers a little bit lower than that to get out on that kind of a break. It has not been trading well, and it's been 5 minutes of straight down. So there's the break and the fake, and now it's going to be bad. But we're right back in here, so we did average it in. We're long now at 86. It looks like this will be an L right here for us today. Sucks because we'll give obviously something back on what we've made here, but yeah, it is a downside push right now on Amazon. So here we go, starting to break a little bit lower through 212.47. Looking lower, I'm going to get out on this 212.40 break. That's where my stop was, so we're going to wait for that. Looks like it's imminent right now on that break lower. Looks like it'll be a 50-cent hit here on Amazon, which does suck, man. Eats into the profits that we had on the day. But we'll wait, see, still 10 cents away from that. So we're going to wait on it. But yeah, not great trade action right now on Amazon. NVIDIA upside, AMD upside. So all of those trades seem to be working out fine. It is just Amazon right now, the one that looks to go lower. And yeah, unfortunately, missed there on Amazon. So
yeah,
yeah, go ahead. No, I'm done. I was just waiting.
Well, you'll see. I'm no longer in IBIT. I'm no longer in AMD. I'll show you IBIT. I said it couldn't seem to get past that 60-10. Once it got back under 60, I would dip out and then see if it holds VWAP. I'm not going to just sit there on the bid at the volume weighted average price. I want to see it bounce first, try to get a consolidation and a better entry there. And then AMD, it tried to close above 137. Right, but it failed the 137 that second time, so we hopped out of it. I think we can if we get back into the volume weighted average price, maybe I take another shot in AMD. But that's scalp trade at this time of day makes sense. We got about 8 minutes to go till we throw you guys over to the Bash Brothers. But before we do that, maybe we should see how the U.S. dollar is doing with Adara.
Yeah, do this
or not. Yeah.
Put it very simply, the U.S. dollar is not doing particularly well. We gapped down here on the DXY. So you guys can see that nice gap down. Yesterday we closed around, where is this, like 90, it's 98.35. We opened today around 98.15, so a little bit of a gap down, but we have yet to take out this low that we had that recent support at around 97. Where is this? 97.6. So let's see what happens there. This dollar, though, is certainly pretty weak, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell actually saying that there's no need to be overly dramatic about the shift out of the dollar. So Powell here acknowledging people are shifting away from the dollar, but saying that there's no reason to, I guess, overthink it or make it to be more than it is. Fed's Hammock also talking here about the U.S. dollar. This is Fed's Hammock here saying that they're not seeing a move to abandon the dollar, but just a move to a more neutral weight. So Fed's Hammock commenting about the dollar, and Fed's Powell also saying that it's important for the Fed to wait and see, which is what they're doing. He also said that they're expecting tariff inflation to show up more at some point, but they don't know how much it's going to be passed to consumers. The CME FedWatch tool is not showing a change. Still, about 84% of participants are not expecting a cut or a raise at the next meeting in July. Back to you.
I just want to rant for a second.
Go.
Because here, I'm going to show you. Look, man, sometimes it's been a good morning, but I like to be self-deprecating. Uber's up 7% today. And you would have heard me say, and I said this multiple times. I'm going to pull up Tesla. I said this multiple times at each point when I took a swing trade on Tesla off 220. I have a long-term position on Tesla. That's a different story. But every point at which I got out of this, I took some out in front of the 200-period moving average. I got trailed out some when it broke down through 310. I'm going to get the rest out if we get a push into 420 or if we lose the 200-period moving average. Every single time, those other 2 times I sold, I said, I'm going to take that money and put it into Uber. I didn't. I hate cash on the sidelines, but when you have somewhere that you want profits to go, there we go. Shout out to Blue Ocean. Overnight markets are fantastic. Maybe you should just go ahead and do it. At every single point, that would have made sense. Uber's about to make a breakout. Okay, let's not jinx it here. Uber's about to get to the 52-week high and might do it here today, or at least attempt to get adjacent to it here today. So anyways, I don't want to chase anything at this time of day. Maybe there's a join that you can try to pull here on Uber. My focus is going to stay sort of where we are on AMD, IBIT, hopefully. Like AMD, if it pulls back, maybe we get VWAP again, although I don't know if VWAP looks as good if we put a lower high going into it. Maybe you break VWAP and pull back into 134 or 133 as well. As far as Bitcoin goes, we couldn't seem to break away too far. I don't know why is this not over here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't like the scaling. There we go. It doesn't pull back too far into the volume-weighted average price. I think it was a good trend break to get out, but it doesn't give me the dip to reload. I only want to be long IBIT today. Higher lows are working on this, so it's a name that I look to get back into, but I'm not going to try to chase this. It's 10:55. This is a time of the day where I think setups need to be more A+. Higher percentage, much more clean, especially as you're going into lunchtime. You don't want to give away the morning profits. So yeah, might have missed an opportunity to buy that dip again here in IBIT, but it doesn't mean I'm going to chase it up at this 60 level. We'll see if we can't get VWAP there, see if we can't get VWAP on AMD, and as everyone's talking about SMCI. SSR today, short sell restricted. Sometimes the bounces are even greater when that's the case. I mean, I'd say slap the fail on it, but I mean, I can't pretend that I was looking at SMCI over AMD or NVIDIA. That just wasn't the case. This gets much more exciting if it fills in the gap on SMCI. They had an offering yesterday, that's why they were down, and now a nice relief rally with the rest of the market. So good luck if you're long this name. You just had to pick your chip name. I think they're all good. You just had to make sure you pick one of them and then go for it.
We have.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We'll. I just want to talk quickly here because Uber. Again, I need to set up some sort of an algo that just takes whatever trades. If I'm not looking at them or not confident, just take whatever trades you write down. There's Uber 88.50. It's 91.60 right now. Talk about missed opportunities, something that we actually wrote down. BBAI 440 also. So crazy, but some of the trades work and some of them don't. We're going to go to Adara, then it's everyone's favorite segment.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
The game tonight.
All right, right here. Let's go find out what's for lunch just real quickly. Then we got to get out of here. I'm still shook from Uber. Today's lunch should be a good one. I mean, we've had this many times. As long as it's right, I think people will be happy. Black pepper beef with steamed jasmine rice, garlic bok choy, Asian slaw, and fortune cookies. I mean,
Fortune cookies.
Can't go wrong
That's the first.
with fortune cookies. So that's what we're doing right now. This trade on Uber, man, it's like so crazy that we missed it. Like we had this written down at 88.50, and it was, yes, my friend, this is what I'm trying to say. Sharif just getting back here, realizing what Uber is doing. There's 88.50. So we had that written down. There it goes. Uber upside. Look, man, we're long $66 or something like that. So this is a great move up for Uber. We were talking yesterday about possibly selling some of this because of how it looks on the daily chart. Probably will do that. We sold some JP Morgan today. I'm just upset because, we could have made, well, it doesn't matter. Whatever we could have made. We'll make it tomorrow. But nice move there on Uber. All right, AMD. This is why we can't be that upset. AMD is $3, right? NVIDIA adds another $1 to that as well. And then Amazon, we've lost on Amazon. And we lost small, we lost decent on Amazon. We lost small on Apple. But Apple, again, down to that $200 mark, comes right into Apple. And that might be something as well. But here's the market just trying to pull back a little bit into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. We have to watch out to see what happens today with the NASDAQ. But yeah, nicely traded, I feel like. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. I want to give one more shout out, of course, to JT Trader there. $100, talking about how, he's taking on his own trades now, and that he's learned a lot. He's been here since COVID. So thank you so much to JT Trader there for your $200 in Super Chats. And it's Canadian, so I wonder, you let us know what part
where you from?
of Canada or you're from or living in right now or whatever, if you do want to include that. Thank you so much, Cal Mando, right there. I do appreciate you as well. So, all right, so here we go, man. Here comes Amazon right back into 212 again. So, yeah, the market taking a nice little dump here for sure.
Yeah, before we send you guys to the middays, again, thank you, JT. Appreciate you. Canadians are doing pretty well. Although I forgot to make a note about the new NBA champions that I'll say in a quick little second. But I got to go market first because something's going on here in Palantir, and I'm going to take a breakout on okay, I don't want to jinx this, but I'm taking a 142.25 break on Palantir. Somebody's maybe in control at 142. That's now 3 days in a row we've had a wick top at 142. But what I like about the potential breakout, yesterday you rinsed the bottom, so you might have gotten anybody that was out long in this range. There's some of them might have got taken out when it broke 137 and really rinsed that bottom. And you put another rinse bottom at a higher low. Like, look at the reversal candle at the open. That's like $5 down, right back up on Palantir. So if it consolidates up here, I want a 142.25 break on PLTR. Maybe you trap some shorts. You've certainly rinsed out some of those longs. But I wanted to shout out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is not only the NBA champion and Canadian, but both of his parents, both his mother and father, were born in the beautiful island of Antigua. And one of them was a track champion for 400. His mom was a 400-meter runner for Antigua. Antigua of 100,000 people, breeding athletes. Not myself, but certainly others. And of course, Dort is also a Canadian as well, who played just north of who. Well,
every major sport, all the MVPs in the playoffs are from Canada.
Except for NFL.
We have there's not really a playoff MVP in the NFL. There's Freddie, there isn't one actually at all, but there's Freddie Freeman, Canadian, Shai, and Sam Bennett there. So Canada taking over the sports world right there. And then we have that one soccer player, I forget his name, we played for Bayern. What's his name? Alphonso Davies. I don't know. Is he any good still? Yeah, there you go. So,
he's maybe not at the level of the other guys.
Oh, shoot, I got to go. It's swimming time. All right. Thank you, everybody. See you later over to the
Get him, Bash Brothers. Yeah, earn that donut.
Welcome. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, who's in a good mood. Are we flipping? That's the way it is now, SSC. No, huh? We're on that side, they're on that side. I like it. It gives us some character over here. Where are the people, YouTube? Oh. We are waiting. Pretty Girl K, spy, please. I don't trade the spy. Shout out to Ronaldo, Yannick, May, Anish, Vern, Juan, Miggy. We got Stuart. We got DTWD Medical, Jake, Jose, the Roaring Griffin, Dinkelberg, and Marius Colossus. We got Hossman. We got Daily Day Trade. Shout out to Daily Day Trade. We got All Class Adam DeLuce, baby. We got Jacques and Sonny Littletree, Rajesh Mijani. We got Trump's Tariff Slump, TTS, Westgate, Ostentations, Dang Productions. We got Cosmic Consciousness, as well as Northwest Sasquatch, as opposed to, you know, the Southeastern Yeti. Wouldn't that kind of be the opposite of the Northwestern Sasquatch? Fact check me, chat. We got Bob the Dog. We got Emma, Nephew, the capital P, Jarhead Trader, CC, Roger Noonan, Ayo Lewis. Ayo. We got Cajun Trader, Mr. Ian, Farm Trader, Change It Back. Bring it back. Grey Worm. We got DJ 2AM and Jarhead Trader as well. Emma. Who else? Sally. Kevin. Paul. One more, Joseph.
One more.
Samuel Wambua. My man, I probably butchered your last name, but I get maybe an F for effort or E for effort. What do they say? What are they saying these days?
Effort, the participation trophy. No one wants those anymore. I don't know why they're giving them out.
I know, right?
The participation trophy.
Generation of participation trophy recipients.
Yeah.
Generation.
Apparently. Congratulations, guys. It's actually, I shouldn't say that, because in trading we have to get comfortable with losing.
Absolutely.
But in the world of sports, have that iron mind and just stick.
I love it.
And that's it, dude. Winners only, members only. For those who know about that little XX Tentacion documentary that I watched the other day. Very, very interesting. Enough of that talk, guys.
Hey.
What do we got going on? Screen, IBIT, breakout, 60-30. That is going to be the primary target here. I obviously had to take a look at the options chain. With that being said, guys, we've got a lot to talk about, obviously, today. And it's going to be an intriguing one. Maybe we can get this ball rolling here on Bitcoin. We got that breakout, some selling. But now I have to be a little bit patient. Rough start to the morning. That's fine. We're putting on shares here. And that's the objective of this game. You can put on losers. Full disclosure, started 0 for 4, but if I were to close this out right now, that is going to take away over 50% of my losses, and that's just on one trade. At 60-63, if we have the ability to be Iron Mike, Deontay Wilder, and Diamond Hands this, then maybe, just maybe, well, we most definitely will be green there, guys. But enough of that talk. Let's take a look at the options chain, because that is exactly what we do around these neck of the woods, guys. What do we got? Okay, so we got at 60, we have 23,000, larger than everything else we're seeing relative to the open interest, with the exception of that 61 strike price. What is that telling me? Maybe we get that magnet effect here in Bitcoin and we head towards that 61. If that's going to be the case here today, then we're going to be sitting on some pretty pennies. We're almost at our target. Take that big move, breakout. But one thing that I will always note, and when we are looking for these breakout trades, guys, we want the volume to start stepping in. It may sound like a broken record, but this is how operating trades works, all right? So if you're a breakout trader, whether you're looking for the downside or the top side, punching through key resistance zones, that's why the opening drive is so important, because it can tell you so much, and you get that volume and that momentum. That's what we got going on IBIT. Now trading at 60.15, that's a positive sign. If it's working, just let it work. Gorev, my guy, guess what?
What?
Who bought some Google last night? Your boy did. Why? Let's break it down here. We're going on a swing, but this beautiful hammer candle that we're seeing right now, especially after that data breach right there, guys, the passwords were kind of exposed. Not a good look with Google, but oversold. I don't think that's going to be sustained very long. That's why I'm looking to participate in this potential bounce. Nice hammer candle. We have an engulfing print, isolated volume signatures. This is exactly what we want to look for. And now we're starting to break out 167.55 on Google. That's my play here on this name, Sharif?
All right, I'm involved right now in my friend Pony. We'll see if it's my friend or not. Okay, well, we took a couple of prints, so, you know, it's at least in my decent books right now. PONY up 12.85%. You know, it's well off the highs. The high was 13 1/4. We come back into the volume weighted average price. A 2-candle hold up at VWAP gets me into the trade. We have a tight stop on this one. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Look, guys, I'm kind of displeased with the pickings today for the small cap gappers. Pickings are slim, so to speak. We're going to give this one the old community college try, or junior college try, as my man to the left always says. EYEN looking to be the #1 gapper right now on at least my scanner, to the tune of 64%, a little bit less, 915 high. Go, you want to go ahead?
No.
Okay.
Just there's nothing spectacular. Just a little pop. Google, that's what it is. Being led by the likes of Google. A nice breakout here, guys. Screen, please. There you go. So you can see we're punching through some resistance. Let's zoom out and hop on the 5-minute time frame. I took a couple stabs on that. We'll break down my trades later, but we started to form that ascending wedge. I had really tight risk, and I was putting on sides. Unfortunately, I didn't want to give it another opportunity. It did work out, but I took my stabs, and that's all I can really say. But we'll break that trade down here momentarily.
Yeah, stab that away, Joseph. Make sure a lot of holes in that chest right there. No, I'm kidding.
No,
That was
we
graphic.
don't. Yeah, very.
All right. EYEN 915 high. This is going to be the setup it looks like right now. Even when it did lose VWAP, it seemed to have found support at the 20 exponential. It could be that or the $0.50, double bottom at the $0.50. Since that time, though, since that low that we put in at around 10:30, there's one candle that's red on the 5-minute chart, and that would be the 1050 AM candle there. So it looks like we're about to break 915. I was waiting for something around a 10 exponential. It looks like it bull flagged here. And maybe continuing into another bull flag without me. I'm going to see what it does with 9. It's zigging and zagging right now, a little above 9, a little bit below. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. EYEN is the ticker I'm talking about. There's more. There's, again, guys, the pickings are slim a little bit today, but the AMRN about 27% in Greensville, 1711 high, dipping $1 lower now into 1612. I'm likely a buyer between 15 mid-80s to 16 bucks, just given that the volume weighted average price is there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one, and we're going to send you to Adara, and we'll talk more when we get back.
Yes, Sharif, let's talk here about this market. We do have Financial Times reporting that the EU is preparing some retaliatory tariffs to push for a better deal with Trump, with a senior official warning that the EU must make a credible threat of retaliation if they actually want to have a position within the talks. We also have Fed Chair Powell saying that he's not going to point to a particular month when it comes to when he thinks rates should be cut. So he's contrasting comments from Fed's Bowman and Fed's Waller, suggesting they're both comfortable with lowering rates as soon as the July meeting, should the inflation and data continue to support that. He also said that if it turns out inflation pressures are contained, they'll get to a place where they can cut rates, but he is not telling anyone any timeline beyond. We know that they're expecting sometime later this year. Does not seem like he's a fan of the July cut idea. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Just got into a big bear AI position. Got in at 90s. Look, I got to tell you, I don't have a good feeling about today because just the setups, the quality. I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe I'll change my tune in a little bit, but we'll keep an eye out on that. So again, AMRN just came into the volume weighted average price, or close to the volume weighted average price, up 25% and change. Still north of that level, though, printing 16 1/3. We'll keep tabs on that. RZ or RZ, LV, shout out to my Americans there, just got to VWAP 260 or thereabouts. It's a 286 high. We do have prior area support at this VWAP level. Take a gander at the consolidation low of this bull flag, right? We have that big move up, then we have that consolidation, then we have a move up again. So bull flag continuation. Looks like the level there was around 2 high 50s, maybe 60s, give or take something in and around that level. I'm going to keep tabs on that one as well, looking at weaseling into that one. LCTX. This one, very lightly traded, and it is spready for a dollar name. It's $1.13, mind you. So very cheap. It shouldn't be it should not have the spread that it has, but alas, it's suffering from a lack of liquidity, so it will be a little bit of a spready one. Oh, JF Trader coming in again with cash, and Canadian cash, might I add. JF Trader, thank you very much, my man, for the $50 super chat. I live in Vancouver, Joseph.
Oh, let's go.
Waking up at 5 a.m. for the show was not easy at the beginning. Ha ha ha. I've gotten used to it now, and it's all worth it. Was typing up this message when Sean asked where I'm located, and then the stream got transferred. No worries, my man. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very kind of you, JF Trader, a fellow Canadian. I personally do not like trading from the West. When I visit my sister-in-law in California, you got to get up 3 hours. 6:30 is when the bell rings, and obviously you're not going to get up when the bell rings, right? You got to get up a little bit before that.
Hey, man.
I find that harder. Now, when I go to Egypt, I go east. I find it way easier because you're done your day there. Then the market opens here, so you're all good to go.
So there you go. Well, as they say, Sharif,
yes, sir.
The early bird
gets the dang worm.
Dang. So there you go. Shout out to Vancouver. I have family in West Van, so shout out to Bowen Island and Horseshoe Bay because I know that I'm a little familiar with those neck of the woods there. And I actually rode Cypress on my own, which was very, very fun. And I'll be honest, I kind of chickened out going to the very peak of the mountain because I was on my own, and I'm like, it was above the clouds, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna pass on that and just ride the rest of the mountain. We'll figure that out when somewhat later, guys. But let's go. We're gonna be sitting in this grind. The thing, it's gonna be tough because I know we're gonna experience a hefty pullback, especially if this volume profile doesn't start to pick up. Then we're gonna experience a pullback probably, especially considering the market's relatively choppy. Amazon is breaking out, so shout out to Amazon. That took a while to get going. And there you go. As I'm explaining it, I had that feeling, just due to the way the price was moving, that we were going to get a pullback. Hopefully it's not too deep and comes all the way back to the volume weighted average price, because that will not be a good time considering how I've aggressively sized into this position. As you guys know, I tend to do. So yeah, let's see what we can get going. A move all the way up to 60.30 is the game plan. Let's see if we can hold on to this, but a pullback to VWAP will not be too good for our boy over here. But Amazon, looking really, really nice here, guys. Breaking out, heading towards the high of the day, holding this base here, so you can see we're forming that double bottom. So that's a positive signal right here, and I think at this pace, we are going to head towards that high of the day, so keep an eye out on that one. But I also wanted to break down IBIT. We're running into Friday's high, and then now you can see we're slightly starting to reject it. Not Friday's high, sorry, but a consolidation zone from Friday's session. Let's pull this up on the 15-minute, and you can see it displayed. So we're knocking right on the door of this pre-market zone right here. So let's see if we can break through that. With that being said, it's the same narrative, guys. If we want to break through key resistance and key support levels, then we're going to need that volume and more participants to step in order to do so. So again, nothing outstanding from an open interest. We can most definitely absorb what we got at 60 and 61 and head north, but we have to be patient, see if participants want to step in, break through this key zone, and then that's when you can take that next step and that next level higher there, Sharif.
All right, man. We're just trying to work our...
I haven't done any executions yet, Assassino. That's why you don't see my position, but okay, yeah. I'll do so.
People want to know, Joseph. All right. It's like pressure, right? All right. I've just weaseled into EYEN over here. This one is really breaking out. It just took out the high of the day. Again, we're long at 28s. I didn't get the fill that I wanted in the single digits. That's why you're going to continue to see that unfilled print there. That is that aqua line, turquoise, whatever, at that level. Now, I don't mind building into this position. I'm in for a very small entry right here. I just got stopped at a pony for the last remaining amount. Now, I had shares on this one, so we're negative on the day to start here. I don't even need to look. I already know. So we're trying to do a little bit better, okay? So right now I'm working my way into EYEN, small shares to start, looking for that dip trade to trigger at 15s, but it's really going here. It's about to break out into 40s. So let's put a beak wetter at 45. That will be a test of the high of the day. Boom! To the high side. Too bad we don't have a lot of shares on this one. Full disclosure, guys, I'm never gonna inflate my positions. What's happening over there, Ram? So here we go. We just popped up into 67. 68 is the high of the day. I have my sell order at 69. We're printing mid-50s. Let this one zig and zag, but this one does look like it is on the warpath to the high side. EYEN, 75%. I think I mentioned this to you guys when it was in lower, I think it was like about 30-something. Boom, we're taking out all the levels of Adara. So now we're going to set up at 88s, and maybe when we get back from Adara, we'll have printed.
Sharif, hopefully those 88s hit Right now, just keep an eye on the market. We are hearing some reports from Reuters suggesting there could be a little bit more geopolitical turmoil, unfortunately. Reuters reporters saying that there is an explosion heard in the capital of Syria. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't have any more details on this, but just be aware here, some more explosions in Syria we're hearing right now. Also worth noting, I'll give you guys a quick Fed update. Oh, that's my bad. Hello, sorry, I cut myself off there. That was my bad. I had more to say. Fed Chair Jerome Powell right now being asked, I guess, what he thinks of the tariff policies. He said he's not going to talk about that unless or to the extent that it impacts inflation. It has been a very spicy time here with the Congress, if I do say so myself. Pretty entertaining stuff. Back to you.
Gary, yeah. So I'm assuming the missile or the explosions were heard in Damascus. I'm assuming because that is the capital of Syria. There's obviously Aleppo as well, as Joseph pointed out. Yeah, you don't like to hear that. I personally don't like to hear it, but yeah, if it influences the market, then we'll talk about it. But currently, it's not really having that kind of influence. Syria, not really known for oil. Or anything like that. Yeah, you're not going to get too much in the way of natural resources, at least anyway, from my understanding. Maybe fact check me, chat, from Syria.
Rubble, that's why. It's all rubble now.
Yeah, they've had a civil war for the better part of a decade and a half. Yeah, so it's not a good look. It's not a good look. They just they got rid of Al-Assad, though. And now there's that new guy that Donald met on his Middle Eastern trip there. All right, guys, so we got stopped at a pony, but we're doing it live right now on Big Bear AI. We're taking out levels. We just took out the high of the day there at 96s. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I've got Big Bear on at the moment. We've got EYEN. Big Bear a bit more of a bigger position than EYEN. A little disappointed with the fact that it didn't put in the full size on EYEN, but maybe we'll get an opportunity for the reload there. Alas, it still has not filled at 88. We were waiting for that. Best print I got right now is 69. It did move up into 84, hence why we did not get printed there. But so we'll keep an eye out on EYEN and Big Bear AI. Syria has plenty of oil, says the others. Are you sure about that, brother? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just still sitting in this trade here, guys. I added a little bit more just so you can also see the position. Nothing crazy, just a handful. To see if we can get this move up. That's going to be the primary target, 60-30. And I mentioned key resistance zones that we're going to have to break through in order to achieve that level. So got to be patient on this one. VWAP, I'm going to have to hop out of this trade, unfortunately, and take an ugly loss. But it is what it is. It is the game that we decided to play.
Oh.
DJ TM, no, you're the DJ 2AM. You're the man, my guy. I appreciate that. Much love as always, but yeah, let's see what we got going on. I was looking for Tesla today. I'll pull up my Tesla chart, and I got really aggressive just looking for the continuation in strength here this morning. So you can see we had some hammer candles, and I was punching size right here, and I took some hits on that. So risk profile extremely tight on this one, didn't work out. So I did go 0 for 2 on Tesla and 0 for 2 on Google. But it is what it is, right? Like you have to swing. If you're not going to hit those home runs if you don't swing at the ball, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. All right, so just keep that in mind, guys. As you get more comfortable, you'll be able to accept the fact that it's like, all right, you're checking off all these boxes. Tesla was strong yesterday, looking for the continuation in strength, and it just didn't happen, all right? So, again, I put myself in the right place. It does look like it's curling over now. I put myself in the right position. I put in the shares. It just didn't go, the bounce didn't go my way, and that's hockey, that's basketball. It's a game of bounces. So if you happen to be in the right place at the right time, obviously that comes with skill and practice, then things work out. I mean, if Tesla decided that it was going to climb higher today, then we would have been putting on some monster trades, but that just isn't the case yet, just yet. But I do believe that we can continue to climb. Maybe we'll get a program step in later on in the session, because I don't think it's just going to phase out like that. We had the robo-taxi start up on Sunday. We come into Monday, we're rolling, we're up 10% on the day, big time moves, and then sure enough, we're down a couple of percentage points here today. So nothing to worry about just yet. I do believe that we're going to continue this climb higher, and especially when my boy Danny many eyes is like, we could double in the span of 2 trading weeks. I like the sound of that. It's most definitely going to drag the market higher, and I'm going to look to participate. I mentioned this yesterday as well too before we send it back to Sharif. Is that okay? Yeah, we're going to look for the strength. It may not happen tomorrow, but if you keep your eyes on it throughout the week, I'm sure you're going to be able to catch a nice trade on Tesla. That is to the top side. If you're
All right, man. EYEN is really going here, guys. We're done our trade at 988, and this thing is absolutely flying to the high side. It's 10 and a quarter right now that it's zigging and zagging at. What's the high of the day? Pardon me. It is a 10 and a third, 1035 to be exact. Again, this is where I struggle the most, guys. Basically trying to determine whether these are micro pullbacks or whether there's going to be a wider retracement. So, there's going to have to be an element of DCAing into this because I don't anticipate being able to catch the exact bottom of the micro pullback. So let's watch right now as it zigs and zags with that high of the day. It's a 1035 high, so let's keep an eye out on this one. We're right back in this one right now with small share size again, so we're not going to take too big until it sets up in a better way. And I'm talking about like a 10 EMA reversal, something like that. Boom, boom. We're taking out all the levels right now. Let's set up at 88. Boom again, Joseph. Here we go. All right, EYEN right now, it is on the warpath, 1055 high a day. It's closing in on 100% right now. We were talking about this, I went at 30-something%. Keep your eye out on this one. We're at the third of a dollar, Joseph. It's having trouble with that $0.50, though. A seller, boom, of note to the high side. All right, EYEN, Joseph Wilson, doing its thing, 25. Get it.
Get it. Get it, Ian. Hey, Ian. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what we got going on, guys. We're still cooking up, holding on to this position here. You see the average price. We're kind of struggling, but come on, we need that volume to pick in. So where are all my Bitcoin bulls? See if we can crack through this 60-18 level, or 60-16, sorry, I should say. And then I think we're off to the races. We're going to start piecing some off at 20, but now we're starting to see us start to engulf. There we go. Where is the volume supporting it? Look at the size here now. We got 1,900 shares. We got 1,100 shares. We got 1,600. So some size coming in. They're on Bitcoin, and this is what we're looking for here, my brother. Yeah, let's go. And honestly, I didn't even get outside yesterday for a run. Totally gutted on that one. You like that gutted? That
Yeah. So gutted. English, bro. I love it.
Gutted.
Oh my days, gutted. This guy's full English right now.
I got the gift of the gab.
Yeah,
I got the gift of the gab. There's another one.
Another one. No, your boy ADL is going to be quite impressed.
Yeah. Where's ADL out here? All my friends across the pond. But let's go Bitcoin. Oh, there we go. We're punching through. Now we need the volume to support. What a big time engulfing candle. This is so much like. Honestly, I can't even. Everybody's so thankful, and I'm so thankful to be able to be a part of it. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but man, what a privilege to sit next to Sharif, sit on this floor with everybody here at Dara, Ramin, the production team, Assassino, Fabian, Neil, Obi. He's now not with us. He's in the back. Hello from the other side.
We have a moment of silence for Obi's desk back.
Yeah, he's switching, but he's not going anywhere. Trust us on that, guys. But let's go Bitcoin. Crack through this 1616 level. We're aiming for 1630. We've now added multiple occasions onto this trade. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go Bitcoin. All
right, guys. I'm still in my Big Bear AI position. We're done our EYEN trade, guys. We have a an inverse hammer candle currently forming on EYEN on the 5. I don't want to overstate this though, because it's been my observation that these topping tail inverse hammer candles, at least, anecdotally, I don't have the stats to back this up. They're not the end all and be all on these small cap gappers and the way they would be maybe if you saw them on a Google or an Apple or something else like that. So what I'm trying to keep my eye on right now is whether we're going to hold 10. So we got a topping tail ugly into 1075, and now we're trying to hold 10 for the moment. So I'm packing my patience over here, trying to decide what to do. Do I punch in at 10.05? Maybe give it to 9.95. We'll risk 10 pennies for a hold of 10. But it seems like the bid here is being lost, especially being preceded by that topping tail candle. Down we go below 10. Do we bounce right back up? Let's observe, right? No, we're dipping into the 80s, man. So let's see if we make a new low. So the prior candle low, 982. We're showing 90s right now. Are we going to break the prior candle low? We are going to break the prior candle low. Not by much. Do we catch a bid? Right? There's a lot of algos that base their exits on the break of prior candle low. And a lot of traders do that on the floor here. They'll put their stop at prior bar low. And a lot of traders are doing it. It stands to reason that the algorithms may have that incorporated as well. So let's see if we work right back above 10. I'm keeping my eye on this one. It's certainly the best looking small cap gapper inside market, at least over $1, because I really don't monitor these sub $1 ones unless my man Bovin in the chat brings it to me. Shout out to Bovin. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, Bovin. Where you been at, my man? Tag me, Bovin, if you're in the chat, because I don't think I saw you yesterday or towards the end of last week. So I'm keeping an eye on that. There is a new small cap gapper that has halted its way onto the scene right now. It goes by the ticker WFF. So this one, look, this is okay, so this candle here is wrong. This candle that you're seeing right there, that's not the high of the day. So we're going to go ahead. I don't want to remove that candle because it's going to screw everything up. But this topping tail candle right there, that is not correct. Let's flip to the 1. You do not see it on the 1. Okay? So this is incorrect right now. So, okay, well, once I updated it, it went away. Interesting. We are halted at 1172 on WFF. It's WF Holding. They are a fiberglass manufacturer. They produce stuff in Malaysia. They make tanks, pipes, ducts, gratings, and other custom-made FRP products. Fantastic. Let's find out more about the technicals. We got a float here. I'm seeing 240,000, so that's kind of crazy. Let me compare that to my other. I don't have it actually on my other one. Is this a recent? Oh, yeah, okay. So this one just started trading in late March 27th. It looks like it weaseled its way onto the scene. I don't know if it was an IPO or what, but WFF hasn't been with us for that long. In any event, halted 1172. Does it have a catalyst? I'm looking. Yeah, okay. Adara, you're gonna like this one. Look at the screen.
Oh, there you go.
Another one, because you and I were talking about this today. Everybody, a healthcare company. You were giving me the example of the healthcare company.
I'm going to talk about it. So even today, some small cap announced that they've entered into a partnership with Dog with Hat. Like, this is what they're doing now. All these small caps, and some of them, the Dog with Hat one was a crypto-related company, but a lot of these companies, they're not in crypto, and they're trying to start treasuries. Everybody wants to be Michael Saylor. That is why Sharif thought I would appreciate that. And I do, so thank you, Sharif, for bringing that to my attention. I have an infographic in the works about this, so at some point, hopefully it will be posted. There's a lot of the docket, including, guys, infographics for a lot of the earnings names this week, so stay tuned. BlackBerry and FedEx coming out very soon. I'll probably debut them on the show. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. So, yeah, this company that makes fiberglass products, Joseph, is absolutely the natural extension of making fiberglass products in Malaysia, ducts, pipes, is to obviously buy Bitcoin. If you can't make that connection, Joseph, something's wrong with you.
Well,
you know what I mean?
And didn't a car company, a small cap car company, start a Bitcoin reserve as well too yesterday?
Absolutely, and she was telling us about the healthcare company too, right?
So it's just like, hey, but that's the thing. Everyone's truly buying this thing hand over fist. Why? Come on. You can do it, as I would say. As I say to Milo, you can do it. Let's go.
No, but everybody wants to do it, right? Remember, back in the day when everybody got into Bitcoin, when Bitcoin had its rally during the pandemic, then AI. Everybody all of a sudden was in AI. It's like what's in vogue at the moment, right?
We experience those things, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's very interesting stuff, guys. One thing to note here on Bitcoin as well, right at that 1616 level, we've double topped, so that could be extremely dangerous. We cracked the neckline. I might have to get out, right? I don't want to be stubborn and hold on to things that might not potentially work. So we can try to iron our diamond hand everything, but if we don't follow what the price action is, we don't want to hold trades against us that might not come into fruition, right? So just keep that in mind here, guys. We need to break this 1616 level, and I just want to talk about. So I'm just sitting here thinking, okay, so why do we have this engulfing candle like this, and then the volume is essentially extremely low, but then we just sell right back off, right? So to me, that's just manipulation. There's no reason to put in a candle like that, and that's when I always reference effort and result. All right, so what is the result in this print? A big time engulfing print, but where is the effort, right? Like the effort isn't there, and that's not a positive sign. So a really, really small candle, that is, to me, that's a signal that, hey, we're going to trick some people. We're going to catch some people offside here, especially for that breakout. And you can see that being displayed as I talk about it, right? So yeah, not too good of a look here on Bitcoin. I do believe we're going to head back towards the volume weighted average price at this pace. So yeah, I just got to be patient. I'll just get out of it, break even, worst case scenario. And then that's the thing about getting out break even, right? You're just essentially right where you started back. You didn't take a loss. You didn't win anything. You're just flat. And sometimes that's a good place to be in. So just keep that in mind, guys. We crack some of these levels. I'll just have to hop out of this trade, reassess the situation. And then when I break things down, it's like, okay, where are we sitting on it from a daily standpoint? What does Bitcoin look like? When I looked at some of the charts last night, I'm like, oh, okay, we're back up to 105, but there is still some selling pressure to be cautious about. So let's pull up actual spot Bitcoin itself to see what we got going on. And then that's when I talk about going through a checklist in the morning, right? So, and it's really important to follow through it. And sometimes I'm not the best at that, but I think it's really ideal to do so. All right, so ask yourself, are we sitting in breakout territory in Bitcoin? I don't know. We just got this big engulfing candle. We have this hammer print, so what is going to happen? It's usually a breath, and I'm looking at something along these lines. When you look at those 3-bar plays, you go big move, okay, then a chop day, inside day, another chop day, and then, okay, a couple of days later, you get that additional move. And it's the same in the likes of a couple of other names that I've been mentioning as well, too. So this could just be a totally an inside day, and then you take a breath and continue. Oh, Coin. Coin was the one that I was referencing, right? So this name is really, really strong. You get that big engulfing candle. Yeah, you have a couple positive days, but they're not large. But you get that ABCD type pattern, A, B, C, D, right? So, and I think that's going to be the case here in Bitcoin. We are starting to pull in now. We're right at my break even, which is unfortunate, knocking on that Friday post-market high, or post-market consolidation low, I should say. So support level coming right into play and knocking Bitcoin back down and possibly heading to VWAP.
Yes, sir. All right, we're taking off SY. We're putting on WFF. This is going to be likely, guys, a 10-minute halt on, well, we're not going to call it our friend quite yet, because we haven't really been introduced. 1172, the halt level, guys. It's showing a tap of 1242. So needless to say, the buy orders, the market on open orders here, or the limit on open orders that are coming in during the halt, which is an auction, you're pairing the sell and the buy orders during that halted time. They're very, very much in favor and being obviously leaning towards the buy side right now. Tap dropping down a little bit, 1233 in case you're a newer trader. Volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes. So one easy way to see exactly when a stock opens, you weasel over to the time and sales. If you don't have the time and sales, you weasel on over to my screen and I'll show it to you. 11:26:26. Let's add 5 minutes on top of that. What time is it right now? It's 11:33:59, 11:34 now. So clearly we are past the 5 minutes. So at earliest, we will open 11:36:26. That's in about 2.5 minutes from right now. So let's see what WFF does. It seems very positive, 80 some odd %. As I mentioned, the top substantially higher than the halt price of 1172. So let's keep an eye on this one, man. WFF looks good. It's kind of rivaling right now EYEN for the #1 gapper. It's ahead of it by 14% because EYEN lost the bid. And somebody was asking me there in the chat, I forget who it is, like EYEN looks like it's dropping. It's all over for EYE. And went, well, I don't know if it's all over, but it got a bit of a bounce off the 10 EMA on the 5, popped up from, I want to say the 10 EMA was around 910. It popped right back up into 955, 960, and down we go again. So the volume weighted average price is at around 8 3/4, just give or take around that level. So keep your eye on a VWAP hold here. If EYEN drops below VWAP, that is the end of the trade for me. I'm not involved in it right now, but I won't be looking at it until and if it can work its way back above VWAP. So EYEN in focus, coming into some good technical levels. Let's see what this one does. We're doing it live right now on my friend Big Bear AI. I see your Stuart. Stuart wants me to talk about AEVA. I will in 1 second because it's a good looker. But Big Bear AI, we're taking prints here on my friend Big Bear. This one seems like it's ascending wedge. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but there's all sorts of respect here on the 10 EMA, on the 5, on Big Bear. Bear AI. Stuart, we're going to send it to Adara for 1 second. She's going to give us breaking news, but the second we get back, we're going to be covering AEVA.
Not a small cap, Sharif, but I might have a runner for you by the name of Ambarella, AMBA. This name trading about $60 right now. It's a chip maker, and Bloomberg reported that the company is considering a potential sale to the point where they're already working with bankers to gauge buying interest. So AMBA with a potential sale. The float on this is not super significant when it comes to short float. It's like 3.3% short float, but either way, AMBA on watch. Beware of this name. Nice little push to the upside, as you can certainly see. Back to you.
Yeah, it's expensive, but I like that. Okay, let's just cover AEVA for your boy Stuart here. Stuart, this is a great call, man. So this is not exactly a small cap gapper, especially with the market cap being a large $1.7 billion. They are engaged in the design, manufacturing of LiDAR, say less. We all know what that, why it's up today for that. Your boys Google and Uber doing it out. They're doing it live in Atlanta, in Hotlanta. Shout out to Nicole Harris if you're in the chat. So this is a LiDAR company. Do they have a headline? They do not have a headline today, but we all know why. Again, it's that Google or Waymo, I should say, excuse me, Waymo and Uber, tying it up there in Hotlanta for the what's it called? The AV, the autonomous vehicle taxi. It's going to be Uber, the app that you're going to be using there. Whereas, if you're San Fran and you want a Waymo, you're using the Google Waymo app. So it's going to be Uber that you're going to summon in Atlanta there. So that's the first time I think that they're doing that. So AEVA, look, Stuart, to me, it's a 10 EMA. Right? It's been very respectful of the 10 EMA, and I don't see any reason why the trade should get more complicated. If it loses a 10 EMA, I stop out, and then if it holds at the 20, I get back in for another move up to test high a day. Otherwise, I'm looking at VWAP. So AEVA, fantastic look. Before we send it back to Joseph Wilson, WFF, that psycho, is halted again to the high side. I can't even keep track of this because we gotta analyze, we gotta strategize, and then we gotta capitalize.
And we gotta capitalize.
Shout out Trade the Pool. No, seriously though, halted again, Joseph, 1408. WFF, now the #1 gapper in the entire market, above $1, 116.25% right now, halted 1408. The theoretical auction price showing me that it will halt down or will open down. We'll have to see how that actually does in real life. 1380, Joseph, the theoretical auction price on your friend. Woof.
Damn, a big 116% there. Yeah, good luck there, brother. So I think VWAP might be incoming on Bitcoin here, guys. But Google's trading nice. I mean, Amazon couldn't quite yet crack that high of the day. But one thing that I think, one name that I believe that we can get rolling here, and that's going to be Tesla. So you can see that we're starting to curl over. Let's see how it reacts around the volume weighted average price. Usually when we've been hovering around below VWAP, I should say, for this amount of time, chances of our cracking it and then holding it are slightly slimmer. So just keep that in mind there, guys. Looking for this level to hold here on Bitcoin. That's going to be 59.94. Just going to be keeping my eyes on this. I'm not going to be chasing Tesla up here. It's more or less you want to try to catch the bottom of this range, but a nice slow curl over, and you can see a nice definitive base being established right there.
Fabian.
So, Joseph, Anthony, would you possibly speak on UNH for swing trade analysis looking at calls? Okay, yeah, let's take a look at UNH. Good stuff, Bitcoin. Love trading you when you are working out, so being sarcastic as obviously. But yeah, let's take a look at UNH to see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. I know a lot of traders around here were looking for that potential bounce in UNH. So here you go. You get that big inverted candle here. You get the gap fill, and then sure enough, we just moved into a consolidation. I mean, I'm not gonna. We know what's looming with this name here. So just be patient. Ask yourself, do you want to participate in a name that's moving sideways, right? So you obviously are looking for the break to the high side. One thing to note that is positive: you're not going to be paying extreme amounts of premium, right? Considering the fact that after these volatility spikes, you get it cooling, so you get the volatility decay. So that's good, opposed to just buying it days after you have multiple massive gap down days. But yeah, so be patient on that UNH. I think if you get a liquidity grab, you want to give your risk a little bit more room here on this trade. So you want to go to about like 276. So you're looking about a quarter in risk right there. So $25 for me to prove that you're wrong. And if you're looking for calls, are you willing to sit through a $25 potential pullback? See how it reacts around here. You can wait for that breakout through the key resistance zones, but with that being said, you obviously want volume to step in, all right? So that's really, really key and extremely important, especially with a name like this. So why is NVDA not doing ish? Well, we won't replay. Well, Q's is moving higher and higher. Yeah, that's a great question. Maybe it's just consolidating to make that move higher, right? So it's just absorbing some liquidity, waiting to make that move. I can say the same thing about Bitcoin. Why is Bitcoin tanking when we have the likes of some of these tech names continuing to appreciate higher? But that's so frustrating. Is this resistance zone right here on IBIT here? We'll zoom out and get to the 15-minute time frame. But yeah, just acting essentially as a brick wall right there. So not a good look. Now we need this 59.91 level to hold, but that engulfing 5-minute candle not looking too pretty on there. I heard Adair talking about a bull flag on the 15-minute. I see what she's looking at. So yeah, just be patient. At this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if it broke down and then you get a break through some of these key support levels. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hop out of this trade here momentarily. Already held it for too long. So yeah, that's unfortunate that Bitcoin didn't get rolling here for us. Google's put in a massive volume spike. There must be something here on Google.
Let me have a
well,
look.
yeah, let's pull it up here. So here you go. Let's take a look at Google. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. So a nice big spike right here. And you can see the volume start to pick up here as well too, guys, as Bitcoin's starting to head lower and lower. So yeah, that's unfortunate. That's going to take me a loss. And with that being said, I probably won't be trading live that much longer there, guys.
All right. I wanted to mention UNH too, because you were talking about it. So a buddy of mine, I'm actually really proud of this guy, bro. He's like, I think your age. He's 10 years younger than me.
Yeah.
He's one of the principals at a hedge fund in the city, 15 billion AUM.
Oh, I think you were telling me about this.
I told you about this guy. So that's the good side of the story.
Yeah.
The bad side of the story is they took the biggest position ever.
On UNH. No. But
and that's his, on the way down.
On the way down?
On the way down, not at the highs. But he's got a lot of money, so they can kind of work through the trouble. But the thing is, there's no guarantee this thing comes back up, right?
All the way
and Donald's already made it very clear. You know, they want costs down, right, for that kind of stuff. So it's a bit of a tough look there for a lot of people that have been holding that UNH stock, man. It's ugly. And that's his sector too. You know, every guy's responsible. You're responsible for tech. This guy's responsible for energy. He's got healthcare, so it's all on him, right? Like he hit the buy button.
You just have to start selling a lot of calls against that. Unfortunately,
I'll put you in touch with him.
Yeah, you won't. You won't be collecting that much premium now there. But
no, clearly not.
No, it's not anymore. Adair, what do you got first?
There's a headline for Google, but I missed it right away. And also, I think some of the market did. Just showed up about a minute ago because it's being touted as more of a headline, I think, for Microsoft. So the information reporting that OpenAI, of course, Microsoft heavily invested in the company, has, quote, quietly designed a rival to Google Workspace and Microsoft Office. This might be viewed as more of a blow for Microsoft, again, because of its investment in OpenAI. But either way, I don't have much detail on this. If I see more, I'll let you know. But the information reporting that OpenAI trying to rival Google Workspace and Microsoft Office with a product that it designed. If I have more, I'll let you know. Both these names, though, try to bounce back right now. Back to you.
All right, WFF is back on the warpath. It is halted again to the upside. So this one did zig and zag a little bit, okay? So I believe it did open up where? Right there. It opened up at 1409, dropped down, lost 13, 1285. Then the bamboozlement is fast and furious. We know about that. Halted to the upside yet again, 1463. The current halt level, the theoretical auction price just 1 penny above that level right now at 1464. This one is on one right now. Keep your eye out on this one. It could be, you know, a big boy mover during the midday. It is a trade de novo. That means it's a new trade. It was not moving in the pre-market. So the volume just coming in now for this name. So we'll keep tabs on that and see what's good there. I'll keep you guys apprised if I do weasel into that trade. I've weaseled back into Pony. I'm taking some prints on this side. It feels feels like it found some support at the volume weighted average price and now is putting in higher highs and higher lows. So behooves me to set up some beak wetters on this. Let's go ahead and set up in the mid 80s as well. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. So this one does feel like it is putting a bit of a rounding pattern with give or take. Not exactly. Give or take, the volume weighted average price being that area support off which it is curling, showing me 76s. Right now, I'm waiting at 77s. Respectable spread, 2 pennies, 74 on the bid, 76 on the ask. We're going to keep an eye out on that. But BBAI is coming into my entry price, and I've accounted for this. So I've already set up a planned dollar cost average in the mid 80s. I will not be basing my DCA on BBAI on the moving averages. I will base it rather on this technical area of previous resistance, or I perceive it to be previous resistance. I'm talking about the low 80s, 4 low 80s. And I front run it by putting my order at 82. I'm out of the majority of the position. That's why I feel comfortable DCAing into this. And then a loss of VWAP gets me out of the trade. It's really that simple. And VWAP right now, I think, is like a penny or two below that 80 penny area. So I'm getting in at 82s, VWAP's at like 77 or 78, so I'm not risking that much in order to see exactly what happens here. So I'm keeping my eye on BBAI. Don't think that I've forgotten about that one. It is against me for the moment, but we'll see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid. Keeping a look here at WFF, the current theoretical auction price, basically the same as we saw it last time, 64s. Still showing the same thing. Halt level, guys, 63. Quickly back to Pony. We don't get the fill at 77, so a little disappointing there, but keeping my eye on those higher lows and higher highs, because that's what the curling effect is, right? That's what the curling pattern is. EYEN, I don't know, man. It's hanging out above the volume weighted average price, at least for the moment, but that's the good side. The bad side is it's been, uninterrupted lower highs, with that 1075 candle being the high of the day. The subsequent candle, and every subsequent candle has a lower high. So whether or not it's at VWAP or defending VWAP for the moment is of very little interest to me if it's not putting in any higher highs. Quickly back to BBAI over here. I'm seeing this catching a bid without me. Oh, you suck, BBAI. So it didn't even come close to my entry. It came into 88s. I'm waiting at 82. So it seems like it's finding a bid here right back above the 10 EMA it goes. So it looks like the money fills here on BBAI are going to be between the 10 and the 20. And how many times have we been saying that lately, man? The money fills seem to be between the two moving average. WFF is open. Here we go. Up it goes again. This thing is up 150%. $16 high day, $15.96. That looks like it's going to get taken out right now. Right back into that area high we go. So WFF on the warpath to the high side right now. Trade this carefully, for goodness sake. These ones are around for a good time, Joseph, but not necessarily. You know what I'm going to say.
Ooh, long time. One thing that is just absolutely outpacing all of my long-term holdings. That's going to be my guy, Robinhood. This thing put in a high of the day of around $82. I've been holding IBIT significantly longer than I've been holding Robinhood, and it's already outpaced from a percentage standpoint what IBIT has put in a span of about almost a year and a half, close to 2 years. But yeah, really good look here in Robinhood. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Yeah, there we go. Just putting in a new all-time high right there, around $81. So bang, bang, bang. Yeah, we really like Robinhood. This thing has been an absolute monster and a beast for us. So yeah, we're up close to 100% on this name in the span of, when did I buy this? In April-ish, I think, roughly. March, April. So yeah, just an absolute monster name here in Robinhood. So we like this name. Let's go with PLTR, see what we got going on. So you can see that it's established an all-time high as well too. As soon as we broke through that 125 level, boom, we're off to the races. And there you go, 141 in change now with an all-time high of around 144 there. So a really good look on both Palantir and Robinhood. Now let's talk about the laggards here.
Talk about it.
Yeah. Let's see what we got going on with Google. And I mean, we talk about the market being only about a couple percentage points off the all-time high, 1.5%, whatever it may be. if these names start to play catch up, and I'm talking about Google and Apple, then this market is most definitely going to continue towards those all-time highs and then exceed that. Starting to see these big names start to participate, especially Google. Apple's living in its own world right now. There's a lot of struggles going on with this name, but I think this is going to be short-lived, right? I think it's kind of the cyclical effect that we see. It's like, okay, yeah, they're not doing so good right now, but then sure enough, in a span of a couple months, something can come out with Apple, and it's like, oh, okay, it's just going to send investors crazy, and they're going to start grabbing this thing hand over fist at $200, and then sure enough, you're going to start to see it continue to climb. But I think we're still down around 25% roughly or so off of those all-time highs. Yeah, 22%. So yeah, really tough look there on Apple. But these two big names lagging, they start to play the catch-up game. Watch out for this market here, guys.
I don't know, bro. Obviously I want Apple to go up. You know that. Like, it should go without saying. But again, bro, I hate to sound like a broken record, but this is a major problem for them if they can't decouple from China, and if you have the same type of policy that Donald Trump is going to employ, where he's going to pound the table on building domestically or divesting completely from China.
Yeah. They're in
can't
trouble.
do it, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
They can't do it in the short term anyway.
So do you think that maybe an acquisition from Apple, even though that's not going to have anything to do with production, but it could amp up their AI game, like we've seen when talks with Perplexity, etc. Do you think that could, right? You know what I mean? Because I was saying this to you yesterday as well too. I think the ball is in the developer's court right now. They get to choose who they want to work with. We've seen it with the likes of Meta and Apple with Perplexity. I think that can be a game changer.
I think, again, that everything you're saying is absolutely right. But you're coming at it from the AI side of the story, right? Which is a problem. Let's not pretend like it's not a problem. They're late to the game. They're last of the 7. Right?
But
again,
no question
Joseph, that does not affect anything to do with China.
Yeah.
That is one problem. I think this is a completely different one. I don't know. I don't feel good about it, bro.
And I get that.
Yeah.
Like, and we were saying, okay, if it's a 25% tariff, you did consumer $1,000 refund to $1,200 now. Big whoop, right?
Okay.
But do you think that this AI, like a big AI acquisition, can move the needle in a positive direction?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But I still don't think that the matter's closed.
It's not the final answer.
Yeah, 100%. You're telling me they come in with an amazing AI that changes the hot garbage that Siri is at the moment. It doesn't move the needle. Of course, it moves the needle, bro. I mean, they probably get a bit of a super cycle off that. Maybe. I don't even know.
I think so, personally.
Yeah. And if they do fantastic, I'd be celebrating up a storm. But the fact of the matter is, if Donald keeps insisting that they do it this way, he's going to make them pay because he's warned them. It's not like this came out of left field. You know what I mean? Like, he's warned them. If they don't start moving the needle, and even if they start divesting and start building to have that production sent to India or wherever, and it's not made in Apple, are they going to be able to do it fast enough?
Fair enough.
Right? And does he like what they do? Because at the end of the day, they got to please him.
What does it say? It's about like 3 or 4 years it's going to take for them to move about 40,
It was 5 to 10 years.
For them to move iPhone production into India, 50%.
Not just that, because they're assembling it in India, but all the actual components, brother, they're coming from China. It's just an untenable situation. We're doing it frickin' live over here, man, on my friend SPONY. I was about to say SONY. Sony, no, that's not 1995, I promise. All right, PONY, we're long to the third of $1. Now we're knocking the door at 13. Go, Pony, go, you piece of crap. We were red on you, now we're going back green, baby. I do like what I saw at VWAP. I mentioned this. It was a curling effect. It seemed to have found some sort of support at VWAP. It started giving me those higher highs and higher lows in that curling shape. It's exactly what we got here, and we got a nice big explosion to the high side. Alas, we're still below 13. Taken several prints, with the best being there near that $13 level at 97s, or excuse me, 95s. Now I'm setting up at 99s, and then we're going to go ahead and set up, I don't know, like 13, 15. We'll look for something in and around there to test the high today, which is currently 13.24. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. And I'm all... Is that you, Ram Ram? That was you, Ram Ram. Eh? Okay. I don't know if it's the Chile Nightmare or Ram Ram. They both have access to the live trading by Trader TV live account, so never really sure. Quickly, back to WFF, guys. It's around for a good time. It's around for a good time. But sometimes those good times are short-lived, and for the moment, it seems like it is that way with WFF. 1684 high. We are now halted down at 1389. The halt happened at 11:53:35. So you add 5 minutes on top of that. That'll be the first open time, 11:58:35. Mark your set your clocks there if you're going to be trading this one. So WFF up 113 1/3%, but halted to the downside. Quickly here, let's check on Big Bear AI. Very displeased. I didn't get that ad on the breach of the 10 EMA on the 5, but up we go again to test $5. Keeping an eye on Big Bear AI. What do you got, Adara?
And some of these health names, Sharif, like Dexcom and ABT. Politico reporting that Robert Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., who's the leader of the Health and Human Services Department, the secretary there, Politico reporting that he's going to be launching one of the biggest campaigns in the history of HHS to encourage Americans to use wearable health devices, with his vision that every American will end up having one in 4 years. So keep an eye on names like DXCM, Dexcom popping to the upside, as well as Abbott Labs, ABT. Again, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reportedly launching a massive campaign for wearable health devices, according to Politico. Back to you.
I think that's gonna boom. We already seen that Aura ring. You seen that? Obviously, the Apple Watch goes without saying, or all the smart watches. Neil, I know you're going to be on in a few minutes, but I want to ask you this question anyway. What's the name of the watch that sorry, not the watch. What's the name of that program that gives you your vitals in the morning that kind of foreshadows ailments? Yeah, is that what it is? Whoop. Okay, so Neil was feeling a little bit under the weather. I think it was last week, and the morning of, before he really had manifested all his sort of symptoms, his watch was already telling him, my man, you're likely going to be sick today. It gave him a score. It gives him a score, and his score was 1% recovery. And needless to say, later that day, he ended up going home because he was feeling under the weather. So these things are just getting better and better.
Yeah,
and
that's crazy.
I had an experience like that of mine as well. It wasn't the same as his, but I had been kind of just excessively training. And then I woke up one morning and it's like, hey man, something's off with your overnight vitals. Take it easy today.
Oh, yeah.
Being the psycho that I am, I'm like, dude, clean and press, bro. Let's get the clean.
Sweat it out. That's what I call it. Sweat it out.
More like your back gave way.
Oh.
Shot my back for 2-3 days.
No.
Brendo, same business. It gives him a score in the morning, and depending on the score, he can kind of tell how he's going to perform in the gym, and it's almost always accurate.
Wow.
Do you guys have that? Like, has anybody experienced what we're talking about here? Because it seems to me like this is the real deal. I mean, I don't know. Let me know what your experience with these things has been, guys. He's here. Big smile. I just loaded up some 606 puts, looking for this pre-market high area to reject. Shout out to Big Spile. Okay. He's obviously talking about SPY puts, guys, in case you're wondering what the spiled one is talking about. We're at 605.76 right now, so he's basically taking a high of day short. Shout out to Big Spile. Keep your eye out on that. DJ Reski, what watch are you using? I use the very, very crappy Apple Watch 6. I don't like it. I feel it's always miscalculating my calories burnt and never catches my heart rate in time. So it's like when my heart rate's super elevated, it says it's low. So the calories and everything, all the consumption stuff, there's just absolute nonsense there. Ram says also the Aura ring and the Ultra Human ring. I didn't even know about this Ultra Human thing, Ram. Are you making that up? It's for real, she says. I know about the Aura. I didn't know about Ultra Human. It's like Aura, but it has no subscription, so you don't have to pay that pesky SaaS model. Thank you for that, Ram. What else we got there, man? 169. Have you tried not checking it till after you go to the gym to check if it's just a placebo? But like the only time that it actually gave me that indication, it ended up being right. It had never given me that indication before where it says, hey, something was off with your overnight vitals, stay away from training. That was one time and one time only, and it ended up being right. So, I don't have a big sample size off which to work. Susie Fox, my watch stopped. Is that bad? I don't know, Susie. Depends on what you want it to do.
Yeah,
right?
Depends.
Shout out to my man, Big Smile. My wife got me a ring to wear. Uh-oh, I have to read this first.
Yeah. We know where this one's headed.
Yeah, this is okay. It's PG.
Oh, okay.
My wife got me a ring to wear, but it is really hard to get that Frank and Beans both through the
Yeah. I said, you know what I mean? We don't want to read that one there, but hey, we gotta.
It's never clean, bro. He's such a liability.
Zero chance.
It's over.
As soon as I heard my wife got me a ring, I'm just thinking in my head, don't read it.
He's so good, bro. He's so good. He's always got a good sense of humor.
He got us with that one, when we were talking about game, and he got us really good on that one.
He gets us all the time. He gets me all the time. Yeah, he doesn't really get anybody else.
Too. I'm like, I don't know. I've never had that one before, but yeah.
All right, guys, we're having a great time.
Wild.
All right, Joseph, I'm just going to tell everybody that WFF is down again. Here we go. It is losing the 10 EMA, and it is on its way to halt here. It looks like it will be an 11.95 halt on WFF. That will be the second down halt in a row. Couple more seconds here, and then we should get gray out on the level 2, and there it is. WFF halted down again. Big sell on this one after making, that big boy high to 1684. This one doesn't have a lot left for me here because if it loses VWAP, it's really, I'm going to take it off the side chart. The only positions we have on right now are Big Bear AI and Pony. Doing well in all of them. We basically have nothing left on Big Bear AI, so I am looking at DCAing, and I have had that order there for a hot minute. I think I'm going to move up that order soon, though, and we'll keep an eye out on that. JG, too innocent, bro. Yeah, I know, man. I'm naive as hell, but that's kind of part of my charm. Kelvin GTS, $5 super chat. Thank you, my man.
Oh my God.
Can you boys look at Circle? A few of huge green candles and red one right after. Where should we look for the break of the trend to the up or downside? Before we go to happening now, you want to have a look at Circle?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at it for my guy, Kelvin. Kelvin's. However you pronounce it. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Let's take a look at Circle. And you're looking for the crack of the downtrend here, okay? Or forward to the move. See, that's the thing, right? I don't know what you're specifically looking for, but here's a couple good signals here that if you are looking for the short, can you look at the candles on the right side after we should? For the break of the trend to the up or downside. Yeah. All right. So there you go. You got indecision inverted right here, and then now you're somewhat forming an inside day, right? So if you're looking for that move to the downside, just be prepared, right? So you could do another liquidity grab post of this, but then just look for any form of indecision right there. But let's zoom in and see what we got going on a 15-minute. And then you just want to ask yourself when something's been traded. Oh, actually, no. Let's go. That's a 5-minute. Let's go a 30-minute here for you. And then this is what you want to look for, right? So just draw as many touches as you can possibly have, and that's going to give you a nice conviction within the trend. So that's not necessarily the best one. It's tough because this stock is up a significant amount off of that IPO. But as soon as this trend right there, which it does seem to be breached, and you can see we have multiple touches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from that standpoint. And then now we're on the back side of it. Wait for a retest of this trend. Right? And then look for the rejection of that. That's what I got for you on Circle. So just be prepared that it might squeeze through. As soon as you sit on the backside of this trend in the opposite direction of your trade, then just get out of it and then look to reassess the situation and then wait for that entry. That's the thing about trading, right? You're not going to always be as accurate. It's tough to time the market, but you just want to give yourself multiple attempts, right? Like 2, 3 attempts. If you're going like 4 or 5 attempts, then the thesis is essentially probably invalid. You need to collect enough data to see where your accuracy drastically starts to fall off after what attempt. Okay, attempt 1 usually doesn't work out. Attempt 2 doesn't work out, but that third attempt, great. Right? So within that range, just keep that in mind. You hold this trend line, then maybe you can look for a move back towards some of the lower ends of these ranges, Sheree.
All right, guys.
Oh yeah, we're heading off to Adara and then Neil's lesson of the day.
Oh, my bad.
Jerome Powell here is still being grilled by these congressmen. Right now, he's being asked to pick only one economic event that he thinks is the biggest of his lifetime. The congressman did not like when he picked 2. So just normal antics here with Jerome Powell, who did say that unlike comments we had from Waller and Bowman, he's not necessarily for that July cut. Now, he didn't out and out rebuke the comments, but he said that for himself, he'd like to wait till later in the year, potentially for these rate cuts. Here's the IWM. We'll pull up the S&P 500 there. Looking much stronger than IWM, which it did look potentially like a higher low for like a better term. But S&P 500 still near day's highs. Let's see if we get that breakout back above 600. NASDAQ looking slightly less strong than the S&P 500 from a chart standpoint. We're a little bit farther from that day high, but we're still near that 540 level, about $1 away. Let's see what happens here for this NASDAQ. In terms of intraday catalysts, we have AMBA. Ambarella spiking higher after Bloomberg reported that the company is exploring some strategic options, including a potential sale. Then we have DXCM, Dexcom, and Abbott Labs just popped here. We did have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reportedly launching or preparing to launch a massive wearable device campaign for health purposes. So some of these healthcare names looking really good here. DXCM, great push, about $5 push here for Dexcom. But make sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned for Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Adair. Your lesson of the day brought to you by a Key and Peele skit, Front Hand Backhand. Front Hand Backhand is a great game. That being said, you're pretty much always going to lose. Anyone that hasn't seen the skit, it's a funny one, but it's loosely based on that. No, it just comes down to something I've said many times. There's a front end and there's a back end of the trade. In front hand backhand, you lose either way. In this particular case, it's about setting yourself up for the better probability to win. And if you like trading mean reversion or support and resistance, you will find yourself, when engaging in those two types of strategies, buying stocks on the way down. Because as it goes to a support level, you're buying it. You're shorting tops. If you're playing a mean reversion trade or a trend break, it's trending in one direction, you're looking for the reversal into another. That does mean that in some time frame, you're going against the grain and you're against the market. Just because that's true, it doesn't mean that you have to stand in front of a falling knife or catch a falling knife or just stand in front of a moving freight train. When you get into it or how you time it is so important. And I'm going to give you some examples here. One with AMD, so with Tesla as well. I mean, Tesla ended up not really having a back end of the trade, but at least, and I'll show you here, like ultimately, I'm not displeased with my attempt on Tesla. That said, there was no green candle, but playing it back into 350, I did let it make a bounce and try and close back over. However, there still wasn't much of a green candle. So it's like a B or a C trade. But it's the idea that I'm not getting in on the down candle. I'm getting after it closes, holding a low, back in through 350. Like it actually closed this one after wicking through 350. It closed it at above 350 and then opened again above. So it looked like it was trying to make a bit of a bounce. It doesn't work, but at least I'm not getting it on the way down. And when it doesn't set up again, you don't have to take it again. That's an idea where, okay, you can take your shot at it. I would argue that's not even that great of a back-end trade because there was not enough strength on that 3-minute. But with advanced micro devices, here's an example a couple of times. No, at 9:30, it's a different story because you get a lot of crazy wick prices. You've seen this in the morning show a million times, where if your level is 133, like it was for me, it just bounces right off the 133 instantly. And the next thing you know, I'm taking a dip back into 134 for like that could make your entire day because you're getting a couple of trades into 34.5 and 35. Like you're talking clean $2, you're talking clean 50 cents, and then $1 after that. But it's what happened after that I wasn't happy with. Now, here's where the difference between front end and back end is. Sniffed it out that there was a seller at 135 I wanted to play out and get back into the trade. So while that was true and we're able to get our scalp out of our 33s and 34s, on the way back down through VWAP, I sit on the bid in front of VWAP with a stop underneath. But that's the front of the trade. The back end of the trade is after it shows me the close back above the volume weighted average price on that 3-minute to enter on either of the other two candles, giving it to that low. So if you allow it to show you the support first, it's only 3 minutes. You wait for the next 3-minute candle. You could be long here. You could be long here. It's a bit wider of a stop, but And that's part of the game. It's a bit wider of a stop. It's not quite as good a price as if you catch a falling knife, but you got to be willing to miss the trade and make the trade. And sometimes having a bit worse of a price to have more conviction is a reasonable trade-off. And you will have more conviction in trades when it's already showed you the bounce off the level that you want. It's shown you the buyers, you're joining the buyers. So giving up 15, 20 cents on AMD to like the trade more isn't the end of the world. The other way to play it, and I think I did it better the second time, is just be willing to get in, get out if you're an active trader. I waited for the back end here on VWAP. It started to go, but then it lost support. But then it held again. It held VWAP, so I just jumped right back in the trade. Same thing, I'm looking for the bounce off VWAP, but I'm only entering, I want to be entering on the other side. And each time that it held that prior bar low, I'm jumping back in a trade. Jump in here on a 3, I mean on a 1 minute you'd see it cleaner, and then add here as it breaks higher, scalp it into 137. Each time, with the exception here, I'm allowing it to show me that bottoming tail candle, that indication that, hey, the buyers or the sellers have exhausted a bit and the buyers are starting to come back in to get that trade. And if it doesn't happen, you don't have to take the trade. So just don't take the trade. And ultimately, oftentimes, we're all trying to catch that low. I'll give you an example that I didn't trade today to just round things off. Like if you look at something like everyone's probably waiting for Circle to do its thing at some point. But I would argue there hasn't been, like you could catch a falling knife and just guess that it's going to hold at 245. Fair enough. I mean, it did so multiple times in here. But if you're looking to actual trades in Circle, like you can see where it bounces off the low. This is where it holds. There's a shot at a long. Like instead of just like randomly taking prices, there's an actual hold. There's a couple of bars higher. Try to get in tight there, risk a couple of bucks. It goes $5. That's a good risk to reward. It doesn't really set that up all that cleanly until we get back in. I mean, it doesn't even set it up cleanly again, I would argue. Like you could now play support off 245. But there was one shot in here where you've got clean higher lows after a deep pullback and then a nice tight entry at 246. And maybe that's your one trade, $5 on Circle, and then you just wait for something else. There's nothing wrong with that. Sitting around waiting for the perfect setup and then striking because it actually happens. Just because you want the stock to bounce doesn't mean, at a certain level, doesn't mean you just sit on the bid out in front of it and hope and pray. The second I hear traders say things like, oh, I hope it bounces from here, I'm praying this is going to happen, oh, I believe this is going to happen, let's go. No, that's wrong. I am seeing something that confirms what I want to do in the trade, therefore I'm executing. That's what you want to do when you're trading. And playing mean reversions of support and resistance, sometimes it requires you being a little bit patient. I get it. Oftentimes I will just sit there on the bid in front of a level and get run over. It's not like you'll never do it, but if you can reduce the number of times that you do that by getting in on the back end of the trade, whenever it presents itself, all you're going to end up doing is increase your winning percentage, which ultimately is what it's all about. Just trying to be a little bit better every single day. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody. Go Bitcoin.
I like the ending of that last part. Want to be better a little bit better every single day.
A little bit better. 0.5%, 1% every day.
That's it, man. It's a compounding effect. It's like saving up with a compounding bank account.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Pony, still holding the piece here. But I'm starting to think that $13 is a level that we may not shake, at least not on this attempt. We've already shaken it earlier on with that 13.24 high, but it's now a 3-candle setup each with lower highs that's been rejecting generally that $13 area. I don't have too many outs left on my friend Pony over here, so let's see if this one wants to clear 13, get a nice big move up. I'm waiting at 15s, otherwise we're going to cut the trade. And yeah, that's kind of how I view Pony at the moment. Now, BBAI is a little bit of a different trade here. I feel there could be a flat top break in effect on BBAI through 5. We have bottoming tail candles, all hammer candles. Each and every one of them found support at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, and each one of those bottoming tail candles has a higher low. So you feel like this one may be setting up for a big boy break through that $5 area. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I was quite insistent, and I still am, to look to get that dollar cost average in. I've left that order active. It hasn't even come close to VWAP, so we'll keep tabs on that. And WFF is just losing everything. It's a Christmas tree retracement all the way up to 1684, and it's halted down now. $8.72. It's lost and then some. So be careful with this one. It was up well over 150%, is now down to about 40%. Sorry, 34%, halted down again. Oh, Nimrod. He explained to me how to say it yesterday. My man, dropping 69.9 shekels. That's what I want to see. EYEN. Got to close the position yesterday, but it jumped now and seems to respect VWAP. EYEN. Wonder if it's still tradable or get out. I hope some in the chat took my MNDY prediction. Still a long way up. Shout out to my man, Nimrod. In the chat, EYEN is one that we were involved with earlier, Nimrod. We were on the way up into that high day. I think I'm very close to the top there. I got 65s on, the high 75, so quite close. But my man, this one feels, yes, you're absolutely right, it's straddling VWAP, but it is putting in lower highs and not necessarily putting in lower lows. So what do we call that? Now, you never know whether this is going to actually manifest into that flat bottom breaker or not, Nimrod, but have a look. Oh, excuse me. This is what concerns me about this chart, is that we keep putting in these lower highs, like barely lower highs, but they're lower highs nonetheless. And we keep holding that same general area of 860 to 850. I don't know how this one ends up doing. I don't like these patterns where it has that big kind of move up, then the move down, and then it straddles it sideways like this with lower highs. I don't know. You're clearly holding it from somewhere around 550. If you held it from yesterday, if you got to close your position, the worst price you can have, Nimrod, is $6.60, something like that. So you're well in the money on this. I don't know, brother. I'm not going to give you financial advice, but if I'm intraday trading EYEN, I'm out because it's breaking down below VWAP, and it's also setting up lower highs and all that good stuff that we know all too well. One more here, Joseph, before we send it back to you. RZ or RZ for my American, LV, putting in some higher highs and higher lows. A break above that 275 area could push this into the high day at around 286. It's not up by a lot, 31 2/3. My man's dancing over there. Okay,
yeah,
I want to hear what you're pumped about.
I mean, I'm not pumped about anything, to be honest with you.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm just, you gotta dance a little bit.
Yay, why not?
Feel the groove. It's summertime, man.
Sure.
I'm a totally different human being during the summer. Like I told you, I'm outside people, so for me, it's just like read book outside, bring the laptop outside and everything. And I'm like sitting on the balcony last night, and Steve was like, "Why don't you come inside?" I'm like, "You don't get it. We're outside. We're inside."
Hold on. How did she? What was that voice she did again?
What did I do?
Yeah,
How come you're not inside?
No. What was the time again?
I was not sitting inside. I'm like, no, we got to be outside, like at all times. This is Canada. We got 7 months of just brutal weather. I'm gonna enjoy being outside when we can. Yes, traders, level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage. Scroll the site, pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey now. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots, guys. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TraderTV, links in the description. Get funded, join the Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. There it is, guys. Go check out propxp.com. So yeah, what I was getting at, I'm just outside people, right? Like during the summertime, I love being, yes, Zed is dead. I love that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I love that. Bruce Willis said that, didn't he? In, what movie did he say that in?
I don't know.
Oh, really? Yeah, I think maybe Neil would know that one. I'm sure the chat's going to figure that one out.
Oh, yeah, they'll know.
But anyways, back to these markets here, guys. Let's see what we got going on from a top-performing sector standpoint. We got the tech leading the way, and I think that had a lot to do with that gap up we experienced earlier in the day. So we're up about 1.6%, or 1 2/3 there. Financial sector sitting in that second place. So in that show, up about 1 1/3, and then the comms up about 1 and I guess 1.5 there. So not too bad. Tech leading the way, and some financial sector. Now let's go from the third last to last year. Real estate still holding on to that green, up 1/3%. Then we got the consumer staples down about 1/10, and then we have the energy for its second day in a row, Sharif, leading the bottom of the pack. They're down about 1.14%. But yeah, what movie is that from?
People are saying Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction, yeah.
Okay.
I think so, yeah. I think Bruce Willis might say it in there or something along those lines. But
that's fine.
Yeah, but shout out to Zed's Dead, I guess the EDM band too, or whatever.
Anytime I see oil down 5, almost 6% now, it puts a smile on my face, man. I've got nothing invested in oil. I won't have anything invested in oil, and I hate paying prohibitively high prices for gas, man.
You're tossing 91 in there, though.
Yeah, you're talking like 91 is low, bro.
It is low.
There's 89 and 87, all below. Until like a few years ago, 91 was the top you could get unless you went to Sunoco, right? Sunoco's the one that had 94, right?
That's fair.
All right, Katina Man. He's returned. I got other things I want to talk about. Have you looked at your friend, the Baird one? He's long. Katina Man, did you see the high of the day today? 503, my man. It took 5 out. Big. What's that? The Katina Man's coming in.
We're long. So we just punched long right here, breaking through $5. But realistically, Amazon nicely trading to the upside too. Come back to this kind of a winner as well. AMD still $3 in the money off the reload down there. And that's about it, right? So we're just trying to empty out some of the clips right here. I like Big Bear AI, Sharif, but the thing is like, I don't know, up 20%. Can it keep going? We're gonna wait and see if we can get out around here a break of 90. But I don't know. Look, it's a good day. I'm happy. But the problem is
what?
So we got our lunch, which is chef's choice salad here, which is just nothing, garden salad with a little bit of some orzo.
What's the problem with it?
There's no salad dressing.
Ooh.
It's just straight rabbit lettuce.
Yeah, there you go.
There's the fail. Straight rabbit lettuce.
Rabbit.
I know.
Rabbit. Yeah.
I don't think it
Get
can
it, rabbits. I hope everyone's having a good time.
How's the weather? Is it still 500% humidity?
It's a lot. It's warm over there. But I did see our good friend from ICE, Mark O'Keefe, brought.
That's why there's a ton of cookies and stuff. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Hey, if you're not doing anything after, man, you can go out for some drinks with that dude if you want. Yeah, lots of stuff popping around here.
You get a sparkling water.
I appreciate that, Katina Man.
Good luck
Shout
with
out
everything.
to the Katina Man. All right, guys, so we're holding a piece for the dream here on the Big Baird one. We're long at 90s, just printed there at 03s. Let's leave some here. We just got to the high of day. We're 1 penny off the high of day on Big Bear, so I'm going to keep my eye out there. All right, so that's the look. What else we got? Where's my pony at? Show yourself, pony. There we go. Right back into 13. So it looks like we could be cup and handling here. Joseph Wilson, I want to get your opinion on this. Now, we know the cup and handle pattern is a reversal pattern. So usually you're coming from a downtrend. You're not usually pulling in off VWAP, but this is exactly what it looks like. You get that drop into VWAP, the curl back up, and now we're getting the handle pattern right here. Or I could be seeing what I want to see, and what this really is
a lower high.
Is a lower high.
Well, I think just wait. If we open up that candle, so if a 5-minute candle opens up on the backside of that downtrend, maybe you do get that breach.
That's a good point. And that's a good point. Yeah. So I'm going to keep. I'm going to pack my patience here on Pony, looking for something at around 13.15, in and around that level. We'll pack our patience on that one. But EYEN, look. It's not giving up VWAP, but it's also still not putting any higher highs in. So I will not be punching in at any time soon on EYEN until and if it can start showing me that it's changing its trend, which is basically a plethora of lower highs. So this one of no interest to me at the moment. traded it successfully to start, but right now I do not perceive this one as setting up the right way. Look at MFI. This is a big boy move off MFI at 583 area low, and boom, it goes into 650. Joseph, MFI has been a former convict here, if I can use that term, and this is what it's been doing since the end of May. So we're going to do that in 1 second, but since the end of May, this thing is up 700%. It is not one of those ones that's giving it up the next day. Have a look at that trend, higher highs and higher lows, Joseph, and now we're 24 days deep into the month.
Damn. Yeah, but
Can you believe that? Almost
things
done
just
month,
fly
bro.
by, man. Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
We're already like, it's scary, right? Because I think we only have about 60 solid days of summer, if we're lucky. So yeah, a third of that gone almost there, Sharif. All right, guys, let's see what we got. Yes, solid. That's it, man. Prime time heat. Okay. Yeah, I know. 21st is summer. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Heat, summer and heat. I don't.
You were not looking for like
anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get myself into trouble here. Anyway, all right, guys, we got behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart, guys. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75K in total profits. Trade the Pool gives you tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code. Check the link in the description.
Check it.
Check it, guys. Very something interesting from your boy Big Spile.
Oh.
Joseph, the guys on the Big Sharif, Chef Sharif, something page want to know if he is waxing his body or using Nair. Well, no, the upper here. What do you do? Do you shave here? I shave.
No.
You don't shave your chest?
No.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Like
all
once
right,
a month, though.
Yeah, once
I
a
don't shave
month.
my arms. I don't shave my back.
every
I don't
day,
need to shave my back, thankfully.
thankfully.
Yeah. But we're good to go over here.
Yeah. I shave the old chest.
Yeah.
The guys used to give me a hard time.
I don't really care what anybody thinks. As long as I like
looks
it.
good. But then you can see the definition a little more, you know what I mean?
100% you can.
And then you get the tan as well, too.
Are you kidding me, man?
All right, on to the next thing.
Why are you so squeamish about this, bro? This is fine.
I'm not, yeah.
You got a little embarrassed there. You got a little glow going
No,
on.
what do you mean, man? I shave, man. We're good. We shave. I'm not embarrassed to say that I shave.
All right. Don't worry about it. Big Spile, you're not going to make us feel bad, bro. We're going to continue to do us.
I mean, we're team tarps off, so I mean, we're not that ashamed. See, the thing is though, they used to call me the nature boy back in high school because during summertime, I would literally, it's just like shorts. I would go to. What are you saying now?
I can't, man, with this guy, bro. Looking like a hairless Egyptian cat from the neck down.
That is funny.
Why, bro? Why? Ram. See how he's bullying me?
Yeah, that's great.
Oh my God, this guy, bro. All right, we're
Side by side.
What do you say?
The Katina man wants me to do a side-by-side picture with the cat, just so we can ensure that I don't look like the cat.
Production team, you got to make it now.
I'm not a cat guy, by the way.
You're not
I'm a dog guy, by far. All right, guys.
You got to.
1 second, Adara. We just got to take care of some business over here. All right, guys, we're ready to go. All right, Orogenics. I'm going to tell you about this one in 1/2 second. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Orogenics under ticker OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027. Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So if you're interested in learning more, schedule a meeting today. Check out Orogenics, guys. Shout out to them. Great look there. And nothing bad I can say about the what they're looking at doing, obviously, because we know how concussions are no good. All right, guys, we're done our trade here on PONY. I'm very happy with how I was able to trade this. I was initially negative on it, and now we are back positive. Got in at the volume weighted average price, and now it just took out 13 1/5 with a 13 1/4 high. Keep your eye out here for PONY. It seems to be directional. Adara LePage, what is happening up there?
I'll tell you, it has to do with MNMD, that is MindMed. New York Post reporting here, citing a study that apparently, I guess some researchers have found that one single dose of psilocybin could relieve depression for 5 years. MNMD pushed it to the upside. Again, I'm not here to comment on the veracity of said study, but the story came out, the stock pumped, MNMD up after the New York Times reported that a study has found that one dose of psilocybin can relieve depression for half a decade. Back to you.
Okay, so full disclosure, everybody knows I'm invested in this company. We've got like around $5, so I'm not going to have anything to say on it that can't be biased. Do you have anything to say about MNMD?
Yeah, I honestly can't say too much, Sharif. I've never really experimented with that type of
Neither
stuff.
have I, man.
Yeah.
Neither have I.
For me, honestly, I had friends that do it, more for the recreational standpoint, and I'm just more of a standby, like a passenger to see what's going on with
What
that.
I don't understand is that there is a place, I'm not going to mention where, Avenue in Lawrence,
Avenue in
that
Lawrence.
sells this in the daylight. They got a shop. There's one right here?
Yeah.
The Katina man.
Right on Young Street there.
And a
on
shrooms
Young Street.
place, psilocybin?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And the
There's all
cops are
around
not
things.
shutting this place down, man. And Adara says there's a lot of places.
It's like
Fun Guys. There's a chain in Toronto called Fun Guys, and there's a little mushroom on the little logo. And
The
that's all I
question
have.
is, though, Adara,
Yes.
have you entered their establishment?
I have never decided to join the Fun Guys, but they're growing like mold all over the city.
They are,
There's so
man.
many of these locations. If you get the pun, shout out.
Yeah.
The
They are-
OG Darwin making
there
me
you go.
chuckle in the chat.
Yeah, no, that was nothing I ever really got into, to
No,
be honest
neither
with
have
you.
I.
Yeah.
But like I don't look down upon it, especially if you're looking to use it as a substitute for chemical drugs, for things like we've talked about this before, you and I, depression, anxiety,
Yeah.
things that afflict society big time. I mean, I'm not averse to it whatsoever, especially if there's genuine medical application for it.
Yeah.
And why not substitute off chemicals? What's so special about the drug companies? You know what I mean? Like, why do they have the
Just
complete
like,
monopoly
rather
on
just
this whole thing,
Grow it in the ground there, I guess. But no, to your point, Sharif, I'll mention it one more time. Yeah, I never really got into that realm of experimenting.
The Chilean Nightmares, would you like me to talk about that or no? Well, look, the Chilean Nightmare, he's used it before. He likes it a lot more than drinking. It doesn't, say that again? What were you saying before? No hangover, according to Fabian. Basically, it's a lot different than alcohol, according to him. I personally haven't tried it, but I have no judgment whatsoever on that kind of stuff. And look, you never really want to make any of these assumptions, but the fact that the cops are not, going, right gung-ho, trying to shut these bad boys down, kind of gives you the feeling that the trend is going in that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The last thing I want, though, is and I shouldn't say this. I understand the recreational use, but we've seen it in the likes of the cannabis stores when they first came into the city. You pop up, pop down. But I don't think you want to be doing this stuff every day. To me, I don't know. I've never personally got into that realm, but I don't think abusing one of any substance, whether it's good for you,
It's not good at all.
good or bad, is
In general,
good.
bad, yeah.
But this is what I was referring to, guys. All right, back to alcohol does make you feel like complete garbage. But
I
a cold
can't
one after
tell
a
you how
hockey
much
game-
I hate alcohol.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
God.
don't like it. But even so, like say you come and say you're playing soccer back in the day, even a cold one after a nice match.
No. I just will not drink anymore. Period. End of the story.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like if New Year's, like I told you, we had that little because I had that bottle going on 5 years now.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of it, and that was it. That was literally the
That's
last
fair.
time I had alcohol at all.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, that for me personally, like a good hockey game, you're playing with the boys, it's nice and
Like
warm
that,
out, right? Nice, a cold
Absolutely.
one after with the team is definitely the way we go. I guess a cultural thing too as well. But for me, I'm not sitting at home drinking a 6-pack or anything along those lines. So yeah, guys, I wanted to talk about NVDA here. Sharif and I were mentioning this earlier. I said, hey, look at this pattern. It looks like you can really start to get going. Now we're sitting on the backside of these lower highs. Let's see if this retest and you see this sustained, and we can continue on this trajectory here, because I think this is a pretty good look that we're experiencing on NVDA. There's also something else that I wanted to talk about, and that is what happened. Okay, so last week we've seen that every time that we breached that 145 call wall, the following session rejected. So when we breached breached it I think it was yesterday. I think we might have got north of that. Yeah, so in the post market, we did get a little bit north of that, but now we're holding it. So that's extremely important to note there, guys. And I think that's a really big bullish sign here in NVDA. We're going to pull up the options chain one more time to see what we got going on with NVDA and just how the concentration of open interest and current open contracts has now been lifted a couple strike prices. There is some overhead resistance through some key levels. As you can see, it's more of a grind. But what we did see is, go check my X account as well too, guys. I post the open interest on there. And if you go back to a couple posts ago on NVDA, you're going to see that we had a lot of contracts at 145. That has now substantially started to decay. That is really important. And those strikes have now been lifted to 147 and 155 opposed to 145 and 150. This is a bullish signal here for me on NVDA. I think if you have the ability to buy some dips, and what the options market is currently telling me is that we might even go test all-time highs by the end of the week. Let's see if we get any catalyst. There's going to be no coincidence if we do break through some of these key levels, especially with this open interest at 155 there. We might get that Megan effect. Adara, what do you got for us?
Comments coming from Feds Powell, who is still speaking here at this, I guess, not event here. He's testifying for Congress. He made some comments here about what factors might impact when jobs are cut. Basically, he's saying that he and the Fed expect meaningful tariff effects to come in the June, July, and August data. But if they don't see that, that could lead to cutting earlier. So let's see what these June, July, and August data brings, because that is really what Powell is leaning on, or he says the Fed is leaning on, to determine if they'll cut rates earlier than expected. We also have Feds Williams making some comments saying that there are some signs inflation is affecting certain categories of goods, and that the modestly restrictive policy, as he puts it, does give them some space to examine new data. Back to you.
For that, Adara. So just drawing some trend lines here on IBIT, you can see that this is what we got going on. We now break through this 59.89. I mentioned that we do have about 23,000 open contracts at 60. So again, just holding on to this, I think that we're positioned relatively well. Bitcoin's still up about 2.25% there. We had to hold this 20 cents against us here, but again, positioned relatively well, especially if we get this break of the high of the day, and then maybe we can exceed that and head into those targets. Now I'm going to hold, if we do get into that area, then maybe we can get an add at the break. But one thing to note, guys, just keep an eye on the volume. It's really starting to fall off here, and we needed to step in order to make this push. We had that double top at that 1616 level to be exact. Now, possibly, if we're heading back into that neck of the woods, it's either going to be a failed high of the day, right? So we'll construct a lower high, or we're going to get enough momentum volume step in order for us to breach that previous high of the day, and then we can establish a new one. Adara, what do you got for us?
For the interruptions, guys, more news, I guess, coming from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. He just announced that they're going to be expanding rural health access through innovations in telemedicine and AI-powered diagnostics. TDOC moving on this. Teladoc with a 13.5% short float. A great day yesterday, as you can see today, getting a little bit of a pop, though it's already given back some of that move, as we do have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announcing that the Department of Health and Human Services is going to be expanding rural health access. Back to you.
This New York mayoral primary that's happening right now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Adara, weasel in. Have you seen the guy challenging the former governor Cuomo? He wants public grocery stores.
What does that mean?
So everything's free in there?
I just know, honestly, Sharif, I'm more familiar with the uproar around it than I am the specifics. I have yet to do deep dives on the candidates, but I assure you that will occur.
Public grocery store seems like a self-explanatory concept, Katina, man. It's either going to be some derivative of food stamps or income-based qualification. Not that obviously you got to eat, but... I think one of the guys that divide Big Bear AI. The Katina man is like one of the guys endorsed the Big Bear AI. And the reason the Katina man feels that way is because it's at the high of the dang day. 5:07 it goes, Katina man.
That might not be true.
At the high of the day?
No, he might not have endorsed Big Bear.
No. Of course, I hope everyone thinks that. Yeah.
He may or may not have said it.
So the former, the other guy that's running against him now, this is the Democratic primary. So I don't think these are the two candidates, the Republican and the Democrat. So they're both Democrats, I think. One guy is the former governor who quit because he had sexual assault or sexual harassment allegations.
Oh, yeah?
He's the governor that was during the pandemic that was doing those every day. I don't know if you remember Andrew Cuomo. He's Chris Cuomo's brother, that anchor on CNN. Remember that guy? He's on Newsmax now.
I don't. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he has
Okay.
that. He had that 9 o'clock show before Don Lemon. The Italian guy.
Yeah.
He does CrossFit.
I don't know about Dom, man.
Yeah, anyway, forget about Don for a second, but that's basically this guy. This guy was destroying this other guy that wants to create public grocery stores. And if you look at Kalshi or Polymarket and you look at the odds, up all the way, like literally the beginning of this month, and now it's either even, or I'll pull it up in a second, or the other guy is winning. So it's all chaos. Say that again, Adara? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We're going to Adara.
New York mayoral conversation. This is VRTX. We have more comments. This is now the third headline, and I think less than an hour, related to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Department of Health and Human Services. This one now is Kennedy saying that he's doing everything he can, or the department's doing everything they can in the department to promote access to a non-opioid pain reliever called Jornavax. So I looked into this, and it's made by VRTX. As you can see, VRTX get a little bit of a spike. So keep an eye on this one. Again, U.S. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying that they're trying to promote one of this company's treatments. Back to you.
You, Adara. It's going to cover
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you see that you can now bet on when the Eglinton LRT is going to?
No.
Yeah.
I'm guessing September.
Yeah. You
I'm
can
thinking
now
they
bet
want it
on
probably
when
for
the LRT
school.
Yeah, boy.
They've been building this thing like it feels more like a
Years.
decade. Are we
Yeah,
going on a
close.
decade?
It's been like 5-6 years, I think.
It's got to be more than that, Joseph.
What a waste of money.
Yeah, anyway, basically a light rail transit, mostly above ground. Some of it's below ground. It's on an east-west road in Toronto called Eglinton. They've been building this thing for years, and we've been hearing a lot about it for years. All right, guys, Big Bear AI, 510 high, got into the high of the day. We're still holding the piece. We're long 490. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's a good look right now on the Baird one, 21.25%. Great look for the name. Great uptrend there with a very clear upward channel. With support generally, the wicks seem to be supported at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, with most prints, guys, closing above the 10 EMA. That's the good news. Let's talk a little bit about EYEN, because there's going to be some upset people. I'm assuming right now. Topping tail probably got a lot of people in, but this is a lower high, 975 rejection, down into 9 1/5 we go. Full disclosure, I was interested in punching in on this one because it looked very similar to Pony, right? Big move up, goes down to VWAP, and then starts doing that rounding effect. Like the reason we got back into Pony was because of that rounding shape off the volume with an average price, but Pony didn't topping tail in this way. So let's keep an eye out on EYEN. If it sets up the right way, man, if it clears at 9 3/4, that'll be another area high, and I'll probably weasel into the trade on that one. It's still up 67%, going on 68 right now, but definitely giving back a little bit here after that nice move up. So EYEN, good look. Last but not least, the trade that I had on earlier on Pony is absolutely done. We took it out there ahead of the possible double top. It's a 13.24 high, but these candles here rejected off 20. So there could be a double top here at play. Not really sure. I won't be shorting this at all, but if I was to short this, it would have to lose VWAP and break the neckline. So I'd be looking to get in below that, 250 area, maybe 2 mid-50s, because the wicks seem to be bouncing off 60. That's PONY. Nothing else for me right now, guys. I'm looking. There's a new small cap gapper that's weaseled its way onto the scene. It goes by YAAS. Look at this thing go. This one just started getting the volume under it right now. Looks like the biggest volume bar started manifesting less than 10 minutes ago. That's a 1235 candle. This thing is up almost 90% in a matter of minutes here. Basically did no volume from 9:30 until 1225. What the hell is the reason this is moving up? I don't see any reason here. I don't even have an entry from today. For YAAS. That is the name of this ticker. I'll give you the information on it in a second, but I'm not seeing a news catalyst on YAAS. Yuxin Technology Holding Company, primarily engaged in providing software, SaaS, as a service and platform as a service. There's something called PaaS. I didn't even know that. For retail enterprises, the company mainly operates two businesses, professional service, business engagement, providing customer relationship, CRM, and so it's basically B2B. Adara is going to talk about it, but this thing is up almost 100%, Joseph. Adara, what more information can you give us?
Oh, so, okay, we're going with Adara. Sorry, yeah, Bitcoin here is starting to really move, guys, punching through those resistance zones that I was referring to. Now that volume is starting to step in. Once again, we want to keep it nice, calm, and cool, but 60.30 is when we're going to start to take some off, so we're only 10 cents away from that right now with the Heliante. Yeah, with the Heliante is going on here, but a big-time move in Bitcoin. This is exactly what we want to see. The Qs are just going parabolic right now, being led by the likes of maybe possibly NVDA. There's a lot going on in the tech space. Adara, what do you got for us?
IAAS. I just wanted to let you guys know I've looked into it. The last catalyst on this, or connected to this on Benzinga, was in March of 2025. So it's been a while since we've seen this pop up in the news. It's a Chinese company here, Yaoshin Technology. A little bit of social media attention, like a couple of minutes before the pop, so people are definitely looking at it. I don't have any news. The float is not notable. Short float is not notable. Market cap is not notable. Interesting little runner here. I wish I could provide more context. But yeah, here you are. YAAS. Back to you.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, so a big-time move here in IBIT. You can see that we're punching through that Friday support level that I was referring to, and the volume supporting this move. So let's continue to hold on. Let's continue to hold on to this for as long as we can. The Qs are just going absolutely parabolic. Sippo Sunshine. We're going to go over the options chain on the Qs here momentarily, but a good look here in NVDA. JPM moving as well too.
All right, guys, invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. We're talking about 3D Capital on the CSE, under IDK on the US as IDKFF. It's a risk diversified basket of around 60 vetted investments. Get founder level exposure, the kind most investors can access in some of the hottest sectors. We're talking about blockchain, AI, IoT, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x, baby. 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset value per share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come, guys, from founder level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early stage disruptive innovation. Shout out to 3D. Great look there, man. I happen to like that because we always harp on the fact that, you know, these private market investments are often for accredited investors, and you have to be accredited, which comes with a whole basket of requirements. And, you know, sadly, the common man can't invest in some of these at the foundation level. So looks like that's weaseling you in, like the other ones we've talked about as well. What was that one that has SpaceX, Adara? Is it UVXY? DXYZ. Thank you, Adara. DXYZ. Like if you want to weasel into SpaceX, they hold it on their balance sheet and then you invest in them. In any event, digressing. YAAS, Joseph, halted to the upside at $6.61 with a theoretical auction price showing me $6.90. So this one is already slated to open higher. It is now up 131%. This thing is rocketing up. It's done huge amount of volume in the last 20 minutes, did almost no volume at all from the open until about basically 12:30. So 661 halt, 630 now theoretical auction price, so slated to open lower. We're going to keep an eye on this one. The top is zigging and zagging, a little above, a little bit below. But what you should know is that this one will open at the earliest. It may not open at that time. At the earliest will be 12:51.02 as it halted 12:46.02. Little trick, just look at your time in sales, see when the last print came in, and then you add 5 on top of that. So we're going to keep an eye out here for this bad boy, YAAS, Joseph, on the NQ, up 131.5%.
Yeah, great look, Sharif. I mean, the Qs are trading at $540 roughly right now, just a little bit south of that. We were just knocking on the door of all-time highs. So what a move here, guys. We'll call it 541 just to be safe. Previous all-time high on the Qs. Now we put in a high of around 540 exactly. Starting to pull back a little bit, but I mean, by the end of the day, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. By the end of the day, we can most definitely breach that and head to an all-time high in this market. which is absolutely insane. What a monstrous recovery here, guys. So you can see from the trough there, 34%, and we're just a fraction of a percent off of those previous all-time highs. Dara, what do you got for us?
What I have here, speaking of it being almost 1 o'clock, is in about 10 minutes, we have this 2-year note auction. So 2-year note, high yield, we're going to be looking at. Previous was 3.955%. As we get closer to the auction, I can let you guys know what the yield is right ahead of time. But it is worth noting, apparently, the bids for the 2-year notes total $6.9 billion. I'm seeing that come through. I'll keep you guys posted what's happening here. But yeah, market pretty strong. Let's see if this auction shakes things up, as this often does. Back to you.
It's going to be important there.
I gotta, okay, so let's break this down. So, Joseph, my options haven't changed in price after NVDA moved up 35 cents and the theta is only $11. Something is fishy. Do you find that to be weird? The same price an hour back with 24 was 0.24. It hasn't moved. Yeah, I mean, the options market can be pricing in volatility as well, too. So there's a lot of things that you need to factor in. I would have to dig a little bit more into why specifically, and that would take some time. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It tends to happen. You got to think about it. It hasn't moved. You've also paid commissions, etc. So that might be reflected in your brokerage or in your portfolio as well, too. So just keep that in mind. There's a couple things that can come into play. Just the options market pricing in volatility, etc., etc. Okay, so yeah, just keep that in mind. JPM is on a run right now, Sharif. So the financial sector leading that way here, I think, are in second place.
Get
so,
it,
yeah,
Katina,
there you
man.
go, JPM. It was actually one of my first contracts that I ever bought.
No way.
Yeah, my first option. It was Amazon, JPM, and XOM, and I swore after my XOM trade I would never buy options for energy sector ever again, even though it wasn't too much or anything along those. But JPM definitely went part.
Energy used to be a sick trade,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah, but
It's like-
it's just current. It's not right now,
for me.
unfortunately. But yeah, JPM a big time move, and I mean I was buying this thing at like $150, which is absolutely insane.
Hey.
Yeah, yeah. So JPM just been on an absolute monster run. After, see, this is old news, Sharif, but after they acquired, I think it was Silicon Valley Bank's book, right?
Yep.
SVB's book.
They did.
Man, the numbers were insane, right? So that's when I first really started to hone in on the fundamentals, because I seen quarter after quarter, they were just blowing estimates out of the water. Yeah. And I'm like, there's something to be had here. And that's kind of what led me into that Robinhood trade, just seeing that style of growth. I'm like, okay, well, if this is reflected in JPM and I'm seeing the same thing in Robinhood, let's get involved in that. And Robinhood's been nothing short of a fantastic
And let's be honest, Robinhood probably has more upside potential, at least in the short term.
Right? Exactly.
All right, guys. Big Bear AI, new high day. Interesting article by Zoltan Ban on Seeking Alpha. VinFast developing market strategy starting to catch investor attention. With competition strong in the US and Europe, they're focusing on fast-growing markets like India, Indonesia, and Philippines. With rising oil prices as well, EVs are looking even more appealing. Q1 showed major progress for VinFast. Losses per share dropped from $61,000 to $18,000 per vehicle. It trades under the ticker on the NASDAQ, VFS, baby, VinFast. Definitely one to watch. And one that we've known about in Canada for a long time. As I mentioned, they've had a presence here in Toronto. Katina, man, where are you ringing the profit bell on Big Bear AI? Because every time I look at this thing, it's at a new high a day. 514 right now on the Baird one. This one keeps going and going and going. Like the I've much forgotten about Energizer Bunny.
Energizer Bunny?
You don't, I don't hear anything about him
That
anymore. Where's he at, bro?
I don't even know where Energizer
What, they
Bunny's
cancel
at.
him?
Yeah. Right?
I don't know what the hell we're talking about, but I like it anyway. Jibber jabber, baby.
All right, Sharif.
Go.
Man.
EYEN is breaking out.
No, but on it, the BYD, but we just sat in this Bitcoin trade since what? Since what time? 10:30. So now we're starting to run into that target that we were talking about, 60-30. I think 61s can even be in the work. I'm not going to say by the end of the day, but what a big time recovery on this. Way to Deontay Diamond Hand Wilder this year. So yeah, I mean, a nice look on Bitcoin. I probably should start to take some off. Yeah, I will just to be safe. I'm only going to take, what, about 25%, we'll call it. And nope, Didn't catch a fill on that one. We'll try one more time here.
Get it again,
Just to lock in. There we go. So there we are. We punched through that high of the day. You're seeing the strength starting to be displayed in the tape as I start to take it off there. But that's okay. We like this move here in IBIT. Broke through that high of the day. There was add opportunities, but keep in mind we have risk measures that we need to obviously abide by. So yeah, there it is. Nice move in Bitcoin. Hope everyone's traded it. And sorry, for some reason my Google account logged me out. So when I send it back to Sharif, I'll just log back in. So that's why I can't communicate with you guys in the chat right now. So once I figure that out, that's what we got cooking. One thing to note as well, Tesla put in this nice base, and I mentioned you want to get in on the lows, right? Just in case it does decide that it wants to break through some of the support system, but you have a key resistance zone right there. You don't want to be buying the tops right now. I think you want to be patient and get in on the lower end of that range there, Sharif.
All right, man. YAAS is giving it all up, man. What the hell is going on?
Ellie.
These small, what the hell? These small caps. For example, WFF moves up like 150%. It's almost negative on the day now. It's crazy. YAAS doing the same thing. YAAS moving all the way up into 6 3/4 or thereabouts, all the way down to 5. It might lose 5 over here. It's lost VWAP. It's barely above the 10 EMA, and by extension of that, it's barely above $5 as well. So the psychological level of support. So this one is giving up the ghost, and it's giving it up in a freaking hurry. Be careful, guys. Don't try to stay in front of this freight train, or as Neil says, try to catch a falling knife. Let it set up the right way, okay? Get it off key technical levels. Don't try to buy it where you think it's just going to hold up, even though the selling is still coming in fast and furious. It does look like it's going to give up 5 right now. Ugly, ugly candle just closed on the 5, with the only saving grace being the current 5-minute candle has a bit of a higher low. And they're both, the previous candle and this candle on the 5-minute chart are above that 10 EMA, but it does look like it might give it up here. So I'm not going to be punching in at the 10 EMA. I'm not going to be punching in at the $5 level. It just doesn't have a bid to speak of. And there it goes into the 80s and 70s. This one is giving it up in a hurry right now, so keep your eye out on that. Opposite story right now with our very good friend EYEN. Now, I'm joking about that, of course, because we refused to trade this until it weaseled back above 9 3/4. It has done that now. And this current candle went up all the way to about 10 1/5. Down below 10 we go. So what I'm going to be keeping my eye on here, can we hold trend? And by trend here, I'm talking about higher lows. So any candle that prints a lower low will have me get out of this trade. The prior bar low. So the prior bar on the 5-minute has a 951 area low. We are at 994. So if this thing prints anything below 950, I'm going to stop out. So I'm going to look to get in somehow here to ride trend. And we're going to send you to Adira.
Take a look here at the market. Feds Williams speaking. I mean, Fed Chair Powell, of course, still testifying, but Feds Williams making comments as well, saying that tariffs may be adding 1/4 percentage point to inflation. Interesting note there. Also, be aware in a couple minutes, we're going to be getting that 2-year note auction. I will cover that if it's of no pun intended. No pun intended. But it's worth letting you guys know this doesn't always necessarily move the market. We will be aware of it, of course, and just letting you know, just in case, if you see any kind of movement there, at 1 p.m., we are expecting that 2-year note auction. It is a little late to populate. Before I send you back to the guys, here's our new infographic on X at TTV Research. We have FedEx earnings tonight. So with that in mind, here's a comparison of FedEx and UPS revenue. A couple fun facts in here. UPS didn't IPO until 1999, and it was the largest IPO in the 20th century. And FedEx wasn't known as FedEx until the year after, in 2000. Until then, it was the FDX Corporation. So for more fun facts and revenue comparison, X at TTV Research. Stay tuned for a very detailed BlackBerry infographic to come ahead of its report. Also after the bell, I'll probably be debuting that within the next hour because it's all good to go. Back to you.
Yeah, a big spot. I didn't see anything on that either just yet, brother. So, but we'll get into that world momentarily. But Bitcoin really starting to work out nice for us. We took a little bit more off there, nothing substantial. So yeah, there it is, guys. A nice look. Let's see if we can run into 60.50. I think that might be a target here, but we just got to be patient. If it comes back to my break even, then I'll just have to hop out. I also don't want to give up too much unrealized, but I want to stay forward thinking and just hold on to as much size as I possibly can through the bulk of this move here.
Katina Man's getting lit up over there, bro.
What do you got in the ear right now, Katina Man? Trophies. All right, maybe I shouldn't do that on the air, but that's okay. Hey, let's get. Ooh.
What happened?
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah. I remember you always used to put that up, man. We haven't seen that in a while. It's like a trophy kind of day. You used to say that all the time.
Maybe we can start we
There
need
you
a
go.
belt or something for
A belt?
Yeah, just like a
I thought it was for a
WWE
different
belt.
reason.
Did you used to have a WWE belt?
And I love those things, dude. I had the WCW World Champion or World Heavyweight Championship,
yeah.
that big one.
And then when you were wrestling with your cousin.
Oh, right away, bro.
It's not
Like,
even
yeah.
that. It's just like, you know how
To
they
hit him with the belt? No,
yeah, all
man.
day. My cousins had like a real gold one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Like we weren't allowed to play with it, but it was just up on the mantle there.
All right, here we go.
Good stuff there. You're cooking up. I'm cooking up. Let's see if we can continue this move. 60-40 is going to be that next target. Hopefully we don't experience too deep of a.
Wow.
Weeble's at 11.25. All right, there you go.
lose it,
Katina Man's
bro.
really giddy today. He's on fire.
lit, bro.
Yeah, he's having a great time. We're all having a great time. Boom. Throw the combo, Katina Man. Throw the 3-punch combo.
Oh.
Yeah, he's too into it, man.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Bang, let's go. This is the type of fun we have. I'm not going to hop into TSLA. Oh, my day.
What happened?
What a big pop here in Bitcoin, Sharif. Let's go. Yes. Oh, my days.
Katina
What
Man's
is it?
attacking me.
Let's move forward. We take some more on Bitcoin. Yo, this is insane. This is what we want to do.
Hey, get it,
sat
baby,
through
get it.
Everything. I'm like, Sharif, I'm talking to Sharif. I'm like, dude, I was on the timer. That's how not good things were. But there we go.
Bang,
We're right
Joseph.
back into this thing. And we still have more than half of our position right there. What a massive pop through that high of the day. And then now you're seeing that volume and momentum continue. This is exactly what we want here in Bitcoin. What a beautiful move, man. I find that I catch these breakouts live on air. Quite a bit. And we had a good time on that previous Tesla breakout, couple IBIT breakouts. This is what we do. This is why we sit on those trades. This is why we have diamond hands.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't have any diamond hands right now because I'm about to lose the bid on EYEN. We punch in at the 10 exponential. This will lose, it looks like, the 10 EMA. Topping tail above 1050, just out 10 1/3, and now it's dropping quite aggressively. So let's see, does it find support at the 10 EMA? So I'm going to go ahead and wait over here at 969. We'll see if we can get a pop back up there. Dara, what do you got?
I just want to mention here, we do have Fetcher Powell finishing his testimony tomorrow. He's going to come back again for the Senate committee, and best believe I will be following all of that for you guys. Another 3-hour round of questioning for Jerome Powell. Also, 2-year yield before the auction coming in here at 3.787%. I have not seen the auction results yet, but again, yield before the auction, which as Sharif always says, that's the number you really want to look at, 3.787%. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. All right, here we go. EYEN trying to work back up, forming a bit of a hammer candle. There's a lot of selling, though. You can see how thick the book is on the way up, and it did not do this, obviously, on the previous occasion. So let's see if we can kind of pop up into the 60s. We get one print there, but it's basically not very much. Okay, so we definitely have to do a lot better. We'll look to weasel out some more shares there. EYEN finding a little bit of support right now, Joseph, off the 10 exponential, but this candle does have a lower low. So that is trouble for me. And there comes the selling all the way down, zigging and zagging, a little above the $0.50, a little bit below. Let's see how this cookie crumbles,
Dude,
my man.
taking a page out of your book and
What do you
just
got?
layering those orders out here. And we just got another fill on Bitcoin, guys. So yeah, let's go. Nice move here that we won. We broke through that high of the day, just absorbed some liquidity. And there you go. Now we're starting to cook up. Oh, what happened there?
What'd you do?
Boom, hit the money storm,
Okay.
and that's all it is, man. What a move here on Bitcoin. Sorry, guys, that we're focused on the 3-minute there, but now let's zoom out and see what we got going on in the 5-minute. Just building this position, holding it for as long as I could, and then sure enough, as soon as we headed that trajectory back towards this high of the day, you see that volume really start to pick up, and that's really important. I mentioned it before when we double topped. Not a genuine move, right? Effort and result. The effort wasn't there, and then we had this massive engulfing candle, so just keep that in mind. The volume profile is extremely, extremely important when you're day trading here, guys. So yeah, really big time move on Bitcoin, Sharif. Now we're starting to pull back in, but never mind that. The market is heading back towards the high of the day, 540, and we're about $1 away from printing a new all-time high in the NASDAQ, which is absolutely insane, but fantastic for this market. So be prepared. And I mentioned the laggards, but the likes of Google and Apple, that is, if they start to pick up some steam, watch out. Watch out for this market.
Absolutely. And what are those two doing? Yeah, okay. We'll keep an eye out on that. All right, keeping an eye on Big Bear Big Bear AI as well. Let's change WFF over here to what is this one called? AMRN. AMRN. This one's setting up well, quite close to the high of the day, so keeping my eye out on that one. Big Bear just printed another new high of the day, 515. Keeping an eye on that one. Don't really have a target for this. I'm going to let this one go and see kind of what we get at around that 130 mark. We'll see if the volume wants to start picking up closer to power hour or what the situation is going to be. But it's really the trade on EYEN over here that we're involved with right now. It's currently holding up at the 10 EMA with about a minute left, maybe a little bit less. On this 5-minute candle. I'd like to see if this one can test $10 again. It's above VWAP, it's above the 10 EMA, but it's still got a huge topping tail candle that preceded it there. So we've got, what do we got on? 49s, it's showing me 38s. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. I don't think I'm going to give it too much below the 10 EMA. So we've already moved up the stop from below 9 into a bit of a higher level there. So there goes Big Bear AI, Katina Man into the high of the day, 519 for the Baird one. This one keeps on going and going and going. I don't know, is that Wayne? No, it was like, who's yelling back there? Oh, I know that voice. So Big Bear AI, 519 high. Keep your eye out on this one. It's got 24% give or take right now on the day. So let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling, but it's a great day today for Big Bear AI. We'll keep tabs on that. EYEN still holding on to this one, looking for a loss of the 10 EMA. I don't know how this cookie crumbles, man. We're about 9 pennies out of the money or 10 pennies out of the money right now. Let's see if this can hold up at this level or what the situation is. We've got a couple of shares on this bad boy. Keep an eye out on that. Pony as well, guys. Pony right back into that area high. Where's my friend Pony at? Right back into that 1305 area with a 1324 high. This one's done umpteen amount of higher lows. We'll see if it's going to be a flat top break through that 13 and a fifth. Adara.
Sorry, I just want to provide a really quick update here on the auction. It was very uneventful, and I'll show you what I mean. So before the auction here, it came, I guess we were seeing the yield at 3.787%. The auction came in at 3.786%. So that is right, 0.001 off. So almost exactly in line. Not a shocker at all. And we have this QQQ still making maybe a slightly lower high, pushing into 540s. We're near all-time highs right now, guys. Back to you.
Go.
Yeah, we're really close to all-time highs here at Dara. I have it marked out on my chart here, so you can see right at that 540.83 level. That's going to be that all-time high. Bitcoin is starting to sell quite aggressively here, so I got to keep an eye out on this, guys. Can't allow it to go back to my break even, but yeah, substantially more breathing room here now on the day. So hopefully this breakout is sustained. We can continue this trajectory to the top side. But healing pain naturally, yeah. LMND's really starting to tank here, down to 44.15. So not too good of a look on this name, to be honest with you. And why? You're just asking why isn't it participating? Well, I mean, it's insurance, right? So Lemonade offers renters, homeowners, car, pet, and life insurance. The company operates through the United States, Europe, including the United Kingdom, providing your insurance products to customers through various sales channels. The company digital subtracts enables, substrate, whatever that is. So $3.2 billion market cap, but yeah, it's really tanking. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Oh, okay, I mean, that's not too bad, right? Like considering off of these April lows, you get a nice, that's a big time move, right? Like from that to that high, to that local high, you're up 87%. So at some point it's going to pull back. Maybe it's just been part of the space, right? So we can go back and look at UNH, et cetera. It's just not a really good look here for some of these names, Sharif. These
all right, man.
Names.
We got out of some trouble here. I'm kind of relieved with EYEN pop and into mid-80s. We got a bunch of prints on. Now we got 40s. It's showing me 75s. Let's see if this one can continue above 10. My next profit taker is going to be above that $10 area, of which it's really had trouble staying. Now it's been above $10 multiple times. Most recently, where I punched in here, got stopped out, punched back in, added, and then we took some into 977. So here's the deal. We've had a lot of trouble with $10, so I'm going to put resting orders above that $10 area. My first resting one is at 10.05. Here's 88. Let's go, Mr. EYEN. Let's get above that $10 and let's take out those area highs, baby. 10.75 area high. Very thickly traded at this level. 87s now showing up. 90s now showing up. Seller of note here at 90, preventing this from ascending. Keep your eye out on 90 right now. There's a seller iceberg order likely because there's really no size posted on any of the gateways, and I have them all. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. EYEN up 80%, give or take, but still south of that $10 area. Now, if I had to guess, and based upon the chart pattern, we've got higher lows. We've been getting higher lows essentially since 12:15 today. So if I can pack my patience, I think we do get a decided break of 10. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. But Big Bear A frickin' I has got another new high of the day. It's a 521 area high. We've still got 90s on this monster. Great look here for Big Bear AI. Where's that other one, baby? EYEN now showing me 97s. What's the high of this candle? The high of this candle is 94s. Excuse me, Joseph, not 97s. I saw that on the level 2. Got excited. I'm waiting at 10.05. Let's see if we can continue to work up here into here. Boom! We take out the level, Joseph Wilson. All right, let's set up a little bit higher now. We're going to wait at 25s. So 10.25, next area out. We take 10.05. Let's wait for that 10.05 now. EYEN. This one had me in some trouble. We are out of trouble with this one. Let's see if we can get that pop. 10.10. All right, 10. Seller at 10.10. 10.15 now. Area high. Can we pop up into 25s quick as you like? We're going to pack our patience. Here we go. Now we got 20s. Big boy seller at 20. Prevented that one from ascending. Keep your eye on the fifth of a dollar. There's a seller there at the fifth of a dollar. So 10.20, hidden seller as again, nothing posted on the gateway. But if the trend continues to the high side, hopefully we do get printed at 10.25 before we get stopped out. Here comes 10.20 again. There's a 126 lots posted on Memex. Everything else doesn't have any size posted, only one lot per gateway. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Anish, you sound like you're at an auction. I know, my man. I've been told that before. I've got my little my little auction voice going on at the time right now. But what I'm waiting for, my man Anish, is that 10.25 break and take. Here comes 19s again. 20 again, Joseph. There's a seller at 19 though. Seller at 20. Can't shake him. We can't shake that seller. Look at that Memex seller, that little punk waiting at 125 lots right there.
You gotta talk.
Boom! Joseph, we take out that level. We're almost $1 in the money. Uh-oh. Boom, we are $1 in the money. There it is, man.
Hit it there.
Flatten out the trade, baby. Big move here on EYEN. Very pleased with this trade. Got us out of some trouble right there with the 940 long, and we just took out 1050 with the local area high now on EYEN, boys and girls. What is it?
What is it?
It is 1058 candle high.
Oh, it's still going. Are you all out of the?
All out, baby.
All out of
all out.
there?
Yeah.
All right, then, fair enough.
What you got?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in this trade here as Bitcoin starts to pull back a little bit. I still have exactly 50% of my position remaining there. So yeah, let's see what happens. I think this is going to be a real pivotal moment. If we come back and retest those, then once again, there's zero chance that I'm going to allow this winning trade to turn into a loser. So I'm just waiting for a breach. I wanted this retest. That volatility seems to have stepped in. Now we're starting to expand. So yeah, maybe we can break through that 60-50 level. I got orders posted up on that one. So I'm going to be patient on this. So, but again, a really nice break. A way to hold through that. Waited for the specific risk to reward as well too. I told you guys 60-30. That's what we're going to be looking for. We did hold it about 15 cents against us. And then that's when we took 30 cents to the top side, all right? So just trying to keep that risk to reward not so vastly skewed. There's something that I wanted to touch on. Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna do. 8-ball. Is Bitcoin going to make an all-time high by the end of the week? This thing don't lie, guys.
Ball don't lie?
No, ever.
Literally a ball.
Ooh, don't count on it.
Oh.
It's crazy because when I did it before, it said the exact same thing.
I don't know, bro. Bitcoin's been, it's locked in that range, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that?
Yeah. Because to me, it's not selling off. So
Yeah, that's the thing,
the
right?
thing.
It's holding 100K.
accumulation and distribution, Wyckoff, right? I mean, we know that.
Basic Wyckoff there.
Assassino reminded me at oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to
the
interrupt.
play make?
No. Assassino was reminding me at the top of the show that I said, I was quite displeased with the small cap gappers. It shows you how transient these ones are.
Yeah, and then you just bang up Ian over
But there was nothing going on. Even Ian at the beginning of the show was kind of bubkiss straddling VWAP, this, that, and the other. No, but Assassino brings up a good point, man. Like these small cap gappers, they march to the beat of their own drum, man. They're here at a whim, and they're gone as quickly as they came, and that's just the nature of the beast.
That is the nature of it.
Big bear time.
Big bear.
I tried to tell you 10:21 high, but you were jamming to your music over there. He heard. Katina Man heard it. Okay.
He heard it.
It's a 5:21 high on Big Bear Dang AI. Obviously, it's a fantastic move. But I told our viewer, I forget her name, Leanna, that I would look at Archer for her. And that's a great call out there, Leanna. It's very much in play right now, very in vogue with Donald Trump signing that drone executive order not that long ago. There's so many different names that will benefit from this. By the way, if you're interested in this, I don't know if you're looking at an investment or this is just a day trade, but CNBS, no, joking, of course, CNBC has got a nice video on their YouTube channel about the state of the eVTOLs, the electrical vertical takeoff and landing, which is what Archer and Joby and some other private companies do. And they're just showing you the nature of where the business is at the moment. What the runway is to profitability, what the runway is, no pun intended, of course, for, viability as a real and present form of transportation. There's already a project out in Dubai where you're going to be able to fly from the downtown core to the airport using Joby's electrical vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. And apparently, I've never timed this myself, but it's like over an hour and a half in bad traffic. And with that thing, you basically got 10-minute flight. So let's look at Archer from a wider time frame, and then we'll talk about it as an intraday trade. Hope you're okay with that. So it looks like it's a bit of a consolidation here, and it has been for a little bit of time. I want to say basically since the election onward, since Donald Trump won the election, looks like towards the earlier part of November, this thing's been on that good stuff. It looks like it's been finding support at the 200 moving average. You see that over here. You see that over here. And that was Liberation Day when everything in the market was dumping. It quickly retraced right above the 200. You can see it spent very little time below that blue line. The blue line is the 200 exponential, and the purple line is the 200 simple. I keep them both there just so I can have a better look. More locally, though, it's finding support at the 50 exponential moving average, which is the red line and always will be on my charts. I happen to like this one. I like the entire space. It's just about picking winners and losers. And I don't know which one comes out on top here. Is it Joby? Is it Archer? Is it a different private company that's not traded on the public markets? And there's one that they talk about in that video I recommended to you about a private company that we don't hear too often about. Now, that's the wider time frame. Intraday, it is putting in lower highs. It's finding obvious area of support at the 20 exponential moving average, which is the yellow line on my chart. So if it loses that 20 and is anything below this area low, like if it makes a newer low, so that'll be a lower high and a lower low if it loses this area here. So if it prints anything below, say 10 mid-50s, that's a lower high and a lower low. I'd be looking for a buy at 1046 at the volume weighted average price. That's where I'd be looking now. If it holds the 20, it doesn't lose the 20 moving average, so it doesn't break below 10.5, I'd be looking above that 1071. Now, you may not get either of those, right? You can consolidate, you can stay within a range. So hard to see exactly what Archer's doing on the day, but it's up nice, man. 6.1%. It's not a small cap gapper. It is certainly, Leanna, I don't want to say a large cap, but it's $6.75 billion. So it's not, around for a good time, not a long time. No, this one's been hanging out, and it could be one of the best companies in the space. Guys, in your opinion, chat, who's the best eVTOL play that we don't know about? We know about Archer. We know about Joby. Who else is out there on your purview? Who else are you guys watching? I mean both private market and publicly traded companies as well. Throw it in the chat, tag Joseph or I, because I think this is going to be a burgeoning one right now. The Katina man's yelling about Circle right now, so let's have a look at CRCL quickly, but tag me.
Wow, this thing is tanking.
Good.
With fierce.
Oh, wow. Well, CoreWeave. Good. CoreWeave.
Don't leave me hanging.
sorry, I was focusing.
Don't leave me
what the
hanging
hell is?
there, man.
Why are they both tanking like that? They have nothing to do with each other. That's so bizarre. They're both short squeezes. That's a very good point, Katina. So CoreWeave, yeah, this one is still putting. Man. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm not standing in front of that thing. I'm not standing in front of that thing. CRCL. Yeah, that one. This one's a bit more precarious, but I don't know anything of why it's dropping. Adara, if you can possibly have a look at why Circle is dropping or CoreWeave, they're both dropping quite aggressively. Say that again, Adara. Circle looks super technical according to Adara, and I have to agree. A 245 break there. It looks like certainly there was some support there that could have given way. Let's have a look at CoreWeave on the 5, Joseph. What do we got there with CoreWeave? Kind of the same look. We had that 179 kind of flat bottom with lower high, lower high, lower high. Oh, is this the mother of all flat bottom breaks? Man, look at that. That's a beauty right there with a technical break through that 179 on a decisive basis, Joseph.
Ooh, big time. Yeah, Sharif, man, we didn't do this today. Maybe we can start our voting game here.
E-hang. I like it. Hover. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the place because people are telling us about the eVTOLs, Joseph.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I want to see exactly what people are talking about over here.
All right,
Go ahead.
All right. All right. So you're reading that. Let's start this game here, guys. It's very simple stuff. Sharif, as soon as you're ready, just feel free to interrupt me at any given point. This is how we do it, right? I just start the poll. Okay. So no, guys, start to put in those submissions. Are we running this, Fabian? Is this how I kick this thing off? We put the $ and then what we want to vote for. I've seen a couple, but I don't see them coming up on the screen here, how it was going in the background and everything along those lines. You're not talking to me. Oh, you're doing it? You're doing something to it? All right, then we just throw that to the side. If you're not ready, you're working on that. We're still in beta mode with that, so we'll just throw that to the side there. But we got some stuff with Adara. We're starting to experience a pullback here in Bitcoin. Let's see if we can start to slowly curl back over and then maybe go and test the previous high of the day. But a good look. And one thing that I also wanted to mention, guys, we're not doing it. I know everyone's throwing it in the chat, but we'll get that figured out.
It's working. It'll still populate, Joseph. It's been populating the entire time, yeah.
Okay, so now I just, I opened it up now, so now it's starting to work there, guys. So good luck. Thank you for that, Fabian. We're getting that sorted out. Now the chat's just going crazy. Good. We're not going to do that just yet. We like to wait for 200 submissions. Let's send it to Adara, and then we'll get right back to it.
I look into Circle and CoreWeave, no news, but these moves, I guess, according to people in the Twitterverse, because I did go on social media when I couldn't find any news, people are saying that these moves between CoreWeave and Circle are connected. Basically, they're both really, really hyped IPOs that were pretty recent. CoreWeave in March and then Circle earlier this month. And they both have flat bottom breaks on the daily chart, intraday chart here. CoreWeave flat bottom break here around 178.5, and Circle's, I think, a lot more obvious and slow winding. It was at 245 level. It breaks down, and here we are. People are basically saying that these two are moving in tandem, and some people also comparing these to other recent IPOs in the last year or so, like Reddit and ARM, that were hugely overvalued, had massive IPOs, and at one point are bound to sell off a bit. So with all of that analysis in mind, Circle and CoreWeave do not seem to have any kind of, fundamental news behind their moves, but I'm still looking into it. If anything pops out, I'll let you guys know. It does seem to be technical by all accounts, though. Back to you.
All right, guys, so we're starting to get those submissions. Once again, thank you very much for that, Adara. The market is starting to pull back here aggressively. I was just about to say one thing. If Tesla decided that it wanted to turn its ship around today and start climbing higher, then I think that it was going to drag the overall market to a new all-time high. But we're starting to tank aggressively here. Pulling back in, I mean, we are slightly extended from the volume-weighted average price, but let's get back into our submissions here. All right, so we got about 128 entries. Let's get that to $200, and then the ticker that you want to see, and then we're going to start the poll. We can vote one or two and see what we got going on from that point. So I'll do it again here. I don't think it counts as, I can only do one submission there. So yeah, there we go. We got another one. So guys, make sure you get those tickers in. As soon as we reach that 200, I'll come back to it, and then we can start that poll. But Bitcoin's coming back aggressively aggressively. So I gotta monitor this. I do have 50% of my position remaining, but I'm looking for the continuation. So at some point, if I see it on the lower time frames, we'll zoom into the 1 minute. And if we're starting to slowly curl over, I'm not seeing anything from that standpoint just yet. But we'll be patient. We want to see some bottoming tail candles, and then that slow consolidation to the east side, and then that curl over. But it's starting to come against us right now. I have no issues with hopping out at the break even here. I can't complain. And then we'll just look for another trade. So yeah, unfortunately, you give back a lot of unrealized gains when you're just holding on to things like that. But no worries on that front. Tesla making a new low. Let's pull up Circle and CoreWeave because I think that's going to be the hottest things. All right, now we're at 200 submissions. Good look there, guys. I might just flatten out here on Bitcoin, but I'll be patient to hold this 60-10 level. But yeah, let's take a look at Circle and CoreWeave as that trajectory to the downside. The momentum really starting to pick up there, guys. So take a look at CoreWeave, CRWV. A nice, oh, there you go, a nice hammer candle being formed there, actually. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from the daily. Oh, yeah, at some point this thing has to turn around. I mean, what a monstrous move. Making generational wealth over here, Sharif, from the bottom there, 457%. Wow. Yeah, that is a big-time move there on CoreWeave. We'll take a look at Circle as well, too, to see what we got going on from a daily. Wow. Okay, yeah, $64 all the way up to 300. A nice 370% move. Now starting to pull back aggressively there. But that is a good short signal. I remember somebody in the chat was asking us about this, and there you go. You got that trend line break. We'll pull it in on the 30. It already broke, but now that momentum is most definitely continued to the downside there on Circle and Core.
Your boy, I Show Speed.
Yeah, who'd he race now?
Dusted another guy.
Yeah, I know, man.
He was challenged by this guy, and like I saw the challenge going back and forth. They raced yesterday. Speed just killed him. Did you see the race between Noah Lyles and Show Speed?
Yeah,
that was super close.
He actually beat him.
I don't think he beat him.
No, off the jump. He was ahead of him at the jump. Like he had a faster start.
Well, yeah.
And the thing is, though, if this kid were to actually train
and not be a streamer,
right?
For
but
like,
he makes way more money.
Of course, yeah. I'm not even trying to tell him to not do that, but like this
Sha'Carri Richardson won it.
And I like his personality.
I love his personality.
Okay, so usually like guys that old,
I'm
not friends with them, right? It's just too much of an age gap.
Yeah.
But this guy, he's actually hilarious, and he's not annoying.
He's mad genuine.
Yeah.
I think Kai, we talked about this before. I think Kai is a little annoying.
I don't like Kai.
Yeah. But Speed is actually the first time I seen this kid's video, he lit fireworks in his room and just went crazy. And it's like, yo, who is this individual?
I like him.
Yeah. He's a wild character for sure. One of a kind.
And he's a real athlete.
He's a real athlete. Real
you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's just gifted, I guess, man.
He's got talent, man.
He's got speed,
no question.
Man. That's why they call him Speed, yeah.
Sports and stonks. Sharif, there's an interesting thesis about how the short range VTOLs is highly competitive with some major players being Joby and Archer. There is speculation that a SpaceX Tesla team I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. But is it in Elon Musk's nature, and by extension of that, SpaceX and Tesla, to be secretive about their projects? Usually they telegraph. It's like Apple is the company we know that's super secretive about stuff. You'll get, 1 or 2 releases a year, September, WWDC, maybe some stuff they start dropping cheaper items in the spring now. We saw that with the SE and with some other stuff. But it's not really in Elon's nature to hide, at least not been my observation, to hide these sort of creations and designs and projects that they want to bring to market. So, hey, man, if SpaceX gets into it, fantastic. But not that I know anything about that. Let me know, Sports and Stonks, what you're hearing and the sources of what you're hearing, because I'm very much interested in this industry. I think it's definitely going to be a big boy industry. Needless to say, Adara, it's happening.
Yeah, we do have we're going to take a look at the markets. We have a bit of news coming from the EU, apparently warning that even a baseline tariff from the U.S. would still spur retaliation. So even if the U.S. administration or the Trump administration has just a baseline tariff on Europe, they're still going to retaliate. So something on watch there. I guess these retaliatory tariff talks are still omnipresent. But also, before we send you back to the guys, here is a BlackBerry visual ahead of its earnings report. This, if you can believe it, is the massive rise and Even bigger decline in BlackBerry's annual revenue in U.S. billions. They actually IPO'd on the NASDAQ in 1999 following their TSX IPO in 97. They only changed their name to BlackBerry from Research in Motion in 2013. And by that point, the revenue already kind of slumped. So you can read all about this on X that TTV Research just posted ahead of their earnings report tonight. We also have that FedEx and UPS infographic ahead of the FedEx report. So yeah, if you want any detailed deep dives, excuse me, TTV Research on X is your place. Back to you.
I love this infographic, Adara. Thank you very much. Did you have a BlackBerry at some point in time?
I had one I had one for like a couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah. When
year-wise, what year was that? Give or take.
When did I grab? 2012, I think.
Okay. So you
Or
caught
no, 14.
14.
Yeah.
Okay, so you caught the tail end.
Yeah,
I would
that
say
was
the good
super
days
tail
of
end.
BlackBerry.
Yeah,
Because
super
Apple
tail
had
end.
started dominating at that point with the apps, and
I had
BlackBerry
the
couldn't
I
catch
had
up.
the first keyboard phone. I think it was a Nokia or something. You know the one where you flip like that and had the keyboard.
The Sidekick.
Yeah, no, it
Wasn't it
wasn't.
called
I don't think it was a sidekick.
Oh,
I have no idea what it was. But yeah, it was the one that you just flipped up
Yeah.
like that and had the initial. Was it me?
N95. Oh, you're talking about the one that pushes up Assassino.
Yeah,
That's the
that
N95.
was like the
yeah.
chocolate. That was the chocolate or something.
I don't
like that.
remember.
My friend had one of those. No, but mine was like that, and yeah, I was the first one to ever have that
The keyboard. Yeah.
in my-
No, the Assassino, what's it called? The N95 didn't have a keyboard. You had to actually use the numbers for the text and stuff. No, but BlackBerry, we're going to go to Dara in 1 second. I think they really started making their push and started challenging, smartphones were super early, like 8, 9, 10. That was like, I would say, the golden age for BlackBerry, and then it went downhill
I
from
told
there.
you my story that one time. Remember when we were going on about the bank?
Yeah.
I told you that one story. I was walking down the stairs to go to the washroom.
Yeah.
The girl asked me for my number, and I pulled out the iPhone 4. And she's like, "You don't have BBM?" And I'm like, "No." She's like, "Oh, BBM."
But BBM was the ish back in the day.
Everyone.
Everyone
But I got the
wanted
iPhone though. I'm like, I got the iPhone. She was.
You sing a different tune now if you did that.
Oh,
It'd be a completely different. She'd be like, "You got BlackBerry?"
Yeah, you got a BlackBerry. Like,
Sorry to
you got
keep
an
you waiting
Android?
in there.
You got an Android? Come on.
I never had a BlackBerry. When everyone was BBMing, I had a Motorola Grasp. So with that in mind, here is MNMD. This is MindMed. This is the second MindMed related pop today, actually. This one coming from our favorite publication for psychedelic stocks. That would be Marijuana Moment. Marijuana Moment saying that RFK Jr., who of course is the leader of the Health and Human Services Department, is saying that the Trump administration could provide psychedelic therapy to military veterans within the next 12 months. Tons of RFK Jr. headlines today. This one right now providing a second pop to MNMD, which popped earlier after, I guess, there was some research circulating, suggesting that if you take psilocybin once, it can help relieve depression for 5 years. Back to you.
Crazy. I've been holding this thing since basically RFK was floated as a candidate. I don't know where this thing goes, but I'm gonna hold it.
Why not? Right?
I'm gonna hold it.
Maybe you get a boom in that. All right, guys. Yeah. So just moving on. I'm all out of this Bitcoin trade here, guys. So yeah, there it is. It came back. I'm like, all right, that's it. We'll probably come back to the break even. So just a couple pennies remaining, but I did have 50% looking for that push higher, but unfortunately it wasn't sustained. So that's okay. NVDA is continuing to climb. Google did pull back slightly aggressively, but yeah, let's go. 252 submissions. Let's start this poll here. All right, so 1 or 2. So I go start voting now, right? So 1 or 2, we got NVDA and UNH. How does UNH always end up on here? All right, 1 for UNH, 2 for NVDA. Let's see what we got going on, guys. I'm going number 2. Katina, man, make sure you vote there, brother, and Neil Roberts, because I know you guys are both in the chat. So you guys need to get that 1 or that 2 in there to see what we got going on. And so far, NVDA, we only got, 20 seconds. There you go. I thought we were counting down. You can only do it once, guys, so you can continuously press 1. It only Katina, man, contributing to the chaos. All right, contributing to, there you go. The Dr. Evil laugh there. But yeah, there you go, guys. Get those votes in. Good stuff on this front. Let's see what we got going on. We're starting to, how many votes? It doesn't tell. 43 votes for NVDA, 18 for UNH. You got to go either 1 or 2. I feel like there's drastically more people putting in the chat, but you can only vote once, so maybe that makes a little bit of sense. So don't spam it. It's not going to add an additional 1 Look what you started here now, Katina, man. Absolute chaos. I seen he was eating his lunch. I'm starting to get extremely hungry over here. I was thinking about doing the hottest new segment called Jammin' with Joe, where we do testing food. There is cookies back there, but I don't want it to upset my stomach, so I'm gonna avoid that. Maybe we'll hop on and we'll do a little taste test later once the boys decide to hop on when I can get that lunch. But yeah, Jammin' with Joe. We're gonna end this poll here momentarily. We got 85. We'll get to 150 maybe, but that's what we got going on. All right, I'm gonna end I'm gonna end it right here. Winner, NVDA, ding, 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 ding. Winner, chicken dinner. Good stuff there, guys. Having fun with that one. But I also mentioned if Tesla really starts to get rolling here, guys. If Tesla really starts to get rolling here, guys, then who knows? This market can definitely head towards that high of the day. I think in the post market, we're going to see a push for that, and then maybe we get a gap down tomorrow morning or something along those lines. So yeah, keep an eye out on that there, guys. So that's it for me. We can do a quick trade review, and that's the thing, right? Like, we'll just go over risk to reward and how important it is. I started the day 0 for 4. Right? And then I had one trade that eliminated 60% of my losses. All right. So there we go. Getting aggressive on Google. That's it. See, that's the thing too, right? It's unfortunate that Bitcoin's bouncing right now and we got all out of it. We'll go to Adara in one moment. So here we go. You want to keep your outs and your losses relatively clean so that you can put on nice trades, but you also want your losses to look relatively nice as well too. So there it is, our 2 attempts on Google, and then we'll pull up TSLA. Those were our other 2 attempts, looking for the continuation and strength, and I got really aggressive there. So in 1, out 1, in 2, out 2 right there. So yeah, tough start, but then we just hold on to the trade on Bitcoin, and then we got that breakout. We were fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. So that's what we got going on. Adara, what do you have for us?
This is Boeing, BA, and this one going to be on watch. Bloomberg reporting that EU's retaliatory tariffs that they threatened, as I mentioned earlier, could include Boeing aircraft specifically. So BA apparently could be, for whatever reason, specifically targeted, or at least part of the targets for EU's reported retaliatory tariffs. Again, the EU himself has not confirmed this, so they have said they are interested in retaliatory tariffs if the Trump administration even puts a baseline tariff on Europe. So even if it's not one of the higher tariffs that was mentioned during Liberation Day, even if it's a baseline tariff, the EU is still ready to fight back, and this fight could apparently involve or include Boeing aircrafts. Back to you.
Big Spile, I'm going to have to tell him after, because obviously that's not PG-13, and they've thrown it back to us. Oh, is there anything he says that's PG-13? All right, guys, I'm going to do the news in a second, but I want to cover the small cap gappers that are breaking out right now. EYEN is looking very much like it is finding support off the 20 exponential and has been doing so since it reclaimed it around 1240. So we're almost an hour deep of that 20 exponential being absolute money for a dip buy. Okay, so EYEN in focus, as well as Pony. Pony is cents away from that high of the day and has been putting umpteen amount of higher lows. It feels very flat top breakish, Joseph. So Pony and EYEN, the best looking of the bunch, and Big Bear AI, who can complain about that one? Just flattened out that trade. We're going to keep an eye on that, but tell them what you got there, Joey.
All right, we got new traders. Listen up. First month free. Where has Ozan been? That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description.
Jerome Powell on the Hill. Adara's been bringing us the headlines today all day. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things that were going to be presented for Jerome Powell. So he has his semi-annual testimony before Congress today and tomorrow. Today, where was he today, Adara? In the Senate? Yeah, no, the Senate or the House? Congress is both. The House. Thank you, Adara. So he's in the Senate tomorrow. This week's tone is expected to be more confrontational than usual, giving rise to political and internal pressure. Well, Adara apprised me of an exchange that he had earlier, more funny than anything else, but the point is there's pressure on him to cut rates now as a result of our very good friend Donald Trump over there. You're fake news. His allies, as well as the two Fed governors that he appointed, I'm talking about Fed Governor Waller and Bowman, all pressuring the Fed chair president to start cutting interest rates as early as July. Both Waller and Bowman, as I mentioned, Trump appointees, made recent comments indicating they are open to near-term easing, which is diverging, Adara, from Jerome Powell's more cautious stance. Tell us more.
Just be aware here. Here's KALV. This thing just took a massive drop to the downside. CalVista with a 24% short float. Endpoints reporting that apparently the chief of the FDA, Marty Makary, actively sought rejection of one of the company's drugs. This is apparently like completely unheard of territory for an FDA chief. KALV dropping to the downside. Again, the FDA chief reportedly sought to reject their drug. Back to you.
I'm really rich.
CME Fed Watch tool shows, last time I looked anyway, Joseph, about a 23% chance of a cut in July, but 82% for a September move, so much more leaning towards September. Trump obviously been criticizing and continues to criticize Fed Chair Jerome Powell on his Truth Social platform, demanding, Joseph, that Congress work over the Fed chair and called for dramatic cuts of 2% or more. Obviously, experts think that that is unlikely.
That is, yeah, it's very unlikely.
Right? So we'll keep an eye out on that. Anything you have before we go on to Tesla?
2%. No, let's talk about Tesla.
Talk about Tesla. All right, so we know robo-taxi event launched on Sunday out in Austin, and already raising the ire, so to speak, of the national safety regulator. We're talking about the NHTSA. They're going after Tesla, or they're asking for more information from Tesla after videos surfaced online of the robo-taxi tripping out. So the NHTSA confirmed it is gathering more info and may investigate potential safety defects as it did with Tesla's FSD beta after prior accidents. Tesla has not issued a comment at the last that I checked, and that was in the morning. But the NHTSA reiterated that they don't pre-approve these vehicle technologies that come out, but they intervene and investigate afterwards if the safety of the public is compromised. Okay, so that's the look there. The fleet that they're using for their robotaxi in Austin is limited to less than 24 cars, and they're only operating in good weather during daylight. Access is invitation only. Usually, these Tesla bulls, enthusiasts, as well as social media influencers, so obviously they can get the word out. Tesla Trails. And by the way, I got to say something. The article that I reviewed today from this person who wrote it at CNBS, unbelievably biased. I had to filter through all the crap and bias that this person was writing to get the real story out. So if it seems a little biased here, it's not for me. Basically, Tesla's trailing in commercial deployment behind Waymo. That's completed over 10 million paid rides, as well as China. Baidu, they've got rides there, as well as WeRide, Pony AI, all running these robo-taxi fleets. What was the name of that reporter again, Adara? The one that, yeah, get in. There we go. What? Okay. All right. No problem. No problem. We'll get Adara in a second. Essentially, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm back. So there's a reporter today by the name of Laura Kolodny, I believe. Laura Kolodny. So basically, sure you've noticed that she wrote an article for CNBC about the robotaxi that seemed a little bit biased against Tesla, the robotaxi. So I like to do deep dives. I looked into her, and immediately we find, you can even find this on her Wikipedia page, she's actually was banned by Elon Musk on Twitter, which is now called X, and in my favorite interaction ever, on a post on Twitter, which again, she can't even see because she's banned, he called her Laura Liar Kolodny. So interesting look there. Elon is not a fan of Laura. Her entire reporting base, from what I can tell, focuses on these autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles more specifically. So yeah, interesting stuff there. That is my take on that. Back to you.
Shut the door.
You are fake news. Yeah.
You are fake news.
You are fake news. Yeah, exactly. But we talked about
not
this.
Not Adara, obviously.
Obviously, definitely not Adara. Yeah, we talked about this before. The Department of Transportation favoring Waymo's LiDAR more than what we got going on with Tesla. But again, when it comes from a scalable standpoint, Tesla will catch up, I think, at that point and just blow Waymo out the water, considering it's $230,000 a vehicle for Waymo.
Absolutely.
And then we can just have a software update.
We're not even talking about the same costs here, dude.
Not even.
And now,
it's not even relative,
Tesla
but-
still has an unproven concept because it's camera only, camera and neural network, right? Which poses a problem unless they're going to have physical cleaning devices to make sure the cameras are clean at all times, especially in bad weather. Like, think about Canada, dude. I mean, just December onwards, we got salt, sand on our streets.
Salt is a big time.
Forget about the snow. We're not even talking about the snow here. So I think there are some logistical things that Tesla has to certainly overcome. But I'm very positive on it. Anyway, let's talk about NVIDIA. Jensen Huang, CEO, selling some shares. It was all planned. So he began selling part of the pre-planned sale of up to $865 million worth of stock by the year end, Joseph. He sold about 100,000 shares across 2 transactions, both on June 2nd and June 23rd, generating about $14.5 million. The initial sales are part of the broader plan, though. So he's going to basically look to sell up to 6 million shares by the end of the year. And that was all disclosed, obviously. Despite the sales, Huang still holds over 900 million shares. Believe it or not, that's only 4% of NVIDIA. My man's a print factory over there. Where's the print store, my man? Oh, there it is.
That is crazy.
The planned sales, though, Joseph, represent less than 1% of his total stake. So everything that he was looking at selling there, 6 million shares, that's still less than 1%, suggesting the move obviously is more strategic rather than signaling any loss of faith in the company. So NVIDIA today up 2 1/3. AMD's up 6%.
Damn.
Dang, AMD. This one's getting back into that nice little range there. All right, let's talk about Waymo.
Oh, sorry, just one thing.
Go ahead.
One thing about NVDA. So we've seen in the likes when I think it was the Bezos shelf that we were calling it, when Jeff Bezos was selling that 200, right? So now let's correlate this what we've been talking for the past 2 weeks with the options chain. We had no substantial news catalyst, but yet we were seeing high levels of open interest through a concentration of certain strike prices. Now that has lifted, so maybe that first wave of Jensen selling is now completed. Now the stock has more ability to follow the path of least resistance. And that's going to be to the top side.
Great point. And like that aside, you're looking at it from an options thing, and I completely get that. I'm thinking this has got a good tailwind, just fundamentally.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it's nice when they both jive.
Absolutely.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Good luck. All right, guys. Let's talk a little Waymo and Uber launching their robo-taxi out in Atlanta. Shout out to Hot Atlanta. So Waymo and Uber have officially launched their public robo-taxis in Atlanta, expanding their driverless vehicle partnership. The service now covers about 65 square miles of Atlanta, but it does exclude highways and the airport, at least for now. Riders can book their trip, most notably here, guys, not through the Waymo app, but through the Uber app, which is a good partnership because if you're in San Francisco or you're in LA and you want to hail a Waymo, it's not through Uber, baby. Through the Waymo app. So the vehicles, as Joseph mentioned earlier, are driverless Jaguar I-Pace EVs equipped with Waymo's proprietary autonomous tech. We've all seen the videos online about what Waymo looks like. This marks Waymo's second launch with Uber after a similar rollout that they had in Austin. So they're doing business here in 2 cities, Austin and Atlanta. Unlike San Francisco and LA, where riders use the Waymo One app, Uber is the exclusive booking platform out in Atlanta and Austin. The partnership remains focused on passenger rides, guys. No plans yet for Uber Eats delivery integration, and I don't think that would be a good use of energy. We would need to figure out ways to get the food in smaller delivery vehicles. No point in having a big-ass car bringing me my food when you don't need
it's like
that.
$20 worth of food.
It doesn't make any sense, right? It's got to be drone-related or something like that. Just
bring in the robots. Bring the robots in.
Bring the robots. And we have a lot of delivery you're talking about here?
No, at the same time.
At the same time.
At the same time. So maybe you load up the Waymo like you do the ride share, right? Ride share.
Makes sense. That makes sense, yeah.
But by the time your food gets to you, it's most likely cold, so.
Yeah, no. It already happens, he says,
It already happens.
Shout out to Assassino, he's speaking truth.
Sorry to get off track here. Did you ever have an Uber driver take any of your food?
No, that's never happened to me. Adara's coming in.
Yeah.
So this happened to me on Christmas Eve once.
No way.
No way.
I order from one of my favorite restaurants, Red Lobster. This is, my friend and I bankrupted it, and he was at the point. So I order this, and I'm waiting for my food. I'm like, where's it at though? It didn't come. The guy said he delivered it over an hour late. It was never there. And you know, I lived in a place that was kind of difficult to find, but I know he stole my food.
Did he take a picture of it? Like when you made the complaint, I'm assuming you made the complaint.
Well, I couldn't take a photo because I didn't have any food.
No, did he provide them with a photo? 'Cause
No.
That's what they do, Adara.
He never
they take
did.
a picture of it when they put it on your porch or whatever.
I think
and
this
then
was
they eat
before that. I actually think this was before that, or this was like 2019. All I know is there was no picture, and I was very disappointed. And I did get my money back through credits from the provider. But yeah, that did happen. Also, one time my friend who was vegan at the time got an ice cream cake delivered to her by mistake. So like, sometimes these drivers are wild.
I love it. Thank you, Adara, for that.
Weird story. I ordered a pizza one time a couple years ago, and the guy took a slice out of the pizza and then tried to.
What is happening here, bro?
Yeah.
You put your hand on my food? What's
Crazy.
Here,
Got
dude?
that for free.
Yeah, clearly, right? Like,
Wow. Sorry, before we hop right back into the news, guys, I punched out of iBit. And there you go. So Danny Koo, you're like, I didn't see your message, but again, I don't know if I necessarily would have followed it, but it did come back towards my break even, and I couldn't hold it any longer, right? I didn't want to I can't allow a winning trade like this to turn into any form of a losing one there. But yeah, it's unfortunate that where my out is right here, that's an ad opportunity. And then sure enough, we head right back towards that high of the day. And on this trajectory, I think we're going to breach it and then establish a new one there. So yeah. Good lane there. I got my eyes on Tesla for some reason.
I got my eye on you. Yeah. Let's talk about oil prices because we're still down, Joseph. We're not at the lows on the CL August contract, but we certainly were very low, $64 the low there. Oil futures fell sharply today after, obviously, yesterday Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, easing the fears that there will be supply chain disruptions in the region. Oil had surged nearly 10% in the middle of this month on heightened tensions and direct U.S. involvement, obviously, in the region. A major wild card during the conflict, most notably yesterday, was the potential for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical choke point for global oil flows. But that didn't happen. Thankfully, Barclays had warned if that did happen, it could have sent oil up over $100 a barrel, as about more than 20%, I should say, of the world's oil finds its way through that strait, with really no other viable alternative routes like pipelines, railroads. That's just not available there, or if it is, it doesn't have the capacity to handle about 20%. So good thing that didn't happen, at least not yet. Just to give you an idea here of what Iran is producing for the world in terms of oil. They produce about 3.3 million barrels per day, or did in the month of May, as per OPEC, making it a significant contributor, obviously, to the supply, the global supply. Despite the escalations, the broader Middle Eastern supply chain remains intact, helping ease the worst case fears. And the IEA did confirm that they have about 1.2 billion barrels in emergency reserves. And OPEC Plus is looking to raise outputs as a part of the pre-planned strategy. So oil, taking it on the chin, and I couldn't be more happy because I have a V8 and I hate gas. So that's the situation there. Anything to add before we talk about the new Senate crypto framework?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Amazon has put in a new high of the day. NVDA is heading towards the high of the day. We were only about 70 cents or so, about 80 cents off of an all-time highs on the NASDAQ. So that's some big stuff happening right now. And I think it can happen if Tesla, Katina made me laugh. If Tesla can get rolling, then we can definitely put in a new high of the day.
Ooh. Amazon, $1 in the money. Shout out to the Katina, man.
The number.
Hey? Oh, well, more. Several dollars in the money,
make
baby.
Make sure you get it right. All right.
I know, right? Usually we need like 2 introductions of George Washington.
Yeah.
There it is, baby.
Is that 4? That's 4, he says. Let's go. Amazon's #1 customer.
Can I show you that daily chart on AMD? Look how far, though, we have to come from all-time highs.
I mean, it's still it's still 50% off.
Yeah.
Or what is it?
Fantastic.
Probably, about like 40, probably. About
clear
40,
trend line break, though. You got to love that.
Big time.
All right, let's talk a little Senate crypto framework. Republican Senators Tim Scott and Cynthia Lummis, you'll remember her as one of the biggest proponents of crypto in the Senate, they are unveiling a legislative framework today aimed at establishing clear digital asset rules. The future bill which they're introducing today, will define when a token is a security versus when it's a commodity. Obviously, a good question of law there that we've seen brought up many times. It'll allow crypto exchanges to register either with the CFTC or the SEC, and it will look to scale back the SEC's oversight of digital currencies. The co-sponsors of the bill include Thom Tills, Bill Haggerty, highlighting the growing GOP alignment on crypto regulation. The bill seeks also to modernize the regulatory split between the SEC and the CFTC. And if you're wondering what this is all about, we had an issue while Gary Gensler was at the head of the SEC of whether or not he had jurisdictional control over crypto and tokenization as opposed to the CFTC, which is obviously covering commodities. This has long created a legal uncertainty for exchanges and issuers, and it includes obviously measures to prevent money laundering and sanction evasion, which is a nod, obviously, to ongoing compliance and the national security concerns that they rightly have. The framework follows last week's Senate passage of the stablecoin bill, which garnered, guys, about 18 Democratic votes, which is a nice bipartisan effort there, and very little in the way of bipartisan efforts right now between the Republicans and Democrats, save and except maybe for China and some other things. But nice to see that there is a little overlap here with Bitcoin. And the Senate Banking Subcommittee hearing on the bill is scheduled for 3 p.m. today, so in about an hour from now, which could reveal more about the direction and the industry impact. President Donald Trump has urged the House Republicans to move lightning fast on crypto legislation, obviously increasing political urgency. Joseph, anything you have to add to this before we talk about Amazon?
Amazon? No, let's talk about Amazon, because I wanted to. Maybe we'll hop into some Zooks, because I think that's something that's not relatively
brought that up yesterday. No, Zooks, very rarely talked about. Yeah. What he's referring to is Amazon's AV push, autonomous vehicles, called Zooks. Zooks?
I don't know.
You're going to have to do your
X, I think, or something
like that. Yeah. All right, today it's not about that, but it's big nonetheless. About 54 billion US dollars, about 40 billion sterling pounds, is how much Amazon is going to invest in the United Kingdom over the next 3 years. That's not a long runway for $54 billion. So the plans include 4 new fulfillment centers and upgrades to the existing logistic hubs across the country. The build-out is part of Amazon's bigger effort kind of to streamline UK operations and support the rising e-commerce and logistical demand. Some of the jobs are going to be created here, about 4,000, give or take. 2,000 jobs at the upcoming Hull fulfillment center. Shout out to the Hull City Tigers, baby. They suck during the championship. 2,000 Sorry, I take a shot. I hope nobody's from Hull City. You guys are great.
I don't even know where that is.
Don't worry about it, bro.
All right.
Don't worry. The Premier League people.
Yeah, the Prem people over there.
2,000 roles at the Northampton site as well. Keir Starmer obviously very happy about this, calling his strategy successful at attracting global capital. Amazon will also expand its East London headquarters. Shout out to West Ham, adding 2 new office buildings there. It also plans to improve the transportation infrastructure and the redevelopment of the Bray Film Studios out in Berkshire, which was acquired back in 2023. So a lot of money being thrown around here for jolly old England.
Yeah, jolly old England. I mean, but with the likes of Amazon Trip, we've seen them strike a deal in the Gulf countries as well, too. So a lot going on. They got Zooks. I think they're buying some AMD chips along the lines, too. So a lot going on with Amazon. We know that AWS is probably one of the best, if not the best, cloud provider out there. So yeah, a lot going on at Amazon's pipeline. And just from a dark horse standpoint, we talked about Zooks. I know it's not necessarily what we're referring to, but man, never count Amazon out. They can most definitely gain ground and start to take market share in some of these big players, in the likes of Waymo and then Elon's, and then Elon's robotaxi.
You can't. Yeah, that's crazy to write off this company.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Meta catching some heat here from the House. Specifically, the House Chief Administrative Officer has banned WhatsApp on all government devices, citing concerns about data privacy and security transparency. Staffers now must remove, Katina Man, the WhatsApp app from their phones and desktops if they had previously installed them. The chief administrative officer of the House said or emphasized the move is part of the broader effort to kind of protect House members' data from cybersecurity threats. But there is some controversy here because he's not banning everything. So Meta spokesperson Andy Stone strongly disputed that decision, calling the characterization of WhatsApp security deeply flawed. Meta argues that WhatsApp's end-to-end encryption offers better protection than many currently approved apps by the House CAO. He responded and he actually said he endorsed Microsoft Teams, Apple iMessage, even Signal, which I don't have a problem with, but we've obviously seen in the news with the guy that owns Signal being arrested in France. He sees them as secure alternatives to WhatsApp for whatever reason. Critics note that not all these approved apps, like the ones I just mentioned, actually offer end-to-end encryption as WhatsApp does, which raises kind of questions about the consistency of the CAO security standards. So we'll have to see how this all ends up being. Last week, Meta launched ads within WhatsApp, which is part of Zuck's bigger vision here of making the messaging app, Joseph, a key revenue driver, which it really hasn't been to this point.
Yeah. I mean, with WhatsApp, I think Zuck has this goal in mind, right? And we were talking a little bit about just his roadmap. He wants to make kind of Meta like the WeChat, right? So the WeChat, where you can, it's just an all-in-one method. You can pay bills, etc., do a bunch of these things. And then we also seen him offer some big-time signing bonuses to some of these developers out here. So a lot going on with Meta. These hyperscalers are just throwing cash around, and I think that's why we continuously see this bull market run. We sold off. We had those Liberation Day lows, but the cash is still on hand, and they're starting to throw it around even.
And we know they got that cash in spades, baby. They don't need to go into the debt market.
No,
or
it's
to
just
fund, right?
funds. So that's why they're just throwing it around. That's why I mentioned before, you see this leapfrog type price action. Who has the best AI? Who has the best LLMs? And you can see these big boys really starting to compete.
Well said, man. Yeah. Well said. All right, not much left on the show, but we're going to cover Circle here. Initiated coverage today by Compass Point. They actually rated it neutral with a $205 price target. Circle, I'm looking at it right now, it's down 11.5%. So a really tough day for CRCL. The analyst acknowledges Circle's leadership in regulated stablecoins, but he does flag the distribution limitations and the valuation. You'll know what I mean in a second there. So Circle is the largest regulated issuer, regulated because Tether is not, offering programmable features like smart contracts, chargebacks, AI integration, all that strengthen its position. However, distribution is king, quote unquote. Success will depend on Circle's ability to reach mainstream users beyond the crypto platform, and that has issues. How come? Because 60% of Circle's revenue, guys, comes from two sources, Binance and Coinbase, with 50% coming only from Coinbase. That's obviously very concentrated, and it makes the model a lot harder going forward because it's hard for Circle to negotiate favorable terms with new Main Street partners because it's going to be to the detriment of their current ones. So we'll have to see how Circle navigates this, but needless to say, price action speaks volumes, so to speak, and Circle's been very, very well received lately. Even Aunt Kathy, ringing the profit bell on Circle the other to the tune of like 90,000 shares, making like, I don't know, I think $190 million.
Just like that, eh? So there you go, gaining some ground from when she sold NVDA at the likes of
You're not going to let her live that down.
No, ever. At $10.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's literally what she sold it. I was at like $10 or something along those lines. So.
All right. We had one more story, but it's really not that important, and it is time now to send you to the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. They're going to be taking over Flex, and I'm Joey. I'll see everybody at the green screen, and we'll see everybody tomorrow. Peace.
Have been told that.
The whole point is we are not network TV, dude.
I'm here like on pins and needles.
Like, you don't have to stop at 1:59. It's already 2:01. You
I
might
thought it was
as
going to
well.
be some like which chest wax hair to use. Hair wax. Chest. You missed that discussion.
Okay, well, somebody. Now I'm getting filled in because.
Yeah, I know. They were talking about how they shave their chest. So that's all.
Are we talking?
No.
Are we talking about the what's
a
the
real
movie?
man.
What's the movie again? Steve Carell.
Virgin, 40-year-old virgin.
40-year-old virgin. Is that what we're talking about? You guys do that stuff?
No, they do it. I don't have.
That's
I'm trying to cover up stuff. These guys are trying to show stuff. So that's
one of the best.
That's
one of the best scenes, man. Legit.
Yeah.
It gets too itchy.
I got the Italian. Good. I don't want to show everybody. I want to hold off.
What are we talking? What's going on?
Tarps off. Yeah.
Market good, circle bad.
Tarps off, trades on.
I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. Who knows what's going on, everybody? Apparently it was some fun discussions while I got up to get a tea or was talking to Obi or something, which I don't know why I'm depressingly looking at Circle here as it's down 15%. The market's absolutely booming right now. I don't care what you're looking at. Bitcoin has been pretty strong. I need to get back into that one. The Nasdaq's up 1.6%, pretty much clean most of the day. Like the only thing, and I hate to lament it, the only thing that's really a disappointment, obviously Circle's not having a great day, neither is CoreWeave, is Tesla. Like Tesla, as we're at the highs, it's still at the lows. There just hasn't been anything for them. I know we'll probably talk about this name as one of the ones, maybe, I'm actually not even sure whether a Tesla's gonna end up on the list of what you guys want to discuss in the rundown, but we'll get to that later. Crypto adjacent names, like look at Robinhood, another fresh high. I know I've heard a lot of people, I've seen way too many times in the chat, all-time highs for Robinhood. It's $85. We're gonna get there. We're just not there yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Just yet. I'm in Palantir. I've hopped out of all of the longs I had in the morning, and Palantir ended up just being the last thing that we played into when it broke out. So like a breakout play is all I have left, and I'm so glad that we got away from Tesla. There'll be more to discuss there. But yeah, great day for the markets. So I still, you know what, to be honest, I'm trying to figure out how the conversation got to chess players in the first place.
Have you watched the Midday show in the last?
No, and it just, but usually there's some kind of a segue that gets you to a topic.
No, these guys are just talking. They were just talking like normal, and they're just like. Remember yesterday I showed that half pornographic video of Sharif. Anyways, yeah,
okay.
I just came into that.
No, I'm just very curious because usually there's some kind of a flow that takes you from one topic to another. It's just
you would think, but. Big Kyle was looking at some chest hair situations, and that's what he compared Sharif to an Egyptian cat, the hairless Persian.
Okay.
Anyways, it's all good. All right, so just real quickly here, Amazon. We were long into this one right when we left you. We got stopped out there once it broke 215, 212.50, but then we got long again off the 200 period. We're still into that one. Big Bear AI, that's had a hell of a big bear day as well. That's up now 20-something%. We didn't get long. We wrote down 440. This might actually be on the list as well. All right, man, let's go back over to the desk or to the screen right now, and let's do the rundown, what they all voted on. And apparently you can only vote once, or can you?
They won't know. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, well, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat. Super easy way to vote, guys. $, 3, 4, or 5 letter ticker, and it votes automatically, guys. So make sure you're voting, liking, sharing, and subscribing if you're not already subscribed. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, all 4 decidedly in the green, being led here by the triple Qs up 1.6. A good look for the Russell as well, up 1 1/4 with the ES up 1.17, and just a little bit ahead of the ES is the Dow up 1.19. So a good look on all 4 major averages. The first ticker, as decided by you with the most mentions in the chat, TSLA. Had a great day yesterday, started off well today in the pre-market, boys, but is down now almost 2% on the back of this headline. The TSA looking to scrutinize the launch of the robotaxi after some videos showing erratic driving by some of these robotaxis in Austin, boys.
Yeah, sometimes every now and then you might spill something on a nice shirt, and the best thing you can do is just not sit there and rub it in like a fool to make it worse. That's all you could do. you can like the long in Tesla, but you didn't have to fight it the whole way. There was just no, you would have just
want to get me in trouble.
Could have just made a mess of Tesla. I wanted to play it off to 350. Well, I mean, do you see anything bullish about? I see something bearish about 350 in a second, but there was nothing bullish about it when it got down there. I took one bounce. There it is. There's it bouncing, trying to reclaim 350, and then breaking the prior low. In hindsight being 2020, let's be real, trading other things at the time, and we'll get to, they're at the bottom of the list, NVIDIA and AMD. But at the moment that this came back through VWAP, or came to VWAP and rejected 350 the other direction, that's about 950. We'll show what we were doing at that time because it would have been the chip names. But ultimately, I guess it's a bigger deal than what I thought. That said, we can slow our horses. It's only down 2 points today. It was up significantly more than that in yesterday's trade. And the upward trend is still very much intact. Looks like we might have just run into some resistance and an excuse for a little bit of a sell-off. I'd be more concerned, as I said this morning, if we lose the 200 and the 50-period moving averages down here on Tesla, which we're not in threat of. As a matter of fact, we're basically maybe pulling back into prior highs at 333. That could be your Wednesday trade. I don't think we'll see that today. Market's kind of strong to see Tesla drop $8 from here. But tomorrow, 333 looks like it could be some support. Like I said, you could have fought the long in this, or you could just stay away from it. I didn't sniff out the short. That's a shame, but who cares?
Yeah, I kind of care a little bit because that 250, we had written down 250. It comes right back up there to 250, and that should have been a short there once you realize that had broken down. And I can actually show you my conversation pre-market with Chef Joe, and I had said that I am not really feeling Tesla too much here today, and was waiting for it to come back into 350. But as Neil had mentioned there, the way yesterday we were all over Tesla, loved it. We had it at 930 O's. Like as soon as the market opened, we were long Tesla there yesterday, and it went up $20. But it's just like today just didn't really catch me as far as the headline is concerned. The robo-taxis are still, even with that crazy driving experiment there, went into the wrong lane. Still better than 98% of the drivers that currently have driver's licenses, I would say, if not more than that. So let's just be perfectly honest here. If you look up the crash and the driving data for full self-drive, it's millions and millions of miles without accidents or anything like that. You turn on the news tonight, you're going to hear stories of unfortunate passing of numerous people due to drunk driving, due to impaired driving, doesn't have to be drunk, things like that. I think full self-drive is changing the world, not just for, maybe not robo-taxi, we'll see. I mean, that's going to have to come out, but that is using the FSD. Think about people that, for example, can't get driver's license for other medical reasons. Full self-drive, does give you some of those abilities back. So I like Tesla here. I really like what it's doing. As far as the technology is concerned. As far as the trade, I mean, yesterday you're up 9%. You're down 2% today. As Justin Timberlake would say, cry me a river. It's not even that bad. It's a downside move and it sucks, but this is what markets are all about. The only thing that goes up in a straight line is Big Bear AI. All right, let's go over to Sharif, talk about Big Bear AI.
Good look for this one today, Sean, man. What a move up here, 23.5%. And we're not even at the highs, guys. And there is no specific catalyst from today. But last week, they did announce that they're providing these airports with a biometric passenger processing software. It's currently live, JFK, LAX, and Chicago's O'Hare, guys. Great look today for Big Bear AI.
All right, look, I mean, we have Big Bear AI written on this stick. We've been talking about Big Bear AI now for months. We had it written down here as 440 long. Unfortunately, like I said, we are too busy, handing it to AMD. But Big Bear AI breaks 440 right here. It danced around it. I have no idea why that level. I mean, I know why the level was key. I know why I wrote it down. It's on the daily chart, but it bounced around here at 440 for a minute. We did have an opportunity to get in there. That was 935, but then boom goes the dynamite right there. We came right back, and traders got a trade. We came right back from the gym there. It was 1220, and I was like, hey, you're near $5. I'm taking a $5 break. That's for sure. So we did that. And then there it goes, man. Big Bear AI, to the moon, I think, and beyond. So I don't know whether or not you're, agree with this AI play or this story. I like Big Bear AI. It's 30% short float. I think it can actually even continue into tomorrow. And this is not just because I'm hella long. I've been talking about this even when we missed. I don't know where their earnings was. It must have been into here, maybe earnings, or maybe it was right there. And we went all the way down to 250. You know, I bought at 5 the first time, right into here, thinking that this was going to be some support. Then we bought again at 4, thinking that this might have been some kind of support. Then we bought again at 3, and we did not buy anything down there. This is why our average price is 420. So it's finally starting to get into the money. I said my first out would be around $6. We'll see if we can get that tomorrow. If not, fine. We're still going to hold this play. And then after that, you know, we'll look at 8 and above, right? I have a couple thousand shares. It's not like this is going to be a huge trade either way, but you know, I like the stock. We're trading it here today. It's in the money, and it's P&L like number 3 on the show. So I don't know, unless something else moves dramatically. I like Big Bear AI. I'm out of it if it breaks back down below $5. That's VWAP right there, 490. I could be convinced of that. I only have a third though left of my position, right? We got most of them, not most of them out, but lots out at 15s and then again at 20s there. Pretty good day there for Big Bear AI, man. Just proving again, we can trade everything, small caps, large caps, futures, everything. This is what we're doing here. Trader TV Live, hit the like button.
I traded the other one, Palantir, not Big Bear AI. Maybe similar too, because this is a conversation I had with Obi. Palantir the last few days, and I'll get to that in a quick little second, it was just a simple breakout of prior highs. In the last few days, the wicks on Palantir have been tremendous. Like wick tops at 142 and then crazy wick bottoms. Yesterday 137, actually tagged 136. So it's just insane reversions and reversals and all that good stuff. I was looking for the breakout of the high. I actually ended up down going into like the secondary break because I got a bad trigger here. This didn't break the high. This happens every now and then with a stop order. You put a stop order in, and maybe there's some kind of weird dog pull. It never broke out the top. You get in, and then of course it just runs right back. I was away from my desk when it actually took that high in earnest, but it pulled back in and sort of re-broke the top, which we're into now. I'm looking for a 143 break, and if it breaks trend, I'm going to jump out. We're pretty much, I mean, Palantir is more or less at all-time highs. I know it's not technically at all-time highs, but you're at the last big resistance spot outside of this one opening push into one. It's like 143 and change. So to me, I want to give this a chance to break away from here and go higher, and I have a trailing stop on to see how far it can go. Now, obviously, it's a strong one, similar type of name. I don't really have much to add on Big Bear AI. We've seen consolidations like this before. This made me think of forgetting to look at Teladoc today. We had a similar long accumulation phase going into a breakout, and those can be fantastic. Big Bear AI had one. You saw one in Teladoc where it's going like day 2. Sometimes those can be a little bit of a hint. That if you see, it's clearly just means someone is accumulating shares, if it's like downward trending especially, and sometimes that can lead to a good breakout trade, although this one hasn't really followed through. Big Bear AI has. Although nothing like the rally that Circle has had.
Right, and you can invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. 3D Capital under CSE, IDK, under here in the US, IDKFF. It's a risk diversified basket of 60 plus vetted investments. Get founder level exposure, the kind most investors, thank you JT Trader, I see that, can't access in some of the hottest sectors like blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, biotech, and natural resources, led by CEO whose last venture returned 150x. 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset value per share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early stage disruptive innovation, or buy Big Bear AI. All right, over to you, Sharif.
Circle has been an absolute rocket ship lately, guys, since IPOing early this month. But today, it's having one of its worst days since coming to market. 12.83%, looking at going on 13 here to the downside. Compass Point initiating coverage today on Circle with a neutral rating, but a nice price target here of 205, which does imply downside. They're worried about revenue concentration, guys. As I mentioned on the midday, 60% of Circle's revenue, at least thus far, comes from two sources: Binance and Coinbase.
What's up to right here? I'm going to read this because I'm not sure. Not sure. So what's up to JT, Trader JT? Not sure if you saw my last super chat right before the morning show ended. I think we did, but I just want to answer your questions about where. Oh, I didn't see that right. He's located in Van City. What's up, Vancouver? The warmest part.
Is it though?
In Canada. Well, province. I don't know if it's, there's probably like Victoria might be warmer there. I don't know either. What is the weather like? Well, I mean, it's probably not too much warmer than where we are right here. Waking up at 5 a.m. We appreciate that.
Oh my God.
For the show was rough at first, but it's definitely been worth it. Look, man, we appreciate that. I'm going to hit that like button and say mad love to you, and thank you for all of your support. I mean, as far as I know, that's at least 250 from you today. So JT, man, we want to thank you a lot. Let me know what you're trading in there as well. Like you talked about, having a great sort of career not since watching us, but we've helped that out. So let me know, what maybe your biggest win has been over the last little while. And yeah, we'd love to discuss that and just celebrate, everybody that's on our show. And I said this morning, what you're waiting for is Circle to do something like this or do something like this and give you a top and give you a top. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what it did. You just had to trust this 253, 255 area right into there. We didn't break this area at all since we did to the downside. So, ever since we came back and tested this at 1045, Circle's been a short ever since 1045, and then it finally pays off when we get that shelf break right there. And I don't know, like if I was in this, I probably would have only been holding half for this kind of a break, because every time it came down here, I got frustrated that it didn't break. And then there's the reload back in again, and all you really had to do was watch VWAP. It's actually pretty. I'm not going to use the word pathetic because we always miss trades, but like if you're looking at Circle today, I went over this trade already. VWAP in the afternoon. You could rewind it to yesterday to this morning when I talked about that. But I mean, I missed the trade there. So yeah, VWAP, Circle, go boom. I said this was always a short squeeze, and that's what's happening. And there's still a lot more downside to go for Circle. So if you missed that trade, that's okay. Don't worry about it. There may be another one even today or tomorrow. Right now, it's looking like 235 is your new top.
Yeah, certainly. The other thing to consider with Circle is it's not the same thing as CoreWeave, but they fell apart at the same time. The hedgies that do one thing like to do something similar. So you probably had shorts in both. You could have had longs that were coming out of both at the same moment, that type of a thing. And there's been a day like this already in CoreWeave that you can use as a little bit of guidance for what could end up being next. Like, go to the daily chart here. Like, the biggest move came when CoreWeave parabolic up, like its last leg up, and it pulled back $30. It pulled back 20% in a single session. What ended up happening is it held the prior day close, and then that signaled a rally back into the high. So I think if you're waiting for a bullish move in here, then I think you got to wait till tomorrow, see if it holds whatever low gets made today. Will that be 210? I mean, I don't know. That's the next level that's sort of obvious on the chart just because that's where it bounced last time. So maybe it's that. Either way, I think you need to see it hold some kind of a low. There was something fishy about that 300 fail and some of the way that it wouldn't go in the afternoon yesterday we were talking about, and it looks like it's just kind of winding in. That said, look at CoreWeave. Just because you get one 20% day or close to 20% day doesn't mean it's going to go down every day. That's not what CoreWeave did. I'm not sure Circle will be that orderly to the downside either.
All right, guys, here is a look at NVIDIA up 2.25% on the day. No NVIDIA-specific catalyst today, but we did get this headline earlier this morning. Jensen Huang selling about $15 million in NVIDIA stock, the first sale of a large planned sale, guys. He had planned this earlier. He still has more to go, up to 600,000 shares by the end of 2025.
Well, I can tell you NVIDIA a couple of times long this stock, but if we're good to go, this analysis on NVIDIA is going to be, brought to you by VinFast, everybody. An interesting article by Zoltan Ban on Seeking Alpha came out with VinFast's developing market strategy and starting to catch investors' attention. While competition is strong in the US and Europe, they're focusing on fast-growing markets like India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. With rising oil prices, EVs are looking more appealing. Q1 showed major progress. Losses per vehicle dropped from 61K to 18K. It's ticker VFS on the NASDAQ. VinFast, definitely one to watch. If you're interested in more, you can always scan the QR code out in front of you. I took 3 plays in NVIDIA, and ultimately it came down to, I mean, we know Jensen Huang has been selling some shares, but whatever was happening was sort of obvious between 145 and 146, where it just could not seem to break the last couple of weeks. Every time you'd get above 145, it would close underneath that. So we're getting rejections at 46. Missed the breakout. Obviously, if you're looking at AMD, which we'll get to next, then you weren't going to get the breakout in NVIDIA, but it pulled back several times. First initial dip for a scalp, it lost just under 147. Then it managed to hold a dip into that said 146 level. That played back into highs, had a VWAP retracement. It still hasn't made a fresh high, but the VWAP, I think, is the afternoon play on any kind of a dip. Now that you're clear of this 146 area, 145, 146 area, all that's left is to get to the all-time high. So unless we drop back underneath 145, the play to NVIDIA's top, went too far there, play to NVIDIA's top, I think is next in the low 150s. Maybe it's a nice slow grind, but looking long until we get to that level at least.
Okay, so for me, NVIDIA, I mean, right now we're in $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA, and we played it pretty good here this morning. You know, we got stopped out. Unfortunately, if I can maybe get away without showing you that wick, okay. Yeah, my head's not in the way. Okay, good. So right into there. So NVIDIA came right through, right? We tried to buy the 50 period. We tried to buy VWAP. And then all of a sudden, bang, comes right back into 146. You know, that was a level that we were looking at pretty much all day there, 146. So when it came in, we liked it. And it came in pretty good. So I just got to change my auto cancel here. Make sure I get the right fills. There comes 146, nice bust right back into the highs. And now you're taking out the highs again. We have a very, very small piece attached right now. But I like NVIDIA. I think it's one of the winners as we approach. And it needs some pickup, right? So it needs to get going still, NVDA. And if it does, then you're going to break through that 153 all-time high. So I think just NVIDIA right now. Microsoft is through the highs. That's actually about it. Meta's kind of close to there as well. We'll wait to see.
Amazon's through the highs.
No. I'm talking about all-time highs.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought you meant today.
So far away, yeah, from that. But yeah, anyways, NVIDIA is pretty close. So it's one of the close ones right there, as we're just a couple points away from that. And I think we can get that tomorrow or the next day, or one story away from NVIDIA. And I mean, just looking again, sort of even at, the trajectory. Once you, we have so many of these little marks, but once you break above some of these levels, and we talked about it with Joe, us on the show, we showed you guys, there was quite a big imbalance there at 145, even on the level 2 during the day, and then all of a sudden it got pulled after hours, and since then it's just been straight up, man. That 145 is a nice bottom for sure. So once we get into there, we'll have a look again, but 145 for NVIDIA. Great bottom. Let's see if it can hold. That's it for me on NVDA, but I do really, really like the stock. Taking out all-time highs, 2.3% today. Just a couple more points, and we're back up there for NVIDIA. So, yeah, I like it. I like AMD, man. I mean, AMD is going to be the P&L number 1 for us here today, and we're going to go talk about it right now.
Melius Research upgrading AMD today from a hold to a buy. Boys, upping the price target, from $110 to $175. AMD has been on a rampage to the high side lately, and another 6.5% today, boys, trading near the highs.
Yeah, and look, it's right at the high, 6.5%, super strong move. It's done more than that before. For AMD, I just had VWAP hold and continuation long for it, and that's. I mean, sometimes you're just like, you're looking for a long on the stock. It ends up corresponding with a prior high. Now, sometimes I would just say prior high, but in the moment when we're looking at it, it's when I come in the morning, it's underneath the prior high. It wasn't gapped above the prior day high. So all I was thinking, it's holding VWAP in there. I want to see it hold on to VWAP. Right at the open, the first thing it did is dip. right in, hold an even dollar, just about at the volume weighted average price in the prior high. It then broke back out. I had a couple of trades in the long into the 145, and then I did take an attempt at this VWAP here and got out. And then the last VWAP trade at about like 10:30 or so. I think NVIDIA is more likely than AMD to pull back to VWAP this afternoon. So I think it's much more likely that I get into NVDA again than AMD, which I'm not saying it's too strong to pull back into the volume weighted average price. Doesn't mean I wouldn't take a dip buy, but certainly the one more likely to get there is, in my opinion, NVIDIA to pull back into the volume weighted average price. Palantir, by the way, just broke trend. So I jumped out of that recent long. I'm looking back into 142, the prior high. So if we pull back into 142 and show any kind of a bottoming tail, I'll go for a long there or the volume weighted average price on Palantir.
All right, we'll talk about your trade of the day after we review OGen. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenic, symbol OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan that QR code, find out more about Oragenics. So thank you to them, symbol OGEN, of course, listed over there in the NASDAQ. We'll find them out. Sorry, NYSE listed, OGen. Okay, so just quickly here, as I was saying, man, I think this has to be the trade of the day right now. We're still involved in this. It's now $4 in the money. Just buying it off VWAP. As Neil said, man, you don't need to be the smartest guy around here to make some good trades. And there it goes, man, VWAP. Boom. There it goes all the way to the upside, man. We're here to trade this. There it goes. Monster move up to 137. That happened pretty quickly, man. That was within the first hour. You had $4 on that. It did pull back. We didn't reload anything. Could have reloaded some more at the 200 period moving average, but we already had our fill there. If it came into VWAP, I think that would have been a little bit better, but yeah, the 200 seems to be great, man. There it goes, AMD. What a success story. We talked about that with Mitch a little bit earlier today, and just saying how it was relatively hated at the beginning of the year. I don't know if that's true or not, but we did have that move down on liberation and on tariffs. And like everything else, man, and now you're up from 75 all the way to 150, would be a double up, and it looks like that's where we're going. So I don't think this name really stops until 150, and then when it does, I believe we get a decent pullback, right? And so, well off of the 200 or the 50 period moving average. To me, that generally means there's a pullback coming. I think we're too far extended right now on AMD. It's a monster trade. Like I said, I don't think there's been any more money made on any name, especially this month, than AMD. So we had that great move off of 120, and today we have it off 130. So, I mean, it's going. It's AMD, and it's working. So I would still want to trade this tomorrow. Let's see if we get the same kind of talk, about the positivity in the NASDAQ and some of these chip names. And if we do, then we're going to look right at AMD. Thank you for the rundown. And thank you for voting for all of them names. This is the exact spot. I looked back over lunch. I got out at 74.95 the last time Marvell was up here. And I may do it again. I don't know. Like, we're extended out from the 50 period moving average. Marvell's a name that we bought just before earnings at 64.90. Obviously being up now 15% or so isn't that bad. It's just in my TFSA, which is like the swing account. I just wonder if it's a tax-free savings account. We actually here in Canada, you can deposit, if you haven't done it, up to about $150,000 or $160,000, something like that, into your TFSA account tax-free, and just let these things roll. So that's where I have some Bitcoin and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I have Marvell right now. So if we can get this into $77, $78, something like that, which is maybe tomorrow, that would be another exit for me, and then we'll let the rest ride. I want to play with house money, and we're basically doing that now. So we'll give that a shot. I don't know if we're getting anywhere back, but where my exit would be 62, like in and around where this 50 period moving average is. But if Marvell's going to drop from 75 to 60, the NASDAQ's probably getting hit a little bit as well. So that's what's happening. The SPY right there today, things are starting to pull back just a little bit, but we are now like half a point or less, a percentage point away from all-time highs. I mean, all-time highs on the Qs, we looked at this earlier today, was 541. So today's high is 540.50. So you are basically $1 away from there. Now you're about $2 away here from all-time highs. That's less than like a quarter of a point, percentage point away from all-time highs in this market. So boom goes the dynamite. And I remember, man, this was a couple months ago, back in April, I said the market, I think I was probably the only one on the desk where I said the market will get back to all-time highs. And look, and we're already there, and it's only June. You know, we still have half of a year to go. Now, will the second half be like the first half? As volatile as it is, the VIX right now at 17, I don't know. But hey, man, I like the fact that we're back here. You never buy enough at the bottom, but we always had faith in this market. And I was just buying ETFs and a little bit of Amazon. One thing that was surprised, and I told you when you sat back down, someone messaged in the chat, they're like, check out Webull.
Yeah,
like,
but
what?
now look at it.
Yeah, we're still in the money, but yeah, it's down. $11.40 we got up to there on Webull. This is another trade that I like, that I'm in, and we're going to wait to see if this one can go. I don't know what it's doing, up 6%.
Oh, I think it's just legal. I was about to talk about Robinhood, and I think you just got to lump Hood, Webull, SoFi. Like, all of these things are all up today. But when I want to get to the super chat for JT first, and then we'll talk about the difference. The reason why I was upset about Webull is you can see Robinhood's at the high of the day, and Webull is not. But JT gives another $100 just to answer a question. JT, you're too kind. You shorted Circle yesterday from 270s. Thank you for the reminder to wait for the initial flush first before taking the position. Just started closing the trade at 222. I love 22, great number. To 225. It's definitely paying for all the super chats here today. Thank you, congratulations, and great look. I think, look, at the end of the day, a lot of these things. Let's go to Circle. We'll get to those names in a bit. A lot of the time, everyone always wants to try to like hero it and catch the top or the bottom, and sometimes it's just easier to wait for a level to get made, where at least you'll have some liquidity on the way out. And then we sort of discussing. I mean, all I was saying was I was long one of these. I think it was. Which one? It was later in the day where I just like scalped $1 and someone held the crap out of 270. So like it was a breakout happening into 270 and then someone just held 270 like an absolute brick wall a couple times at the close. So you could see that the sellers were starting to gain control, 75 and at 70, as opposed to just Hail Marying it at the top. Sometimes it can be easier to do it that way. So congratulations to you. We already went over Circle. I want to go back over to Robinhood here. And it's nothing against Webull, but like Webull it's been bouncing off 10 and breaking 11, like, I don't know, like a half a dozen times already. It's just struggling to close at the highs. Robinhood doesn't have that problem. Robinhood is going to close adjacent to, I probably have to pull up here, I'll go to my e-signal chart so you can see Hood we'll go monthly, because that'll probably give you an idea. There we go. Yeah, so it's like 85 something is the all-time high. Now that's nice. It's gorgeous for Robinhood. I feel as if it's going to be a popular breakout trade when it gets to the 85 level, but we should have a few more days of fun in Robinhood. Didn't trade the hooded one today, but we'll have to rectify that. Got to make a trade. If it's above $80. Got to make a trade into this one at some point before we get to the 85 level. No questions asked. And again, it's nothing against Webull. I like the move. I got into it off 10. I'm not going to add to it unless I see a reason. It just keeps selling, especially in the afternoons. Like anytime it gets to 11, there's just been sellers. Anytime it's breaking 11, it's closing underneath 11. So maybe today it bucks that trend. Because how many times are you going to bounce off $10 and not continue? That's my only. It's not a beef. It's just clearly there's stronger names in fintech.
What happened? Sharif has about 14 eggs in front of him right now, and he just I look over and Sharif's just like, I love my protein. Give me protein and body wax. Right there, this guy.
That's a lot of eggs.
Killing it. Shout out to Sharif over there.
I mean, at least you know what to get. When the guy has a birthday or whatever, there's no worry about what to get. Right? It's simple.
Derek got this man
get him
a dozen eggs.
Just get him a dozen eggs.
You know, the only problem is that was like a snack. If you want to get him like a meal, it has to be 20-something plus eggs. Right there, man.
I can't. Yeah.
No, man. Yeah.
I love it. You can't eat that.
Yeah, that stuff would be dangerous. But I did have an egg this morning. They did come this morning. It was part of it was hard-boiled eggs. Yeah. So shout out to Egg Time. Yeah, that's what we should do. Get him a chicken. I mean, does your building, can you put
A live
can you have
chicken?
like a chicken coop on your balcony or? New caterer. No.
You used to, like,
Up. I like the new caterer. I'll give the new caterer
gotta like
thumbs
it.
up. I like it. Yeah. There needs to be more burgers. There hasn't been like a pizza. There hasn't really been.
well, there's no tacos.
There's fajitas, but there's no tacos.
Yeah, but here's
I can get the tacos.
but the biggest win for me, why I like New Cater, is the assorted sandwiches are every now and then they're just legit, simple, and they work. What do you got? Get your mic on, bro. Get the mic on. Come on now.
Honest with you, I just don't think the beef stroggy is a fan favorite. That's all I have. If I have any complaint, this guy. If I have anything to complain about, it's the beef stroggy, and that's the only thing I'm not a fan of. So.
Guys, I'm not eating the yolk. I know you can't hear me.
But yeah, no to the beef stroggy. We'll give the thumbs up to some other things there as well too. So yeah.
Neil,
Just wasting the yolk.
I had more hands, so I can give those 4 thumbs down.
Oh.
Neil, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Rick James.
Oh, well, I know the joke, but
Had more hands,
Yeah.
so I can give those 4 thumbs
I did. Full disclosure, I put a donut in the freezer though. I had to. They're the long sprinkles and the colorful ones, so I put one of those in the freezer there.
Treats did you have from
That's gonna be my only one. On my God, there's no way. How many did you have? Yeah, okay, that's a lie. So there you go.
These guys are degenerates. You
well, I'm not gonna pretend I didn't have a donut.
guys are just straight degenerates.
You know I had a donut.
What is up with these guys?
I
Yeah,
had to.
no.
I had to.
Eggs, donuts, beef stroggy. This guy's calling it.
You're dedicated. Like you went to the gym today. I don't think you didn't have any of the treats.
Of course,
today,
I
did you?
had at least half. I have half of a cookie.
Oh, you had something to cook. Okay, that's fine.
No, they're just.
No, I had the donut, not the cookie. So whatever. There was no. It doesn't matter. There was no apple fritter though. That was the only.
Yeah. We gotta rectify that one.
No, it's fine.
All right. Well, back to the show. Yeah, look, man, we don't have a losing trade on today. And it's been, Apple, okay, so Apple was up, then it was down. Like Cardi B, it was up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's down. And there it goes to the downside right there. So Apple would be a small red mark, but barely anything. We have AMD there, which is your trade of the day, sponsored by Trader TV Live. You have Amazon here. That's up $1.50 right now. That's absolutely cruising. We've got Big Bear AI on that $5 break. Let's go. And then we like Big Bear AI for other reasons there. And then we've got NVIDIA right now, $1 and change. So yeah, man, it's been a pretty good run so far here today. And just, thank you so much to everybody for continuously watching the show. We have now I'm going to check out how many viewers we actually do have. We got to hit the like button first of all, my guy, right there. Yo, what's up, Donald? How you doing there, my guy? Make America great again. Okay, yeah. So right here, I guess I gotta refresh this. This happens to me all the time. I load it up and then it doesn't go live after. How many people do we have watching? Almost 5,200 watching right now. Oh, if I refresh this, we'll get the likes. Let's see how many likes we got. We got to have at least 600 likes. 357. All right, let's get this like. See, there it goes. Here we go. There we go. Get that like button going right now. 394. We'll get a little bit more going on right there. Who's hitting the fail button over there? All right, so there it is. We'll get that going. Please hit your like, hit your subscribe, hit that little bell so it acknowledges when we're live, and join us every single day. The only day we weren't here, Juneteenth, last Thursday. I hope everyone
and then, of course,
had a great day. And then,
well,
you won't be here July 4th.
Yeah, July 4th, and then there's a half day next week for the July 4th holiday. I believe.
July 4th already. Wow.
Yeah, it's like a half day on the 3rd, and which I swear they didn't always do this when we started trading. I'm pretty sure it was.
And then it's OB&I next week. You're off.
Yeah, I'm camping. It's going to rain during our camping trip, but that's part of camping life. Hopefully the weather changes
That's
in
okay.
a week.
At least you got a cottage, right? All right.
You know what? Let's be real, man. Like I love cottages, but yeah, my wife and their family, they've sold me on the whole camping experience, which I find enjoyable. My daughter absolutely loves it, so it's always good to get fresh air, all that kind of good stuff. But let's back to the trade quickly. I took a reversion trade in Bitcoin, IBIT, specifically IBIT, as I think I should, like, obviously should have had it right in here when it first reverted back in. But when I see it make another higher low, giving it to the prior high, essentially in here, give it to the prior low. If it loses that, I get back into VWAP. The thing I like about Bitcoin is it'll give you these trend trades. I had one like this before. We took it, it stopped under the prior bar, it gave another reversion that got almost back into the high. So you just, like, I like taking the shot, and then if you get one that goes, try to hold it for that move into the top. But it could be headed back into the volume weighted average price. That's certainly possible. I already mentioned AMD and NVIDIA, that NVIDIA seems like it's more likely to make a retest back into the volume weighted average price, which is something that I'm looking for on a bit of a dip. Is the boys are getting excited about something over there. And I know it's not the market because we're just basically hanging out at those highs. So yeah, the only new trade for me is IBIT. I do have eyeballs on Circle, just on the off chance that it does some kind of a parabolic move for a reversion trade, and that could go in either direction. Like if it shoots up, maybe finds resistance at prior support at 245, I think that could be one play, as I'll have that one up on a side burner. Palantir we jumped out of when it broke trend, but it's actually challenging right back into the highs. Didn't break the high, still hoping we can get a dip buy to jump back in at 142, but that's looking a little bit less likely. There was something else I was going to mention, but it'll come to me in a second. I know it was related, adjacent to Bitcoin, but it wasn't Bitcoin. I'll think of it in a second. It was probably like Coinbase. Might have been Coinbase. Yeah,
Coinbase Coinbase
no, it was
back to 52-week.
No, it was Coinbase breaking out, and the fact that like Bitcoin's pulling back and Coinbase is still going 13% up. This one is, I mean, like the high is essentially. You'll have to do this.
We need
essentially
that,
right here, 353. That could be a wick high. Don't at me if 353 isn't actually the top. But it's around the 350 level. I have to double check to see if that's like a dark pool wick. But we could see that today or tomorrow on a breakout. And it's much stronger overall than what you're seeing in Bitcoin. Like it's leading it. So was MSTR earlier, but I believe Coinbase is still percentage-wise better than even that.
Yeah, we need an update on that board there, because finally Coinbase back up to all-time highs. One of my picks for this year, not all-time highs, yearly
52-week.
52-week highs right now for Coinbase. So, all right. Yeah, we're getting ready for our interview of the day would be with Mr. Pat LaFontaine. So we are very excited to have him on. And one of my favorite players growing up, watching him play hockey. And of course, you know, Neil and I being over 40 years old,
we're young.
Was playing when we were around and watching hockey, obviously still watching hockey, but smooth skater, amazing. Played with, I was going to ask him about Alexander McGillney because he was one of my favorite players as well growing up. And he came over here as a Maple Leaf. Too bad Pat never came through as a Maple Leaf.
Things might have gone different for us.
Islander great, Sabre great. And I believe last season, I think with the Rangers. But anyways, Pat LaFontaine, really, really excited to have him part of our show. We had Brett Favre on. Now we'll have Pat LaFontaine. We're really excited for that. So that's going to be a good treat. Excited to have a Dara interview very, very shortly. So, all right. Back to regularly scheduled program. You know, Apple, I think at $200 again should be a good little dip buy opportunity into that level there for Apple. If that comes through again, I don't know if this market's going to do anything. Yesterday afternoon, we were basically sidelined the whole afternoon. It was just kind of just waiting for something to happen. Here's yesterday on the Nasdaq. Wow, up another 1.5% today. Amazing when you see these kind of moves, like considering what is going on in the world right now. You know, the move down in oil pretty aggressively, obviously helping the market make this move higher because, you know, the risk asset right now, they're really, what is one? I mean, gold, Bitcoin, everything's kind of moving around, especially with oil coming back down. Money's got to flow somewhere. People are running to the Nasdaq back up to 52 and all-time highs there for the Nasdaq. This is what it did yesterday afternoon. And then there's the gap into today. So we'll wait to see if we can break out right now. And this is what we're doing right here. So I think a top break, right? 540.30. That's the high of the day right now on the NASDAQ. So if we can get through that, which you're pretty close to it right now, we have 540.58. I don't know if that's true or not. It looks like 540.37s or something like that. So we're very, very close right now to a break on the day. Andre, just let me know when we're ready. We can go over there.
Okay, so
we're not ready
Yeah,
yet.
we're just a couple of minutes away or shortly away from our guest, which is going to be fantastic. Everyone, to make sure that you stick around. It should be a heck of a lot, informative and fun. Look, I see a lot of people, what's going on with SoFi? NU's been a rocket ship today. If you're in the fintech space and you're not up a bunch today, that's a problem. Because I don't think I've seen a single fintech name that isn't running. I did make a trade I had one breakout trade on SoFi, like I took a 15. It was a weird held level at $15.87. So I went like 88 long. It failed right in front of 16 at like 95 and then came back under. And this was just it was a held offer. So the second it got back underneath that price, it's like take the breakout, but if it's a barcode like that, when it gets back under, just take it out. Now it's doing a similar thing here at 15.95, 94, and 95 is the high of the day. So again, SoFi is doing a similar pattern. I'll probably take a shot at this, just a breakout trade. And I almost want to see like another candle, maybe like 4 on a 3-minute, but take a breakout through the high at 95, literally give it 1 or 2 cents, and just play a continuation trade in SoFi like before, even if it ends up just a scalp trade. All these have been super strong. NU was just asked about, maybe a little bit better. It's got a double top, flying through highs. We showed you Coinbase, we showed you Robinhood. So anybody in the fintech space that isn't having a good day today, file it away as relatively weak and maybe look for some shorts tomorrow. I haven't been able to find anything that would stand out to me. Like, they all look incredibly strong, but SoFi is on my mind because the last time it did this, I just think the only way I would play it differently is just take the bulk out in the initial push when it's a flat bottom and hold a small piece. That way, instead of like a small loss or a flat trade, like you're almost free rolling if it does even a small push up. I'm going to get my stop order through. If it makes a fresh high, it's a simple punch in on SoFi. Yeah, that rhymed. Who knew?
Yeah. Fintech names. I mean, we talked about Webull being up as well today. And I sold some, actually, JP Morgan. Just, again, a disciple of Kramer, really. I've been watching that guy for 20 plus years, and I always steal everything from him about best of breed. I mean, and I always want to buy, so like during this dump right there on JP Morgan right here, and when I saw that come into the 200 period moving average, I mean, I remember, if you're on here, Daryl, if you're still here, we were buying Simon Property Group and JP Morgan hand over fist at like $80 during the COVID time. Now you're at 280. So although there's other stocks getting you much better return, I always feel like if you put your money into some of the best names out there, then you're going to get the best results. And, they're not going to be outstanding. Like SoFi can move 20% tomorrow, on a headline, Robinhood, all those kind of names. But if you're just going to, be able to sleep at night, I think JP Morgan and something else, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. Actually, Goldman Sachs is another name. I have a small piece of Goldman Sachs. These are the only 2 banks I have besides Canadian exposure. So, and there's what Goldman Sachs looks like. Actually, I didn't even realize how close this was also. I mean, everything is going to be near the highs, right? So Goldman Sachs, again, huge move all the way to the upside. So that's another big one there in your banking sector that you're really, really looking forward to trading more and more here.
Oh, snap, it is there.
For a long term. Okay, and then another play here quickly, Tesla. See this, not doing anything. I do think that if we could take VWAP here at 345, the price, I think that's a good one. We've held here, we're holding the 50 period. If that does happen, it means we would have also held the 200 and the 50 period. So taking that out and then using something like a 244 as you're out, I think that's a play that could play here into the close for us on Tesla. So that would be a long. And then I was thinking about a top break on the market. Yesterday I was trying to go a little short. I can't remember on what name, but didn't work out. So I don't know if I want to fight right here, even though the market's only up 1.5%. I think it's about time to chill. I also got a question on there about, with the markets at all-time highs, what would be 5 tickers that I would hold right now if you could pick one? Well, One of them would be Bitcoin. And someone asked me, what do I hold in my TFSA account? So I hold this Purpose ETF, which is BTCC.B. There's also BTCC, I think .A or whatever for American share.
Yeah, one's
dollars.
currency. And
Yeah, and then so I own this one. And then, of course, I own IBIT, which I just, this was one of they had a fee holiday, and then I think it's one of the lower fees there.
Oh, it's easily better than Purpose. Easily.
Oh, yeah, Purpose is the worst one. And then we also do have, and then forget about all of that. The largest holdings are stuck away somewhere, so we'll leave it at that. So we're going to wait for that, basically not on exchange anywhere. So that's what we're doing right now. So that would be one play for me for sure, would be IBIT. The other one, we've already talked about it. I would pick one of those banks, man. I would pick Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan. And then for me, I just think about things that you do. Like I really think Amazon, this is for newer starting out traders. If you're going to buy equity, I think Amazon, I like IBIT, I like JP Morgan. And then honestly, get yourself into the SPY. Like if you can only have 5 tickers and you have $10,000 and you're going to go, this is not financial advice, this is just what my own personal opinion. What I would do in this situation would be $2,000 in the SPY and then pick 4 other names, Amazon, Bitcoin, JP Morgan, and maybe take a shot at something. I like NVIDIA, but you could go with no, not Walmart. You could go with a Marvell or an AMD or an NVIDIA, something in that space, a Broadcom. I would, pick one of those. I own all of those, but that would be what I would do to start off with. And then, I don't mind a Costco or a Walmart or something like that. I just, Walmart might not even beat the S.
If you only have 5 names and you're already picking Amazon, I wouldn't have. Like if you own a huge portfolio of stocks, sometimes it can make sense to have a couple. But if you're picking and choosing, like I own Walmart, I own Amazon. I own a lot more Amazon than I do Walmart, but I've been dip buying Walmart. I like the Qs more than, it doesn't really matter. I like the Qs a little bit more than the SPY, but it didn't always used to be true for me. I used to be a buyer of the SPY. Oh crap, I'm not looking at the SPY or anything. Let me just quickly finish the thought. But no, it's just along the lines, I like buying the indexes first and starting from that, and then have an idea what you are overweight on in the indexes. And if you find, like if you like the Qs and you're overweight tech, then I like having something like an Eli Lilly, something to bounce it out on, or I like Caterpillar is a good name that I like, that I can just feel like pretty secure about in the long term. Mark the Realtor with a super chat that just says Instacart and a couple fire emojis and a couple of rocket ships. Up 3% today. It's good. No questions asked. I don't know if there's a catalyst for Instacart today, but does the market need one today? I'm not completely convinced the market needs anything. Lots of strong stocks. I love what's going on here in the major moving averages because it hasn't respected them on this dip. The 200 period moving average on the stock has been completely, you have to go way back. Zoom out to here, and it's like August of last year when it bounced off it and has done nothing but be nonsense right up until this move in May. And now all of a sudden you're bouncing clean. Accumulation at the 200 period moving average and a break of trend on Instacart. That looks pretty good. So there's your slight downward trend. There's your accumulation breaking out today. Maybe you look for some continuation in this play tomorrow. The volume kind of stinks. I don't think you're day trading this one. There's probably a million other things out there. But yeah, you got yourself a good look on Instacart. Still no breakout on that SoFi top. I have my stop. Essentially, it's just the high of the day break. It's holding 94, but I'm breaking out 95 because 95 is the actual high. So we'll see if that one does come in. Yeah, good look on Instacart there, Harmon. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it for sure. Spyler asking for thoughts on MU. Bullish. Everyone's been talking about, rightfully so. There's nothing wrong with AMD, NVIDIA. They're all fantastic. But Micron's had just as impressive a rally as anybody else in the chip space. And now that it's past this 115, seems like it's on a complete collision course with 135. I think we mentioned this before. But if you were looking at AMD or NVIDIA, you probably missed this one today. And I'd argue it wasn't even all that clean. Like if you like to trade off of VWAP, this one never really set up all that greatly off of that level. You had to be looking at 125 for whatever reason, and it was dead clean at the 125 at the open. And then a nice mean reversion trade there for you on Micron. I like the stock. I just didn't find any setups in it. And if we go dip by hunting today, I'd probably stick with the two that we were trading, NVIDIA or Advanced Micro Devices for sure. One of those two would make some sense.
All right, yeah, someone asked for a speculative name. I already said Big Bear AI, or Palantir is actually one of the largest holdings now in my account because we did put on a speculative play with PLTR. You know, we bought this on its direct list down there at $9. I mean, it's 140 right now and going higher, all-time highs actually for Palantir. I thought it was like 144. Or so, but I've been selling some 144.86. So I haven't sold any. Well, I've sold some up here, but not really recently. Just I think in this last move there, I think I got what did I get 136 or 137. Those of you that are watching this show, we're gonna let that run now to the highs. I never have as much as I always think I do. Again, but all right. All right, that's Palantir. So that would be maybe a speculative name that you could hold as well. All right, let's see what else is popping off here a little bit. Just going over our e-signal trade rate here. You know, here it is, Tesla. So we already looked at Tesla. Again, for everybody, there it is right there. I was talking about VWAP, so those of you in the chat that were asking me about like what my play was gonna be or what I'd be looking at, I did say that. I liked that play there on VWAP for Tesla. It has to get there. And if it doesn't happen, then yeah, you know, that there's not going to be a trade for me. Got to let it settle down. I mean, remember what this market's been doing? Nothing in the afternoon. I think maybe if you take out the high, then you can really get going. I'm already long everything, man. We've got AMD's $4, NVIDIA's going, Amazon is going, but there's NVIDIA Tesla run moving up again here today. So that would be something here. Sunrun, that looks like it wants to go. This is all by e-signal. So look at that. The trade rate right there picking up on Sunrun. Sunrun starting to break higher right now. I mean, I like that call coming in for Sunrun. Nice break there. We saw the TAN ETF get going again over the last couple of days. So Sunrun right now doing pretty good for those of you looking at that. That's another name that's upside there. HIMS is there. We talked a little bit about HIMS earlier yesterday. We haven't looked at that today. I thought I did look at it and it was up or down 2% or so there. Now it's up. So HIMS again, you know, nice move. Was up as high as about 2 and a bit percentage points. Looks like it wants to get going as well, HIMS. And look where this is. This could be a good trade actually. Moving forward, right off of those levels right there. Looks like we're trying to bounce off 42.60 or change for HIMS. So that's another play coming in right there for HIMS. So that could be something. What else do we have here? Apple, AMD, Palantir, Circle. 226. Wow, Circle continues its downside play. Definitely missed opportunity breaking that level right there at 244. There's 250. Hearing in my ear right now that Sunrun is getting a pop. We just talked about that.
First Solar as well.
Yeah, all these solar names starting to go a little bit there. Circle, HIMS, SMCI, Intel. So that's what's sort of on the trade right there from eSignal. So yeah, there goes Sunrun. I guess these things are just getting a little bit of a bump. I mean, I'm not hearing any news specifically related to this, but there goes Sunrun going, man. I don't know what the short float is.
There might be a headline here. Rooftop solar credit bill may be changed in the Senate. One Republican has said. So that may be taking them higher. Let's go to Dara, maybe get the update.
I was just going to say here, I'm not seeing anything as of right now for any of these solar names, but lately, everything with regards to solar has had to do, to some extent, as Mila mentioned, with bills. Often the big, beautiful bill, we know that Trump really wants that passed. There are some solar-related issues there, but I am not seeing anything as of right now on any of these solar plays. Of course, if that changes, I will let you guys know right away.
Power hour.
Yeah, and just to know, I read that from one account on X. Like that's what I just saw, one account on X say something like that. And sometimes it could be right, it could be wrong, but Dara is certainly correct. Most of the times we're spiking because of the bill. There was also a bit of a headline. I don't think we care, the market cares about the geopolitical stuff. I'm just going to get that out there for a second. But there is a note saying early U.S. intel assessment suggests the strikes in Iran did not destroy nuclear sites, according to unnamed sources. And you also had Netanyahu basically saying any restart to the program, and they would continue to retaliate. So again, I don't know that the market seems to care too much about that because we're going higher, but something's going on with the solar names. I suspect it has something to do with the bill for sure. Now I think we're going back to Adara. Could be another update on those solar names.
Just as you just mentioned this, Neil, so I wanted to address this. Apparently, the White House has told CNN that their assessment on the Iran strikes is, quote, flat out wrong. So it's unclear if they're referring to, I guess, these reports that the strikes did not destroy nuclear sites. It's pretty unclear, but either way, apparently the White House denying CNN's, quote, flat out wrong assessment of the Iran strike. So again, if I find anything else, I'll let you know, just because you mentioned it. I wanted to provide that follow-up. I just got in. Still nothing on solar. Back to you.
I heard that about Iran there. I think that unnamed sources, now CNN, but, you know, what a surprise there. Saying stuff like that, but we'll wait to see if that's true. I mean,
well, it's like it's either true or it's not. Like, what? Yeah, exactly. Like, who knows? Like, the market doesn't seem to care. Right, like we just broke through the highs. Like ultimately, the market's breaking through the highs. If it were true, like maybe it would mean, what would the negative story be there? That they have to go strike again, and then you get more retaliation. Well, the market's saying, who cares, by breaking out the top, for sure. So it doesn't really matter. Trust me, bro. Someone says they missed. Yeah, I don't see even oil's not moving on that. The market's not falling on that. SoFi's still trying very slowly to break out. Evan Campbell says irrational exuberance. Well, there's certainly exuberance on those solar names. I'm going to go ahead and say that, like Enphase, whether it's Sunrun, First Solar, Enphase might be doing the most volume, at least from what I can see, rallying on this. If there was more clear of a story, I'd be more inclined to join this. But just try to remember what these charts look like. Everyone's been trying to pick up, lots of people, I shouldn't say everyone, lots of people have been trying to pick bottoms on the solar names for a very, very long time. And what the hedge funds have been doing, clearly, is just selling at the 50-period moving average and waiting for everybody to get exuberant here, and then just sell it off when it gets to the 50-period. So none of this gets exciting so you can close above that 50-period moving average. But I do believe we are locked and loaded and ready to go. We've got our special guest of the afternoon, so let's send it back up to the desk with Adara.
Take a moment here to thank our new special guest here from OGen. We have Dr. James Kelly, who is the medical chief officer at Orogenics Inc., and special guest as well here, Pat LaFontaine, an NHL Hall of Famer. Thank you guys so much for being here. How are you guys doing today?
Great. Good to be with you.
Great, thanks.
Well, we'll start here with Dr. Kelly. So for our audience, many of whom are traders and investors, how could you break down, I guess, what Orogenics is working on and why this is so important right now in this moment?
So Orogenics has a novel powder form of a neurosteroid that is a nasal application, actually, then is drawn up through the nasal passages, through the blood supply, right into the brain. And so in very small doses, it actually quickly acts on a concussion in an emergency room, let's say, or some other setting. And so right now we're in clinical trials to move that forward. The science that we see in animal studies and in preclinical studies all show that it's safe and it ought to be a very effective new idea, a new treatment that we don't have. There is no such thing as a treatment that's FDA approved for concussion. And so this is an exciting time where we have a novel neurosteroid that's synthetic and can actually be quickly disseminated across lots of different settings and used quickly at the time a concussion occurs. And we're really excited about it.
It sounds like really important, I guess, strides forward there. Now, for you, Pat, you are a Hall of Famer with the NHL, as mentioned, but you're also someone who had to walk away from the game because of this issue. So with that in mind, what made you want to get behind this company?
Well, first of all, Dr. James Kelly, I'll call him Jim because he's a dear friend of 25 years. He was the neurologist that I saw during my playing career that cleared me to play and then told me that it was time to hang up the skates, which was a smart move. And knowing what it's like to go through concussions, post-concussion syndrome, I had 7 documented concussions and probably another 5 or so that we didn't document. We didn't even count them when you had a kind of a ding, we call them. You saw stars. That's actually considered a concussion also now. To have something like ONP002 from Orogenics would have been a game changer for me during my career. I went through post-concussion syndrome twice, 6 months. First time, deep depression, went through a lot of difficult symptoms that you can go through. And knowing that there has been advancements and knowing that Dr. Kelly's behind this and Orogenics gives me great confidence in it and really a game changer for the future in concussion management and treatment.
Well, thank you so much for telling us a little bit there about the backstory between the two of you. Now, to send things back to Dr. Kelly here, there's no shortage of biotech names out there. So what makes Orogenics science stand out, and why is this the time?
So there is no such medication now that's even in trials that is similar to what this is about. And so this will be a first-in-class drug treatment, a pharmacological treatment that actually directly impacts the root cause of the injury itself in concussion. I can treat symptoms, and doctors have ways of doing that kind of thing after a concussion actually causes all the trouble it causes. But we have time at the very start of a concussion to intervene and settle down the inflammation and the cellular changes in the nerve cells called oxidative stress, and a whole series of cascading changes that occur over minutes, hours, and even days. And if we can nip that in the bud and reduce that, we can actually solve a big problem and make people like Pat with his experience much better, much more quickly.
Yeah, thank you for going over that. It sounds like a game changer for sure. Now for both of you, I guess I'm wondering, in 18 months' time, what do you guys view as success in your eyes for Orogenics? Pat, I'll start with you.
Well, I mean, to have it in the industry, to have it into the professional areas of sports, and I played hockey, obviously, football, to have it into the youth and the minor leagues of sports and the youth sports, to be able to have a treatment like Orogenics early on to minimize the damage, as Dr. Kelly was able to articulate in a language that he only speaks. But in layman's terms, really to take the swelling down, to minimize the damage that can happen from concussion. There's nothing out there like this now. And so to have his name, his reputation, he really started the protocols back in for concussions back in the late 80s. And so he's kind of he doesn't probably like to hear this, but the godfather of concussions, and he's been behind this. And I've known him over 25 years. And to have him involved and to have Orogenics involved, this is the first of its kind and will be a game changer.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your perspective about that. Dr. Kelly, what about you? What are you looking for the company in, you say, a year and a half?
So the important stages now are the clinical trials that we are embarking on at the present time that are what we call feasibility studies. And once we know that this can be done in the fashion that we're quite certain without the science behind it at this point in time, once we know we can actually accomplish this in an emergency room setting, we will then do a bigger study to make sure we can show that this actually is effective. And so within the time frame that you offered of a year and a half, we will be well on our way into those additional stage clinical trials showing the benefit of this medication in the United States and perhaps other countries as well.
Thank you so much for going over that. Thanks again to our guests from Orogenics, Dr. Kelly and Pat LaFontaine. Thank you guys for being here for us and for your insightful answers today.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you to both Dr. Kelly and NHL Hall of Famer Pat LaFontaine. Important work. It's like look, man, we tout stocks all the time, or you own this stock, or you believe in this company, and somebody might like Tesla, might not like Tesla. Maybe you like Amazon, maybe you don't like Amazon. But if you don't like the fact that someone is going to be trying to battle a problem, which almost everybody, if you've ever played a sport, then you've probably dealt with it at some point. And look, it happens. You could be in a car crash. There's all kinds of issues that you might have, and the symptoms can be it can suck. And let's be real. I think it'd be a game changer, especially college sports, professional sports, obviously. So shout out to the team at Origenics. Obviously, wish them the best of luck. Like easy to root for.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy to root for. Like it's like if you're not rooting for it, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, great. Thanks, guys, for coming on again. And yeah, changing the game, right? And giving, again, bringing. Sports are fun, but can be dangerous. Doesn't matter, 100%. You know, hockey, like I said, we had Brett Favre for football. That's another big one as well. I saw even in the NBA, you know, banging heads or something like that. Yeah, it's funny because you mentioned seeing those stars. I mean, how many of us have, you know, maybe seen those in the past? Joe talks about some concussions as well. So, yeah, look, doing great. And we hope for the best on all of that. And thank you, Origenics. And, you know, welcome to come back anytime. To discuss anything like that, any new developments, we'd love to get it through. All right, that's all-time highs right there. The NASDAQ just busted it out right there. There go the QQQs, man. As far as I was looking at that, we looked at this earlier on the triple Qs. Where did we go? We were at the lows, 52-week lows right there at 402 just a couple minutes ago back in April. And then, boom, there's the high right now getting taken out. I have aftermarket 480.81, but I think if we close around here, that will be brand new all-time closing highs. We had 540.70. So look, man, this could be considered potentially a triple top. I mean, we had been here before, we had been here right there. So 1, 2, 3. If you are nervous about your positions in the market, I wouldn't be, but right now it is looking like, again, another nice move here for the NASDAQ. We'll see how continued this will be, but there it goes right there. Thank you, NASDAQ, for that move. And thank everybody who bought when Donald Trump said to buy, which was this big candle. Even if you didn't have it right at the beginning, you might have had it somewhere in the middle right there, 442 up to 540 right there. Nice movement from that top back down in and now all the way back to the highs. And that includes the SPY as well, as most major markets worldwide are near or at all-time highs. So definitely something coming there. I think IWM, if you're going to play any indexes or something like that, especially with the NASDAQ recent highs here, and then you also have the chance for rate cut season to be back upon us. I mean, it seems like the next moves are cuts. This has really lagged, right? I mean, the IWM is not even over, guys, the 50-period moving average yet. So, or sorry, the 200-period moving average, which is this green line. So, you know, for me, I think there's a lot of value coming up here with IWM, especially on that break. So I would say look there. If you're looking somewhere right now for some value, you know, underappreciated right now, the IWM. And if rate cut season is upon us, then boom goes the dynamite. But it's been the MAGs, right? Like there's a MAG 7 ETF. I think it is MAGS.
It is just MAGs.
Magnificent 7 ETF right there. And so you could see what's sort of been leading the way as we come back up to the high side. But what is in the MAG 7? It still is Tesla, right? So, you know, that's still off of its highs. Apple, obviously, well off of its highs as well. So carrying the day in the MAG 7, the Microsofts of this world. And then Meta's been like portfolio changing.
I love Meta.
This has been an absolutely huge. Again, this was another name that at $100, it was an all-you-can-eat buffet down there. Now you're at $700 now. Like nothing's even changed. Like Meta just continues to be the #1 app. Billions of users, daily active users, billions of daily active users. So, you know, we really like that play as well. I did sell some. I didn't sell some. I rearranged some portfolios a little bit there today out of some SPY and into some more NASDAQ. So, but anyways, might have to step into some IWM as well. But Google's another name that's well off its highs. Forgot about that one. So the MAG 7's actually...
This isn't a MAG 7 name, but maybe it should be. Broadcom... I mean, we could make a bunch of arguments. I only mentioned Broadcom in that vein because it's one of the biggest in the index. Like you own a lot of, if you own the NASDAQ, you own a bunch of Broadcom. So that's just how it is. So pretty much everyone likely has this in their portfolio. But there's always a but, isn't there? Today, it's weird, like pulling back off the highs. Like I'm a little surprised by this. When I looked at, we're at the top. Okay, well, what are the biggest names in the index doing? When I was scanning through them, Broadcom had already pulled back off the highs and is not joining this move. Apple, maybe in a little bit of a different category, not pulling back into highs, but pulling back from its high of the day and still unable to get past 205. This needs to break 202, if not 202 and a half. I'm just looking at where the weakness might be. Like if we start to fall back in here, it's 315 already. There might be like one shot for a reversion if we do get some kind of like an all-time high fail break. And I was looking at some names that have already come back off of the highs that are relatively weak. And if I'm picking between the two, Apple looks a little weaker than Broadcom, obviously. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I want to see it fail VWAP here first. It hasn't really done so. But if it holds under VWAP, I think Apple might be a nice little retracement short. If the market keeps blowing it out, at least this is one of the few stocks that gives you some cover that isn't the high of the day. Adara?
Yeah, just wanted to let you guys know we have our new daily infographic here for June 25th, 2025 events to watch out for. Micron earnings. Speaking of these semiconductors coming through after the close, 4 p.m. Eastern. You can check that out with Neil and myself on the Market Recap Show. But also, I want to let you guys know, NVIDIA hosting its annual meeting of stockholders tomorrow. So usually these annual meetings aren't super eventful for the market unless we're expecting a proxy vote or something of import. But either way, NVIDIA hosting its annual shareholder meeting tomorrow. We also have day 2 of testimony from Fed Chair Powell. I post these every single day on X at TTV Research around 3 p.m. So you can check out these updates for the following day, the evening before. Again, X at TTV Research. Check us out. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Micron, like all chip stocks, has been incredibly strong. Let's see if they can hold up during earnings. It's always a very cyclical name. So when the market is trending, Micron is generally going to trend with it. It's not usually something that'll do it on its own. I have to check to see what the implied move is going to be. But I think the trouble with Micron, obviously I was just looking at Apple to see if we actually get that fail under VWAP, that second 3-minute candle. If it does, I want to try to jump in. But with Micron, it's got an obvious spot. I don't know what the expected move might be, but I wouldn't be surprised if we end up tomorrow like 138 being the top. Sometimes you have it just stay far enough away that the resistance ends up being where they're pricing in the move to. And that's an obvious spot there at about 138 bucks on Micron. I just heard there's a halt to the downside on a stock I don't know. So the market's breaking higher. I don't know if we're going to get this on Apple. FTRK just halted now to the downside. What is this thing?
What is FTRK?
Well, it's screwed is what it is. Yeah, that's not good. But it's done a lot of volume. This just happened. FTRK halted down 21%. And that tap, I mean, seriously? FTRK, that obviously the tap is incorrect. It was a second ago, it was showing 50 cents as a technical option price. Now it's showing $3 when it's halted at 496. Yikes. What is this? Some kind of what do they must have a bad drug study or something? Fast Track Group? I mean, I'm speculating what it might be. It's some kind of phase 2. Yeah, some study didn't go well. Yikes. So we'll keep an eye on this one, but hopefully no one's in it. Thankfully, it wasn't doing anything before, so it's not like it was in play and anyone would be long this from earlier. Not looking very good for FTRK. Oh no, Palantir's gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Palantir. I trailed out of it and I never got back in. No, Palantir. Well, it's going to get to the all-time high. It's just a matter of when. There's still time that it could do one more dip and then go dip and rip in Palantir. You've seen it make power moves in Power Hour, for lack of a better word. Still $1.50 till you get to the high. So the first red candle, look for a consolidation or a pullback, and whatever it might be, like anything that looks like this off a high. Maybe it does one of these after breaking a high, pull back into a support level. Prior highs 143.20. So I can't predict where it's going to top out, but I'm going to buy the first available dip to get back into Palantir. Only really had it a couple times, and those were breakout trades. I want to see if we can get the dip buy here first. So, Palantir is super strong. The market's at all-time highs. And some relative weakness in Apple, but if the market doesn't slow down, I don't know if that's going to really set up.
I was thinking, I know Apple, I was thinking about a catalyst for Apple. That F1 movie, I mean, Apple's already won awards for some of their movies. I can't remember the one that they had won for before. Apple. But anyways, right there, they have a big movie coming out there with Brad Pitt. So I was just thinking that could be something, right, coming through. So right there, you have 195. I don't think that moves the needle. I mean, no one's looking at Apple for that. But yeah, so all right, Webull trying to get back up to the upside as well. We'll see what winds up happening. That's 1130, 1140 right now, trying to break out. I think if we can get that break late in the day, up 8%, might be worth taking. It's 3:20 right now. We are into Power Hour. You can join Adara and myself tonight for the recap show where there isn't much going on, I don't think. There's maybe BlackBerry, I think, tonight.
Oh, that's who it is.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who
That's
reports. Who it is. Really. Let's have a quick look at DJT. Just have a quick little look here to see what Donald J. Trump's Media Acquisition Corp, otherwise known as, I guess, Truth Social, right there. Are there going to be any truths reported today? There probably has been. And there it is right there. You're at, again, right at a great level for scalping. I mean, you're here at the low of the day. Looks like it wants to break lower, to be honest with you. I mean, there's the 50-period moving average, really riding it down. The last couple times we made this move, we weren't riding anything. We were just kind of extending our loss back into the downside. So there it goes, breaking through $18 right now. TJ there, but yeah, so what is the bottom here anyways? 17, 16, 1650 or so. So if you're looking at names and you're thinking again, like, can we get something like this again? Well, I mean, right into there, it's only spent a few days underneath, right? And so when I talk like that, what I mean is I'm looking here and saying, how long have we spent underneath like this $16 mark? Well, you got to go back into here. It's about a week. So maybe there is something to look out for here if you can get down into $16 and then play off that low of $12.50 or so on DJT. Adara was something.
Okay, I have the official solar story here, and it's kind of what we had Neil alluding to. So yeah, there are comments here from a GOP or Republican senator here, Kevin Cramer, saying that Republicans are discussing possible changes to the provision in Trump's spending bill or the One Big Beautiful Bill that would phase out these rooftop solar tax credits. They're saying that there's a bit of work being done on rooftop solar. These stocks are pushing higher on this, but yeah, that's Bloomberg reporting that. Kevin Cramer told reporters that apparently Republicans are talking about some possible changes to solar-related provisions in the Big Beautiful Bill. Also, with regards to comments on Trump maybe truthing right now, he actually just posted a truth 2 minutes ago. It's a video of him arriving in Netherlands for NATO. So if you're wondering if Trump posted on truth, he certainly has. Back to you.
I was just mentioning, Sean, like when I was in Europe, you noticed that they have a lot of solar panels there. But the crazier thing is just how many wind turbines I saw when we drove from Budapest to Vienna. It was insane. I've never seen that many in my life. They're a little bit more hardcore with it, but you know, I don't know. I cut both ways when it comes to subsidies for things like that, because there's something to be said about being successful without them and driving to be successful in a more organic way. That being said, they have their place. So I don't want to get too political about it. Apple just lost VWAP in here. Don't at me, anybody out there. I'm not against subsidies altogether.
Nobody's adding you for that.
No, I just think you have to pick your spots. I think sometimes they can do a little bit of harm to an industry because then you don't necessarily get the type of innovation that you need. That's the best way to put it. So Apple just lost the volume weighted average price, which was right here at, well, I have an order there. It's like 201.85. Did a wick above, put the stop at 92 because that wick is 91, and then took the short under here at 76 and a half. I tried to get more, it didn't. We'll play the range bound on Apple. Like the bottom here is like 21.4. If the market, I want to play it this way. If the market doesn't turn, which right now I'm not seeing a ton of weakness, we still have all these green candles, then I'm out in front of the bid. If it does start turning, then I look to try to add somewhere under VWAP and cancel and try to let it ride into the downside. So Apple, new position here. We'll see what happens. It's just I wanted to find something relatively strong. And if we end up getting a weak, I should say. And if we end up getting a reversal, then I just think it works a little bit better than fighting something which has been trending up all day long. The other thing that Apple's got going for it for potential continuation short is right here. I just realized this. I shouldn't be bidding. 201.50 is where we closed yesterday. Like this threatens to go red on a breakdown of this area. So I think that actually makes it more appealing of a hold, because if the NASDAQ just made an all-time high, if it rejects it, like anything that's going to be going red to me, I think you get some extra selling in there. So like Apple's the only thing I would look for the short. I mean, almost everything else I'm looking at. Like Palantir just broke the highs. I don't know, pretty much everything Sean is holding, I'm assuming, is breaking the highs. I saw AMD break the high. NVIDIA hasn't broken the high. Circle, by the way, just made another fresh low through 220. But I wouldn't punch short on a breakdown of this stock. You know, I was waiting for, I said earlier I'd look for a VWAP short. Clearly that's not going to happen at this point unless it rallies 10% to the upside. So I was looking for something that I could make a little technical trade off VWAP. Apple happened to be it. Circle's still falling. I think you're just going to have to wait this one out for a day or two for all the Circle bulls out there. Just let it simmer. CoreWeave did this, and CoreWeave bounced nicely and made a fresh high. So it's not impossible that you can still have a bull run after the last couple of days. It seems bad down $80 in 2 sessions, but you got to put it into perspective where it's come from. It's not that bad when you look at the daily chart. I mean, yeah, it looks kind of bad, but this could be at
Not really.
I know, but like you could be at 150, and that's literally, 166 is the prior high, consolidative high. 166. Like that's literally pulling back into the prior breakout high, is another $56 from here. That's nuts.
Right, seems like it's reasonable.
Yeah, like that's actually reasonable that it could pull back another $50 before going long again.
Yeah, I think Circle's real home is 120. So I think it pulls back another $100.
That's the longest consolidation I had.
It might be lower than that. Circle's a squeeze play. I mean, we don't even know their numbers, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's. Well, I felt more skeptical about CoreWeave because we knew something about their numbers,
Right.
So you could see with CoreWeave, oh really, $1 billion of revenue and $23 billion in capex, like that was like I knew that sounded whack, but with Circle I have no idea.
I think Circle, the problem with the reason why CoreWeave we could know about it because we know their customers, and we know that Circle is the USDC coin, and just right now stable coins are just so popular and all the rage. So that means that's probably thinking about anyways maybe a downside play at some point there for Circle. It's just been so gone. And again, congratulations.
Oh my goodness.
Anybody, like I said, Jim Cramer was pounding the table on a buy at CoreWeave, I think $40 to $50 there. So that's a 4-bagger. Like, there's only so much upside in a lot of these names. But I just got out some more Amazon. Look, man, I mean, this is still $1.50 in the money, but we're having a hard time. Right now it's 330. We're having a hard time getting above right into here 314. So, we got some out on the way back up. We got some out on the way back down. So we're just starting to piece out of everything. Big Bear AI is actually starting to make me question life. No, not life. Question this trade again there because it's, again, not really doing anything. So we'll take a piece out on Big Bear AI again right there. Okay, well, we offer and we get it almost immediately as we use a free gateway. And we were talking about this the other day at the bar when we were all there. And I was talking with some of the newer traders that were there. And I was talking about like maker taker and all that. And a lot of guys don't really understand some of the rebate structures and whatnot. But we hear the fact that we're on prop floor here at Real Trading. Oh yeah, by the way, let's go over what the numbers are. I'm going to call it up. I have no idea what they are. I'm going to call up the numbers from yesterday. Talk about them, but you can offer liquidity in the market, right? And I think that's a popular thing that some traders do. And you can just get filled. Like if you offer 13 on certain gateways, then you'll get paid about $2 per 1,000 shares, and roughly back and forth. And then there's other gateways that you can offer, like an EAB there, that will charge you a similar amount, but you'll get filled first. So it's about the liquidity, and if you need it, like on a stock that's ripping like a Tesla or something like that, you're not going to necessarily need to worry, because if you're offering 05, there it goes, it gets taken. You're better off using a NASDAQ or an ARCA that's just going to fill you with the rebate, right? But most gateways, if you're trading a slower stock like a Big Bear AI, you don't really care to pay $1, for your 1,000 share fill, because if you get filled at 13 and it's 1,000 shares, that's $10, right? I'm just saying the penny is $10 on 1,000 shares. So like right there, see if you missed that 13, now you're waiting for 12s and maybe having to punch out 11. So to give up $1 right there because you're waiting on the wrong gateway is fool's gold. So you don't want to do that. You want to be on a paying gateway So like a BYX or an EAB or something like that. But again, talk to your trading floor development team here at Real Trading and they'll tell you, or if you're with Trade the Pool or some other prop firm that I have no idea how their fee structure works or anything like that, ask them.
Yeah, they're all different.
About rebates.
We know how it works here, but not all firms allow you to earn those rebates. Everybody, that's important. I know we talked about it a lot. And the other good thing about active trading is now the SEC fees are zero. So for active traders here at Real Trading, like the more when you get in and out, they take the sell side for the SEC fee, and right now it's at zero, which is fantastic. It's before, I know you're going to show the numbers here. That FRTK halted down a couple more times. The current tap is now $1.50. It's just, this thing just keeps on falling here. So I wouldn't try to catch the falling knife on this. That said, if it does actually get to $1 and there's like a gigantic bid, maybe it's worth a shot. But this continues to fall like a rock on Fast Track Group. I still haven't seen anything but the halts. I just keep seeing all the news. The only stories I see is halted down on a circuit breaker. I just presume that it had something to do with the drug, but I haven't actually been able to read that story anywhere.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I don't know what they do.
I mean, Fast Track. I mean, we can look it up. I mean, Adair's probably all over that as well. So we'll get that to you guys right away. But here's who's making the money yesterday, and this is real money. Other sites, I don't know if they're showing you sim money or not. I have no idea. But here at Real Trading, these are all US dollars. These are the top. And it hasn't been that great over the last little while. Man, my phone is just blowing up right now. All right, 14.7 right there yesterday. Look at this. This trader, would you take a look at that? Traded everything yesterday. Some oil, some futures, New York, and NASDAQ. Amex, New York, NASDAQ there. Canada's involved as well. Amex through there. There we go. There's Blue Ocean. That's a nice day for Blue Ocean right there. So that's the after hours trading. Canada, NASDAQ, Canada, Amex, NASDAQ. And again, these are just the different markets that they traded, right? Not where they're located or anything like that. And of course, if you are interested, go to realtrading.com. And I've been here for a very, very long time. And obviously, we talk about what we read is all those other things that we read are ads. What I'm telling you about Real Trading is never missed a pay, never missed anything. The communications are out like every day. There's live support, live chat, everything you need at your fingertips, plus over 60 markets that you can trade. Anything.
And always adding more.
24/7.
And always adding more.
Yeah, always literally adding all of the new markets. We talked about Moon, ATS.
Yesterday, Mexico, somebody made like 5.
Yeah, we showed that yesterday. Yeah, so people
like the Mexican market. We just recently got that. I've never looked at it. I've never traded it. And the other thing to consider too, and maybe it matters to some people. I think it matters a lot. A firm that stays ahead of the game. That comes with not just regulation and adding markets, but across the board. And the platform is made for traders by traders. Like if there's a request, if you like something you want to feature, you put a simple request in there, and then the team will once a month they meet for little things. It could be bracket orders that get added when they weren't there before. Click to trade, which some people wanted. I don't use it, but people wanted to be able to click on their level 2 and click on charts. And now you can trade, being able to do that on the platform. But it's one of those things like if you don't, and for anyone at Real Trading, if you don't put tickets into request things, they don't happen. It's like one of my biggest beefs. Like all you got to do is put a ticket in, everybody, if you want a feature. So Apple, I'm going to show you what happened on the NASDAQ, because I told you if we caught a bid, any kind of a bid, that I would get out at support, and if we were breaking down, I would hold. So caught bid, got out at first support. Just a simple scalp trade with about 30 minutes to go. The next thing, I might take the same trade again if we come back into VWAP and just try to rinse and repeat it if that's going to be the case. But I also wanted to get a quick look at the early look imbalance locator, which has, there's Archer again. So Ford, 4.4 million. Do we care about, GM's there too, 1.9 million. Maybe that's not a coincidence. Ford tends to pair off. I don't think we care about that. But Archer, that's a name. 1.9 million early look to buy. I don't really see anything else that piques my interest. QBTS, 1.3 million for the buy side as well. BBAI is $1 million. This was $1 million yesterday as well. BBAI. I think it paired off if memory served, but $1 million on those three names. But Archer Aviation is the biggest of those three. there might be something happening on the. I'm going to double check if there's something going on with Archer. It's not moving yet, but this has had a pretty good run today, up 7 points. Be nice if you got some kind of a rally, play into the high, comes out supposed to be a buy, or just reverses at 355 and you play that mean reversion. The fact that it's not moving with an early look that big probably means that it's likely to pair off. So I wouldn't do anything with it yet, but I'll have Archer on watch at 350 for sure if it remains one of the biggest ones out there. Like Pfizer's there all the time. Pfizer's so ridiculously liquid. If it ain't 10 million, then who cares? And when 350 hits, then you'll see all the NASDAQ names that everyone's always interested in. NVIDIA, Apple potentially. You never really know. Amazon might have an imbalance, but it's NVIDIA that usually has the biggest one. Archer, it piques my interest. And if we get a reload on Apple, it's going to have to be before those imbalances come out. Like I wouldn't want to take the offer at VWAP if it's like 347, like right before the imbalances. Another place where you can find the locator actually, we're going to be talking about.
Would that be eSignal? Because if it was, you can scan that QR code right there, right now. Get involved with eSignal. It is 1 month free. We want to thank eSignal and ICE for coming through and dropping off all those donuts earlier as well today. Shout out to Mr. Mark O'Keefe. But traders, listen up. Your first month is free. We're waiving those fees, man. Trade smarter, not harder. Use every feature they have. We just talked about all the markets that we have here at Real Trading. You can entitle yourself to those and many more with the wide array of tools and all of their entitlement-based subscriptions over at eSignal. Backtesting reliable, real-time data at global markets, all at your fingertips in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades ASAP with eSignal. It's 1 month free, and all you have to do is scan that wonderful QR code that you see on your screen now. So get that going, scan it, get going with eSignal, and I'm certain you'll be happy with it. And if not, you can cancel immediately. You can also look up Surf Air Mobility. Thank you to Tisha and everybody in the chat that's talking about SRFM right now. Wow, what a move. 64 million shares as there it goes right there back up to the upside, SFRM. It just, again, you always want to zoom out, right? I mean, right looking into here again, you're not, I don't know, man. I'm on Big Bear AI. It's been great. I've really done quite well on some of the major, sort of players as far as these low float runners, when they're hitting, especially off in the AM. But I always think it's important to look back and say, what levels are we talking about here? And I think we got pretty close, to that 450 came. So if you were waiting for like 5, tisk, but, you want to take some profits when you see this kind of stuff happening anyways, at least I do. So, make sure that you do watch out for these plays. SFRM is another one, and it looks like SRFM, sorry, and it looks like it's going right back there to the upside. The thing that I can always check would be into here. SRFM, there it is, Surf Air Mobility. Let me just see what the share float is. I'm assuming it's going to be pretty low right there. 14 million share float. 5% short. It's, this is one of those names, again, that looks like it's primed to do some running around SFR.
Did you say the story here?
No, what is the story?
It looks like Palantir acquired over 1 million shares.
Ooh.
Sorry, check that.
Palantir.
Correction. 10% owner Palantir acquires over 1 million shares. So it looks like they already own shares. They bought more.
Okay.
Based on that headline. So yeah, that sounds... that sounds pretty good for that stock. And remember, like when we saw this with the NVIDIA effect, like when NVIDIA was all the rage, all you had to do was say some kind of a partnership or NVIDIA owns a stake or whatever, and like such and such small cap would go ham. And maybe this is the new thing in here, like Palantir getting some deals. Whoops! And then I accidentally called up Palantir instead.
It worked.
No, but I meant to call Surface Air Mobility.
No, I was just saying, like, that's maybe drawing attention to Palantir again. I don't know.
I have that problem. Whatever I'm saying is what I end up typing into my level 2. So it looks like, the thing is, it's already so far high, so far to the upside, and with only 10 minutes to go, the imbalances, unless I'm going back into Apple for scalp trade, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, I'd stay away. And you're at the bag hold zone where you'd expect some selling on this move to happen on this stock. Just one thing, that FTRK doesn't really look like it's being able to hold It's like they didn't open this one back up after the last halt, but the tap isn't as bad. It's now $2. This could be one of the, if it gets to $1, this could be epic tomorrow if this goes into penny stock status. But let's go to Adara.
Some more context here for SRFM or Surfair Mobility. So Palantir already owned a decent amount of shares. They just added to their position here. So apparently purchasing just over 1 million shares. That was valued at just over $2.1 million purchase. But here's the thing. So now they own over almost 4.5 million shares. So they added an additional 1 million shares, but by no means this is their first involvement. And this purchase is apparently part of a commercial arrangement between the companies. It's also worth noting here, yes, they are a 10% owner in Surfair Mobility. But yeah, these were actually purchased, apparently, these new shares on June 18th, 2025. So as always, we get these notices here coming after the actual purchase. A little bit more context here. This is not PLTR's first rodeo as far as SRFM is concerned. Back to you.
Yeah, and that's definitely a good observation. I saw people mentioning Archer Aviation has already had a deal with a part. I don't know if there's any ownership, but from what I was looking at, Archer, it looks like it has a partnership going on with Palantir. They've been getting a good rally. Yeah, I guess maybe we shouldn't have got out of Apple. Apple, with the market not breaking support, the market bounced off support, and Apple just broke down. So that's headed to the lows. It is now red on the day. One of the few names that is going to be red in the Mag 7 is going to be Apple. The good news for Apple, well, okay, the good news for Apple is it's above 200. But this also, it can't hold this 50 period on the daily. I just think that that's what's next. If it can hold that 50 period and break away from 205, then it gets a little bit better. Underneath $200 on Apple, you're waiting for 195. We had a bunch of people say that in the chat. It wasn't even me. I'm not a buyer of this stock down here. I don't really like Apple that much now until it breaks this downward trend. But yeah, really just put on an Apple short. SoFi, I canceled the SoFi breakout because SoFi is not, it's not breaking the high. It double topped. It effectively triple topped, and now there's only 7 minutes to go left in the day. So I don't think we get the top break on SoFi. That could be something we look at tomorrow, provided it's still here. I don't know. It could gap above or below. So I don't want to say I'm taking a break on SoFi for sure, because this stock could gap to 16.5, or it could be at $15, and then all of a sudden there's absolutely no trade for us. But all the fintech names have been strong, just kind of lacking some continuation here for the one I wanted to break out.
I'm just gonna punch out of everything right now. There's not much, we're close to the highs in our account here. So I'm just gonna get out of it all. BBAI is now starting to go again. So let's go, let's spin the money train one more time here for Big Bear AI. Again, top stock here trading today for the floor. So good move there for Big Bear AI. Not sure if it was Sharif's number one. It's not going to be my number one stock, but it's going to be a stock that we like to trade, and definitely moving up the leaderboard, Big Bear AI. But we just missed that 18 fill. See what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you need to catch those little fills there that can make a difference. And Big Bear AI, I mean, I'm at 17 and 18 right now. Hopefully we can get that. Maybe I should be at 16. But look at the market. We said that we were waiting for it to do something. It's still not really. We get right back into all-time highs again. We sort of talked about that. And then now falling off of that spot again. I mean, we're back into earnings season now with Micron coming. Join both Brian Shannon, myself, and Adara at the after show, the recap show, where we'll talk about, I think it was just BlackBerry, right? Coming. Oh, and FTX?
Oh, FedEx.
Oh, FDX, not FTX. FTX, yeah. We did have Sam Bankman-Fried on our show right before he went into jail. So that was probably our best. That was probably like our biggest name interview of all time.
It's
hard
to argue with it. Well, we did. I mean, we had Rogue Trader. If you're old enough, Nick Leeson is, at the time, he was like that. He was that big of a thing in terms of the
he was never never even close to Sam Bankman.
No. I'm saying in his own time, nobody cares about Barings Bank. But at the time, back then, it was a huge deal, and obviously a big deal for like regulations. But it's not the same thing as the crypto. So like for myself, because I love Rogue Trader as a movie, like that was a big deal for me. I've watched that like 5 times, and it's a good watch, everybody, if you've never seen Rogue Trader. But yeah, FedEx.
So we did.
Rest in peace.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The FedEx founder, rest in peace. And there's always one story. Yeah, he passed away over the weekend.
Oh wow. Okay.
And of course, that's the story where early on they were going to go bankrupt, and he took like a few grand to Vegas, and I don't know the exact amount, but I guess he won a bunch of money at Vegas, and they were able to sort of meet their next month's obligations, and that was it. They were up from there. Like that's balls. Maybe not the best way to go about business, but I guess if your back is against the wall, it makes for an interesting story. I didn't realize FedEx was reporting. That could be. It's more of a bellwether stock than a trading stock, though.
Yeah. So again, join us tonight. We'll talk about all of that with Brian Shannon. Again, your educator of the year on StockTwits, Brian Shannon. And I actually talked to him about Big Bear AI. Oh, there it is. We did. So I have too many offers out. So that's coding as a short. All my offers are coding as short sells, but they're not. I'm just getting out of them all. So they're not short sells at all. Right there as we come back in. There's only a couple minutes left until these imbalances. We've talked about those over and over again. So we'll wait to see if there's anything going to happen. Oh, Big Bear AI is a New York stock, so that actually should be showing up on the imbalance locator. So let me just go and see what Big Bear may or may not come out as right there. Ford is looking like it has a buy imbalance underneath it. Right now, Ford, although let me zoom back out a little bit. Okay, so doing nothing today. Schlumberger, Pfizer. Again, shout out to Josh Brown. He's been pumping this thing since 30. I guess that's not working, Josh. Got to pay a little bit more to CNBC to get your names out there. So there goes Pfizer. All right, so other than that, QBTS, I guess, a nice downside play today. But I like it at 15. We talked about some of the advantages of that as well. What else is on here? Oh, there's Big Bear AI. 1 million shares. Wow, for Big Bear AI. Again, a good name, it looks like there, BBAI for the long. CCL. Oh, we didn't even talk about CCL. They had earnings today.
Monster name on earnings.
Up 7% there. I don't even know, what does it look like on the daily? Yeah, so not breaking out, but it does break past this 2450. So it's getting close to an exciting breakout, I guess. If we can get up into that 27-ish area, that's looking a little bit more healthy today than it was over the last little bit. But holding the 200 period, actually, this is, I don't know why I'm throwing so much shade at this. This is nice off the 200, right? Hit, take. You always like to see that, especially when it's an earnings play. Now you have more juice than just simple technicals. So again, a good play right there for CCL today, up 7%. All right, man, we are now moments away from those imbalances.
Speaking of the imbalances,
2.5 minutes.
Someone just asked, and we got a super chat about this. So this is not just, I responded to the super chat, but for anybody out there, there's no bad questions. Not everybody knows what the imbalance locator is. I have a question as a newer day trader. Can you explain the imbalances? Now, I can do you better than that. And instead of me trying to explain it in 2 minutes before they come out, I just want to direct you all. Actually, I have it playing. Let me just pause this right here. I've put the link in the chat, but we literally have with trading imbalances successfully what you need to know. I even believe we have another one out there. There might be a second imbalance video as well, but just check you can literally just search Trader TV Live and imbalances. You'll find it. I did put the link in the description. It's never a bad idea whether you trade them or not, whether you care about them or not. It's just information. So I don't think you have anything to lose by brushing up on how the imbalances work for the closing auction. It's the same principle for the opening auction. It's the same principle. Like if you're trading IPOs, when stocks are halted, it's an open auction. When IPOs open, it's an open auction. So we look at, I'll look at this. When we're looking at CoreWeave or Circle before it opened up and taking the opening print and deciding where to put limit orders, we're staring down the imbalance locator. So it's important information for anything it's halting, for anything it's opening or closing at the beginning or the end of the day. So you definitely doesn't hurt. I see there's some decent size here, but the couple of names that are up right now, those don't concern me. Archer has pulled back a little bit, so it's only looking like 1.2 million when it was closer to 2 million before. That's not a good sign. I don't know if there's going to be anything there. Ford and Pfizer probably pair off. That's just over history. If you observe it enough, you see that. Estee Lauder's kind of a different one. I haven't seen that up there before. What's interesting about Estee Lauder, that's 1.8 million to the sell side. It's only done 3.4 million shares today, so that's very significant relative to the amount of shares that have actually traded on this thing. And Estee Lauder is not really having a good day at all. Yikes, yuck. So about 20 seconds until the imbalances come out. Well, if there's anything, I'm probably not going to take that Apple trade. It just actually tanked a little bit lower, so it doesn't get into VWAP. It's too late now. I'm just going to be looking at the imbalances, see what comes out, let you guys know where they go for sure. So about 5 seconds, and then you're going to see probably a big shift here. I don't know if anything's going to be big, but we'll let you know right here as Ford comes out smaller than expected. NVIDIA, 1.8 million. It was 4 million yesterday, and I think he got 50 cents out of it. So I'm not sure that's going to be big enough. Look at the paired volume on NVIDIA. 15 million of it's already paired. So relatively small imbalance on that. TLT is a sell, 1.6. Archer's there, 1.3 million to buy on Archer, but remember, it was looking like it was going to be bigger than that. You got Walmart sell 1.2 million. BBAI did not come out anywhere close to what was expected. It was supposed to be 1 million. I don't even see it on the list at all. So I think mostly a nothing burger. You got Alphabet down here underneath 1 million shares. To the sell side. The overall market, yikes, 77 million to buy, NASDAQ 124, Dow 330, Mag 739. Could just be something to do with the fact that the NASDAQ just made an all-time high. Could it be that? There's not a lot of exuberance there when you get to that top. Really, it's just NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the only thing, and it's not even that big. You get a little pop in there. That's not bad. You got like 30 cents, but the algos will eat all that juice. For sure. Obviously, I get it. Yeah, that's great. Apple would have been an unbelievably better short as it's absolutely tanking into 200. Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't expect it. I was thinking we were having an inside day. It's an easy scalp trade. We'll risk like 10 cents to make 40. And that'll be good. And instead, Apple falls all over itself. And I don't even see, like, it accelerated down without an imbalance. It's not like it's on the locator anymore with a big sell imbalance. Apple's just getting its teeth kicked in relative to the market. On a day where the NASDAQ makes a fresh high, Apple decides to completely lose the bid at the end of the day. And like I said, sometimes you just got to find the relative strength versus the relative weakness. Could have done better on it, but you had to be able to find something to trade. There really wasn't much of anything else. I wanted a SoFi breakout that just didn't happen. Hopefully we have a chance to be able to get that tomorrow. I just want to double check to see what else is going on here. Like here's the other Mag 7 names. Amazon. Kind of a weird brick wall here at 213.50. Look at the held bid on Amazon. That might lose that bid here as we speak. If you look over at what's going on with Meta, right at the highs. Clearly, Meta does fantastic, and Google's not really doing that bad, but it's not falling all over itself. I just want to let's just smile at Meta for a second. I'm liking Meta because I bought Meta twice this year. Once at spring training, I was literally in the stands at spring training on. It was like one of the ridiculous down days. I don't remember exactly which day it was. I'd have to go back and check. The market was just getting smoked. Yeah, whatever, man. I pulled out my phone. I don't usually do that on vacation, but sometimes you do. And I was like, holy crap. I turned to my wife, and I'm like, NVIDIA's down this much, and Meta's down this much. And she looks at me, and she's like, what do I care? And I was like, yeah, right, you don't. And so I went in, and I bought a few things on that day. We ended up going lower. I didn't buy much. I bought ARM down there, and then I got Meta as well coming back through 500. Love the stock. But, yeah, something wrong with Apple this afternoon. Because everything else I looked at, I just showed you. Unless it was Google, they're doing fine. It's like this is an Apple thing. Apple just going right back into the low of the day. Default will be to look for an Apple short tomorrow, I suppose, in the morning. Like, what else can you say? Not looking good.
Yeah, no. There goes NVIDIA, by the way, also up to its high of the day. So, yeah, man, thank you, NVIDIA, for everything that you've given me over the last couple of years. You know, we've loved this stock, and there it goes, breaking highs. We had mentioned that, you know, possibly this gets to all-time highs. It might even be tomorrow. You're one story away here on this name. We just got filled on something else right there. BBAI. Today's day just is getting good here into the close, but it doesn't really matter. Everything's just getting higher and higher up as we get out some more here. AMD is now 450 in the money and going higher as well. That's that day's high here for AMD. So, you know, we've really hit some of these names. We've hit them pretty hard today, and it's going to be a good day. So there it goes, man. You know, traders unite today. If you're long only, it's been a crazy day, and then Circle would be a good short if you had something in there today, down 14%. So yeah, like chip space, you know, AI, Palantir's upside, NVIDIA, NASDAQ, everything all-time highs. Nice little pullback in for the SPY. We said that sometimes you get that little kickback off of all-time highs, and that looks like what we're doing right now, a little bit of a slowdown. Wait for that next catalyst. world peace. No, I don't know if that's going to be time soon, but okay, let's go back over to Adair. Only 5 minutes left.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out in the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payout. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Back to you.
So just an update, NVIDIA paired half of the imbalance, not all of it. It was almost 2 million. It's down to 1 million shares. So not the whole thing. So even if you're holding along in NVIDIA, it's still a buy imbalance, but that's not a very large one. It's not like it's going to print significantly higher because there's a 1 million imbalance there, but it is still a smaller buy on NVDA. Oddly enough, somehow Ford actually didn't flip. And go figure. Someone asked what was wrong with Alphabet. Look, it's not that strong, but it's not doing what Apple did. But you're right. When I was saying Apple was the Mag 7 name that was looking the worst, it was just because I was observing it. We played it off VWAP, and it was at the low of the day. But Google has a chance to close at the low of the day. What was different, I think why I didn't include it, was Google's almost still up 1%. Even if it breaks a low, Alphabet still held a lot of the gap. Big relief rally yesterday, and you're holding on to the top end of the range. But it's not like they've fared all that much better than Apple. It's bouncing the 50 period today, but that's about all you can say that's good about it, and the fact that it's a little bit green. So, yeah, you've got Apple, you've got Google. I would say Apple's having a worse go of it, and I'd probably prefer to trade that tomorrow than Google, just based on the way the trend has been going. The other name that we had this afternoon and got out too early does not. Seriously, really? You couldn't just make an all-time high Palantir? Got close, but maybe we have to wait for tomorrow and the 145-ish level. Farmer Boy Art, I don't know, that's a little bit extreme. Is Apple completely toast? I don't know if that's going to be true. I just think it's in a downward trend where people are rotating away from that and into what they're perceived to be better Mag 7 names. I'm in that boat as well. I like Meta and Amazon more than I like Google and Apple. And I think the market's somewhat telling you a lot of the same thing. FedEx isn't moving, but a lot of people have asked, what about FedEx? Look, stay tuned for the report. I don't know how it's going to go. I'm not some analyst on the space, but I do like the fact that it's consolidating above the 50-period moving average. So the only thing I'll be interested in, if there's even a trade in it, which there probably won't be given that it's FedEx, would be if it's breaking higher. Not interested if it's breaking lower at all. I like relief rallies on stocks like this. I don't want to try to short things that are boring.
All right, so AMD, I'm just going to get out of everything that we have right now. Big Bear AI may go out, well, is going out pretty much at its highs. So let's ring the register there. AMD, again, like another monster today, 450 in the money, really holding out for a great one there on AMD. And it looks like we wind up getting it. So we're pretty happy with our AMD trading today as well. So, stay tuned. Join us tomorrow for hopefully all of these trades again. Oh, sorry, that's still Apple. What am I doing? Clicked on the wrong A name there. There's AMD. We are now, I had an offer higher than that. We'll cancel that. So there it is, man. Out at the high of the day, off of long. So this is held all day for AMD. And again, it's not like we didn't mean to do it. It's written right here. We like that trade, AMD today. It looks like it will continue to be a relatively strong one for us every single day. Let's see where Tesla is ending the day here, 241 and change. So yeah, man, it never got up to that VWAP again, like we had sort of hoped that it might have. NVIDIA off of a nice pull as well here today. At day's high, so we hit offer enter, we get 80s just like that, and now we are out of that trade. So yeah, man, just moving forward, it's just been a really good opportunity. We are now flat today. Great trading on NVIDIA, AMD. I'm sure Neil had some bangers there as well. I can't recall exactly the names, but I know you had Indo earlier this morning.
Well, it's the same one. Like AMD is my best stock today. Like it's probably everybody's best stock.
Maybe.
I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see Nimrod what the last symbol is going to be. We only have 20 seconds to go. Thank you for the memberships. A shout out to Nimrod at 50 memberships, but also the super chats. PEACE. Peace. says Nimrod. That's something we can all get behind. But let's drop the countdown on. Brought to you by Orogenics, OGEN on the IZ. Let's ring that bell for Orogenics, Adara, right about now. So thank you so much, everybody. It's been an awesome day. And shout out to Nimrod again for those memberships and the super chats at the end. We can all get behind. Peace and a big, not just a big shout out to our entire audience, but also a big shout out we had to JT. Trader JT for their super chats and all the other super chats we got. Mark the Realtor sent a few ones. We had Ben Weiss as well. So thank you all. But you don't have to go anywhere, everybody. The market recaps. Hey, we got BlackBerry. Does anyone care about BlackBerry? Nope. Probably not. FedEx will be in play, but there's a lot to go over. I mean, look, CCL was up almost double digits. Check Sean out in just a minute or so at the desk. Brian Shannon's going to be on. Obviously, Adara. A lot to go over. Late rally in solar. Rally to all-time highs on the Qs. Rally to fresh highs, almost fresh highs in something like a Palantir. You have the chips going strong today. There's just a heck of a lot to like in a bull market for sure. And it's always more fun when stocks go up. Look, at the end of the day, Trader TV Live will trade it up, down, left, right, and center and give you our opinions regardless. But it's always a happier moment when the Nasdaq's up 1.5% because then it's all smiles for everybody. So I just thank you. Big shout out to our team here on the ones and twos. You know, Fabian back after a day not feeling well. We got Andre and Ramin also on our team. And shout out to the Midday boys as well for doing a fantastic job entertaining everybody. Ronnie R said 1999 called. It's BlackBerry. I'm with you. I was the guy. Me. I was the last person you know that had a BlackBerry phone. I promise you that. I bet you anybody out there that's watching the show, I was the last person that had one, but you got to move on. There's always bigger and there's always better. And that also means we're heading on to the market recap show. Sean, Adara, special guest Brian Shannon, starting now.
Not the smoothest throw, but thank you, Neil, for that one. What's up, Fabian and everybody else? Yeah, we will have Brian Shannon on. Good job today with Orogenics. We had Pat Laff on.
That was awesome, yeah.
That was really fun to see that as well. Thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time. It's been an awesome show today, and we're going to continue it with your market recap show. It's FedEx on board, so we've got them coming through very, very soon. As soon as we hear that,
they deliver.
Yeah, we'll see what they deliver. That is right there with FedEx, and hasn't been delivering quite well here on the daily. Nice move downside from 300 into 229. We're going to wait for FedEx. We've got the Benzinga Pro platform here. Adara is going to be scanning Twitter for it. When we get that, we will have it for you. FedEx right there. Here's a 30-minute chart. I'm going to change this over to a 1 minute. We also have BlackBerry right there. So we'll have to watch out for them. Again, their QNX software. We'll find out where their revenue streams are coming from with BlackBerry right now. This show brought to you by Real Trading. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there again. But yeah, BlackBerry, we're waiting for them and for FedEx. So as soon as something comes out, I actually muted everything in my ear so I don't have anything.
FedEx earnings.
FedEx is now out. Okay, so thank you, Adara, for that one. There it is, downside right now. They dropped off that parcel lower right now. So we're going to find out what's going on. Looks like it's just trying to battle itself out here. Just to give you an area, we'll talk about the numbers in a second. The 50-period moving average for FedEx is right here at 220. So if there's going to be a drop-off spot, I think 220 could be it for FedEx, Adara, but we'll wait what's going on there. You know, FedEx, you're going to get us those numbers.
I have them.
You have them right now. Okay, so let's go over and see what's happening on a 1 minute chart. There goes FedEx to the downside. And remember, you gave me the implied move of 7.5% right now in the options market for FedEx. EPS expected 593, revenue of 21.7. What did they deliver?
Yes, they delivered EPS here. Great. Thank you for following that pun. $6.07 per share. That is above estimates. I was at 593. Benzinga has 587. Either way, they beat estimates. Sales here also beating estimates. 22.2 billion versus 21.83 billion expected. Now let's talk about the year-over-year differences because sometimes that matters. Their year-over-year growth for revenue was infinitesimal. It was not massive. 22.2 billion revenue is mentioned for this quarter in 2025, but in Q1 2024 it was 22.1 billion. So they barely grew the revenue there. Operating margin is increased here 8.1% versus 7% last year on a GAAP basis. Operating income up year-over-year on a GAAP basis, but yeah, that revenue growth is small enough that the market might not love that. We also have comments coming in from Fed's Bar saying that inflation is set to rise due to tariffs. We're really seeing here, I guess, a break in the Fed. Right. We have some Fed speakers like, Waller and Bowman who are both really, I guess, dovish lately. They're ready to cut in July. And you could tell today Powell's hearing with Congress, the testimony with Congress, people really want Waller to replace him. And that became very evident. But then we've also got people like Fed Powell, Fed's Barr, Fed's Kashkari that are still saying, or I guess Hammock as well, that are saying we should wait till later to the year to cut. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But it's a very split Fed. And FedEx is pretty split as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, good call there. I wonder if there's, what do you think about a chance of a surprise rate cut? I think that has to be baked in a little bit here. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I know it's not predicted for July.
Yeah.
What were the odds for July? 25% or so?
It's about 17. It's under 20.
Okay.
And I think the thing is, too, the fact I'm seeing way more Feds that are, and Chair Powell said this himself, the majority of Feds, regardless of these one-off comments, are not looking to cut in July. That is 2 people. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But yeah, I think we're probably going to have to wait until
so September.
Yeah, September at the least. That's what
we
Powell
skip
basically
August.
said.
So there is no August meeting, so we'll wait for September on that one. Okay, thank you so much for the nice comments in the chat. We really appreciate that. But here goes FedEx. So UPS, again, was down, now up here, now in the middle again. So UPS not having really any reaction with FedEx on this. So if you hold one or the other, they're kind of just holding hands right now, not moving around. There's FedEx in the middle again. So if you're writing options on this one, you win
FedEx.
on FedEx because there's that 7.5% implied move. We don't get it. I'm a little nervous about FedEx. We've had a couple. I actually was walking around today and I saw a FedEx guy on a little electrical bike dropping off some packages as well. So they're getting, into that game as well, watching out for oil prices and FedEx. I think with oil making a move down makes these sort of shipping companies a little more attractive. You said you had something else? I know there's a few flies.
I've been trying to like Mr. Miyagi the fly, but I can't use chopsticks, so just with my hands.
Yep.
Keep an eye here on, I have BlackBerry up, but they don't have earnings yet.
Okay.
FedEx. So FedEx actually suspending its fiscal 2026 outlook amid some uncertain global demand. Again, though, they did beat EPS and sales, but their guidance for, I guess this is the Q4 25 they reported, they're guiding for fiscal 2026. So their guide for Q1 2026, earnings a little bit weaker than expected. They're expecting earnings between $3.40 to $4 per share. Analysts were looking for $4.06 per share, so that is much lower than expected. And again, they did suspend guidance for the fiscal year, still providing guidance for Q1. They're also seeing flat to 2% revenue growth in Q1 as well, so that's not great. They do see their capital spending here for 2026 to be about $4.5 billion and permanent cost reductions of $1 billion. So just some more guidance there from FDX. But yeah, right now, I think right now traders are fed up with FedEx to the upside anyway.
So we called oil possibly seeing a bottom at relatively close to 64.50 or so. Fortunately, on the Trade Ideas platform, I do not have the current CL quote. So what we have to do is look at USO. And today, again, Donald Trump talking all on DJT, some truths going out this morning. An announcement of a ceasefire between Iran and Israel led to a little bit of a gap up there. But there comes oil right back down in again for USO. We gapped up in the market, but oil continued to fall. But names like Coinbase, wow, what a nice day for Coinbase today, taking out 52-week highs. So if you're going to look here, man, right now, Coinbase, what is their market cap? They're just 70 billion. I'm only saying just. I think they can go a lot higher than that on their market cap. Coinbase has a little bit of a runway to go up there. 6% short float is somewhat interesting there for us on Coinbase. And I just wanted to see what they were year to date. 40% upside so far right there year to date, January 1st till now year to date, 38.9% on Coinbase, estimated revenue of $6.25 billion with a market cap of just $70 billion. I think there's more growth there. Estimated EPS 84 cents as well. Coinbase, I like their trend, and right now it's big time upside. Here's the daily on Coin. Wow. Talk about that Genius Act and what that's been doing there for Coinbase and for the space. I actually like this salmon shirt. This is a pretty good one right there. Nice upside play right there coming in for Coinbase. 350. Maybe we'll talk to Brian and see what he thinks about Coinbase. What do you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, speaking of Brian's, there's a different Brian. Brian Armstrong, who's certainly been strong-arming that market lately with Coinbase and that move. Yeah, I want to talk about AeroVironment as well here. Fly, I will kill you. Do not sit on my monitor. So AVAV, Q4 earnings were a beat across the board. So they beat on EPS, $1.61 per share versus $1.42 expected. And then sales here, $275.05 million, beating estimates of $242.69 million. Now, you might be like, what's wrong with AeroVironment? That would be the guidance for fiscal 2026. So much like FedEx, good earnings, but either mixed guidance or no guidance. So fiscal 2026, they're guiding adjusted earnings between $2.80 to $3 per share. That is so below estimates of $3.72. They're guiding sales between $1.9 and $2 billion, mostly missing estimates of $1.98 billion. So really bad, pretty bad guidance. Good earnings for AV. This one doesn't do much intraday volume.
Hey, look, I just want to say a shout out to Farmer Boy Art there in the chat. I already got 3 kids, so you're welcome to come here and see what's going on here. We love all of our viewers. Thank you, Farmer Boy Art, as well. Thank you, Joshua, there in the chat. Slay. All right, so BlackBerry may be out, Adara, from 435 up to 440 or not. Not much volume right now for BlackBerry. The implied move is over 11%. EPS estimate, zeros. So if they come in 0, that would be a good little move for them. They last reported 3 cents per share, though. EPS estimate right now of 0 cents on revenue of just $521 million. So they're actually expecting the notes that we have lower all over the board for BlackBerry. So we'll have to wait to see what they come out with. Apparently AMD's still ripping here in the after hours, not really, but it is taking out day's high. We had a great banger today on advanced micro devices. Of course, we talked about buying them early. We have GameStop is what we're talking about right now. Is there something out on GameStop?
Yeah, apparently they issued, their convertible senior note issues that just came out here. I'm seeing it on X. Some of you guys know they did issue those $2.25 billion in convertible senior notes. And the initial purchaser has exercised their $400 million option, which brings the total for these notes to $2.7 billion. Just an update to their previous thing there. I'm still not seeing BB earnings.
All right, good. Yeah, so we'll wait for BlackBerry. You want to talk about Grow Garden? What's up, Farmer Boy? Roblox right now, man, that game Grow Garden is just, I don't know what has happened with Roblox, but they're setting records like every single day with their online games. And the thing is that these guys are just a platform. They're not even making their own games. Other people coming in, building on top, layering, getting these games going. Roblox collecting the Robux from guys like me and everything. I think Roblox has a lot more to go here into the summer months. I really like Roblox. No stopping this name, man. Earnings per share still red. They don't even have a PE right now. Roblox, just absolute hot fire. What's their move since January 1? Geez, man, why was this not part of my note right there? We had Roblox up 81%. We're still on her screen, by the way, which is completely fine. But there goes Roblox right there, 81% year to date. And here's what it looks like on the chart. Roblox doing the best it can to hold that $100 mark. And it's been just straight fire to the upside. All right, so what was down today? We talked a little bit here about USO, right? Oil, this is what I'm talking about. Coming into decent support again. We talked about that on a larger scale with crude being at 64.50. I love that level, 64.54 USO. Downside also nat gas today as some of the energy space coming back in. We had TAN. I don't even think we found a story there about TAN.
Oh, we did. I mentioned it.
Right, it was a Senate?
Yeah, it was just more stuff with the big, beautiful bill. And it actually wasn't even good. They said they want to get rid of some of these solar tax credits. So at this point, I think anytime we hear anything about the big, beautiful bill, solar stocks move in some direction.
Well, today we had some big, beautiful stocks moving to the upside. There goes Sunrun, had a nice move off $7 up to 680. We had FSLR also trying to get going again, but they all faded back. If you do like any of these plays, I'd say take a shot at some of them. I mean, if you're looking at First Solar right now, you're underneath the 50-period moving average right now for FSLR and trying to hold. So, I mean, if you went long in and around this 140 marker and gave yourself 120 as a bottom, hey, man, might be worth a shot right there on FSLR. Look, MSOS, I'm down 87% on my MindMed holdings. So, hey, how's it going? But I actually looked at all my cannabis names. I'm down like definitely half a mortgage or something like, I guess depends on what house you're buying. I was actually talking with Chris there and he's like, never buy the worst house on this block. I think you could have done that in the last little while there. I mean, I look at some of the real estate markets in Detroit and some of the south side of Chicago. Some of these places are definitely starting to rip higher, but MSOS, I mean, every time this ETF, this is the marijuana, every time it gets going, it just gets hit right back to this downside. I mean, I don't know about all of you, but I'm looking, cannabis prices are just like, you're grabbing like an ounce for under $100. I'm not even talking about the complete crappy stuff. That's Canadian. Like, again, different levels. But here in Canada, if you're buying like quads, you're at like maybe 180 to $200 an ounce. And that's about it. Why do I know this much? Probably from Fabian. Oh, okay. No, just playing around. So there we go. I don't like the space. I don't like any cannabis names. You can look at a name like TLRY. They're all just so beat up. And this is probably because I've lost so much money in them. But look at this downside right here for Tilray. Anytime it gets going, it just gets hit right back down again. Whoopsies. Look at ACB, Aurora Cannabis. Like, yeah, they had a great time. Bang. All the way down there again. Like, great earnings report, bud. All the way back from $6 down into $4 again. Some of these names, Weed is another one, or CGC. This is Weed in Canada. This is now a cannabis ETF, actually, Weed. Look at this cannabis ETF. How's that going for you right now? Rolling downhill. Right there is the cannabis ETF. All right, we do have Brian Shannon on momentarily. FedEx, though, so their report came out, and again, pretty disappointing, right? I mean, we're expecting the move of over 7%. Looks like it's just down 2% right now. FDX, and then UPS not doing much either. We still, BlackBerry, did we say they're out yet? I don't think they are,
No,
right?
they're not
Yeah, so we're waiting for them, but it's a nice move there right now to the upside for BlackBerry. Not that nice, up 2%. We'll give it some more room on that. A lot of people in the chat talking about Tesla. Wow. Oh boy, and for good news, good reason, sorry, for Tesla. So look what happens. I'm going to call up a little bit of a bigger chart here. I'm not going to keep Brian waiting. One more minute, Mr. Shannon. There's the break right there on Tesla, breaking below its day range right there. So it just comes out, breaks through 340. Looks like Tesla wants to go lower and lower and lower, and we're going to slap a fail today because we talked about that 360 level. Uh-oh, there goes this, whatever was up here. But there goes Tesla to the downside again. And just looking at a daily chart, that high, look at this. Forget about all this up there, right? This is presidential bump. I mean, the minute that we saw Elon jumping around on stage with President Trump, then all of a sudden President Trump gets elected, then all of a sudden, boom, goes.
I made an infographic of this. I was just saying I can show it.
I remember something. Yeah, if you want to call it up,
I'll pull it up.
That's no problem. But right into here, just quickly, and then we'll call on Brian. There's the high there. There's the high at 360 again. We come in one more time, and maybe we just double touched again there at 360. But hey, it's news related, right? I mean, when you're showing robo-taxis veering into other lanes, people are going to get nervous about that. I say that is fool's gold. I think if you're excited about robo-taxi, you buy the dip today, down 3%. Up 9 yesterday, down 3 today. That's still net 6.
Been there
Fabian, give me a call when we're ready. Are we ready, Fabian? Let's bring him on. It's Trader Talk with Brian Shannon. Oh, Mr. Shannon. Oh, there's 2 of me here. That's not a good sign. There it is. Hey, Brian. Oh, look, we're kind of twinning a little bit here. We got the sort of off-colored shirt on there. This is salmon. What color is yours?
I think it's just red. I don't know, it's
Okay.
got like a pinkish red.
I like the shirt maroon, maybe. All right. So, yeah, how's your day going?
Good. I just learned what did you call it? four quads or quads?
Yeah, quads. Yeah,
I
that's
just
like
learned what that was in the chat.
Right. What did the chat say? What it was there? There was
It's like 4 A's, 4
Right.
A plus, top shelf.
Right,
The
top
best.
shelf kind of stuff there. Right, exactly. I think if you're going to do something like that, you might as well do the best. So, anyways, we're going to get on that one. I don't think you're a big fan of MSOS or some of those marijuana ETFs. I mean, anything I look at just keeps on going to the downside. You've been an investor in any of those, man. I was saying earlier that instead of buying some of those shares, I should just rolled up those stock certificates and smoked those because my portfolio is getting hammered in this space. Anything you like? MindMed, MNND is more the mushroom side of things, different a little bit than cannabis. But you like any names in that space? I don't know.
Not really. I mean, MindMed, medicine, whatever it's called. That one is, more neutral. It's not going down the way all the other ones are. So it's got that going for it. But, I kind of thought Tilray was getting into the alcohol business as well. And I thought that was going to save them, but no such luck. It just continues to be a stock that bleeds out week after week after week.
Right, of course, and Brian from Colorado, we're here in Canada, so the marijuana business has been around for quite a minute over here. All right, so we had, again, the NASDAQ today. I think you and I talked about this last week when I was asking you. It looks like we have a magnet pulling up right into all-time highs, and that magnet pulled it right there today within pennies. What we had on the show, we had around 540.70. It looks like today, I'm not sure exactly where we got to. The high 540, yeah, 70. The all-time high I think was 540.89 or something like that. So what do you think about this triple top right here? There's always some exhaustion, I feel like, every time we make some of these new highs. You feeling like that now? I mean, there's still so many names in the NASDAQ that aren't near highs, like a Google, like an Apple. Is there more room to run here, or maybe exhaustion?
A couple things there. A triple top is kind of a rare thing. I think it's just an area where there's been supply before, and we'll see if it is again. What we often see here is that we will come up through that level a little bit, then maybe bleed off a few days to see if the market accepts it. If we were to see a deeper pullback, Sean, what would really be great to see here would be something like this. Let's say we run up a couple days, and then over the next, as we, ramp up into earnings, we start to do this, let that 50-day moving average catch up to it, build a higher low over here, and then you could call this a big inverted head and shoulders pattern. That would be a really nice scenario. But, that's thinking too many steps ahead for right now, because right now, that high is 540.81. Today, the high was 540.70, I believe. So we're there basically. It's not like we get a prize for it, but it's nice to see.
I feel like we've just had, and I didn't ask ChatGPT this, maybe I should, but this might have been the fastest 52-week low to 52-week high in a major index such as the NASDAQ or the triple Qs that I've ever seen. I mean, we were just at lows right here on April 4th, and already today coming into June 20-something, 6th, we're already back to 52-week highs. I don't know if I've ever seen, come to my screen right here. This is a 50-period moving average. Brian, I don't know if I've ever seen it looking like very V-shape-ish like that. That's quite amazing. Right there. Normally we talk about like a whooshing, almost like a smiley face right there, but that's almost like a Joker, evil face smile right there for the triple Qs. But good talk on it coming back into those levels. What did you think about Tesla? I mean, Tesla up 9% yesterday, giving a little bit back today, down 3% here today. Until we break some of these levels here, we got the swooping up 50 period. We've got 200 period now turning upside as well. These are all around 313, 312. I know you and I have talked Tesla. I feel like you're not the biggest fan of this name, but right into here, I think if you're looking constructively, 300 looks like a decent area where we could find some more support. And I think it might be along if we get back into there. Any thoughts on Tesla?
Sean, as you had pointed out, 2 weeks ago, I think when we first got up here, that 330 was your target right in there, and that is basically because it was that prior support. And we spent some time, battling with it. We made those higher lows, and then, of course, the gap up on the news. Now, if we can settle back down into that zone and maybe, so here we are a little bit after hours, maybe if we come down like towards that 5-day moving average and into that zone and then start to pull back higher again, I'd love to see this prior resistance in here turn back to support. Down to 325 maybe, but I'd really love to see that 330 level hold again, maybe just a point or two above or below it.
We did get FedEx earnings as we start the new earnings season right now. And Micron kicks it off tomorrow for the semiconductors. So symbol MU. I'll give you a second to call it up. I don't know if it's been on your radar or not, but Micron has been so hot fire. There's one red candle in what looks to me like the past 20, let me see if I zoom in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, let's call it 15 days or so. One red candle, I'm not even sure that should have been red, but nice move to the high side right now for Micron. I always get the feeling, Brian, that when you're this far, like when's the last time we were here? Like that was a huge move again with election sort of euphoria hitting the market. We are well away now from the 50 period, well away from the 200. I always get nervous because I feel like when you've had this kind of a run, you almost need to report the perfect quarter. What is your opinion on getting into names like this ahead of earnings? Are we too late, 1 day away? Or do we just maybe take a small piece here and think that the stock is right for a new all-time high?
It's more than doubled off those lows from April. So with news coming, you just have to think this has the potential to become a buy the rumor, sell the news.
Right.
And then not necessarily that I would expect a major reversal, but it's gotten quite extended to the upside. So maybe we start to see some pullback, even to the month to date anchor. I think, Sean, that would be a great place for it to pull back down in towards that 115 if we get, if we see something hard, and then look for stabilization, then continuation back up. That would really, and that's about that 115 level here is this prior resistance as well. So I'd love to see it pull back like that. I know that doesn't help people who are, listening right now and hold it, but it just feels like a little bit of buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yeah, no, I think that's what our viewers are looking for, right? I mean, I agree with you. That's why I was trying to lead that way. I feel like it's a little overbought right now heading into that. A double up, I mean, take some profit. And again, if you're in a position, nothing wrong with taking a little bit off the top. Hey, if it doubles and you take off half, you're playing with house money. I think that would be a good move. You and I have gone back and forth.
Calls.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. There you go. There. Where's my bang? All right. More options talk with Brian Shannon. All right. You and I have gone through this for 3-4 years now, back and forth. And there's one manager that I know you don't appreciate as much as the others, and that would be Ms. Kathy
Let me pull
Wood.
up ARC Fund.
There we go. You already have it up. So I have it on a weekly right here, Brian. And again, I know that you've talked about destruction of wealth, and I understand that. But if I'm going to look at this and I take away the symbol, if I wasn't aware of what was going on right now, doesn't this look like, a little bit of a breakout happening here on the weekly chart? We got to go all the way back to 22 here. I may be giving Brian Shannon a little bit of an indicator here. Hey, maybe it's time to get long, Brian. There goes ARC. It looks pretty good to me. I'd like to see this 200 period starting to slope a little bit. But what do you think about ARC up here? If we took the name away and sort of that opinion, to me it looks pretty healthy, like we want to go upside. We know her investments are in speculative names. So you have to feel for that at some point and get a feel for those names. But what do you think technically? I think it looks okay.
If you want exposure into this group with one of the worst money managers there is, then go ahead and do this. Or if you think you can do a better job at picking the stocks, then I think that's probably the better way to go. It's had a phenomenal run here. This stock, this fund is up 75% off the April lows, and it's up, from about 55 to 70. So, 25% year to date. Those are great numbers. It's, if you're going to hold it, know what the risks are. It's a basket of highly speculative stocks, and when they work well. But, don't get the FOMO like people did over here and forget to sell. Don't forget about risk management, because the manager of this fund has no concept of what risk management means. Maybe she learned.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us today, Brian Shannon. And speaking of Kathy Wood, we know she's very involved in Circle. Circle and Coinbase have had a lot of these stable coin catalysts. All of this is to say that a lot of these finance names, and especially fintech names, have been moving as of late. We've had some MasterCard-related catalysts. PayPal will drop. So with all that in mind, are there any specific sectors within finance that you're focusing on right now? Any stocks you like or dislike at this time?
That's a good question. Sector-wise, no, Dira, there's not. You look at Circle, and it's had this massive run. I think it's probably due for a pullback down to the anchor from the IPO near 175. If it's to do that quickly, I bet you there's a pretty good bounce candidate for highly skilled traders down in that zone. But sector wise, there's nothing really that stands out to me. I know that what was it? SoFi was looking good for a while. I haven't looked at that recently.
And Robinhood.
And SoFi behaves well.
Yeah, we had SoFi, and we also had, just to give you another name there, Robinhood, of course, has been.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to forget about that. That's been going crazy. And if you do want more of Brian Shannon's opinions on Kathy Wood, go make sure you do follow him at Alpha Trends. We're just playing around. I love the passion there. All right, one thing I want to talk to you about. Seems like you nailed another one. Let's go stock blitz. We just did a bunch of stocks. I love this graphic. All right. I don't know if you know where I'm going with this. Yeah, that's a pretty good little.
I don't.
What do they call those? Emotes or something? I don't know what they are. But bumpers. We're going to Bitcoin, Brian. I saw you put a tweet out on the weekend, and you said it's starter position time.
I'm guessing we ran into an anchored VWAP there. I don't know if you have the tweet up that you posted or what your opinions are, but congratulations. You nailed this one. I think your tweet was around 99, 98,000 because I remember looking at it and was like, wow, if this guy nails that bottom. Again, it kind of looks like good support. So regardless of anchors or anything like that, 100 holds for now. But give me your opinion. What are you thinking right now? I'm pretty sure I saw you. We're talking about a new position or a starter position here in BTC. You want to talk about this?
Sure. So Bitcoin pulled back down to the anchor off of the April 7th low. Okay. So I did take a starter position in there. That's right in here. And it just happened to nail that VWAP. You know, the 2 days before it had a VWAP as well. So I was thinking maybe it pulls back in there. Now, what I honestly thought was going to happen, Sean, was that we were going to come up to about the prior support at 103 and then pull back down into here, because that would have been a double top measurement. And that is the conjunction of the year-to-date anchor, the anchor off the year-to-date low, the anchor from the election, et cetera. So it was only a starter piece. Now we're right up against the anchor from the all-time high. And what I'd really like to see happen over here on this time frame is that we maybe get a little bit, we either consolidate here through time, or we start to pull back a little bit in the next couple days down to the anchor from that bounce over the weekend, build some energy, and then we run to new highs. I think it's really setting up bullishly. This is looking a lot like a shakeout that it's recovered from. We're not going to get the chance to buy it down at 94, so keep a close eye on it for it to be able to break from here and go on to new all-time highs.
A great look there on Bitcoin. I'm been buying these dips throughout. I think it's one of those things that we could have a generational product on our hands. I think it's already proven that. We'll see what happens over the next couple of years. Some manager really likes it. I can't remember her name, but we'll pass on that. All right. So I know I've talked to you about this because I try to talk to everybody about it. I really like Big Bear AI, BBAI, and this is another name. They get another deal today. They're in airports. They're in security. Here goes Big Bear AI. It tries to break out right now, but I'm getting a little nervous. I'm long here, not stuck long, but we're long at $4.20. $4.20. And we already made this high right there at 517, and today we get a huge move up 24% again today on Big Bear AI. It's only up 18% year to date, but a short float, Brian, of hovering near 30%. Does this stop here? And if anybody's long Big Bear AI, where is this out? I really liked it because we were basing here. We got earnings. They held that level of 350, and now we start to go back up to the upside. Obviously, for it to get back up to $10, the short squeeze is going to have to be all over social media and so on and so forth. But Big Bear AI, we get a couple more stories, and this thing maybe flies. You like this kind of a play? Not really making any money yet, so it's not like an ideal name maybe for longer term portfolios, but Big Bear AI for a swing, I think it's on fire right here. Anything on this name? Have you looked at this recently?
It is. I actually own some. And, today, 300 million shares, Sean. Its average daily volume over the last 20 days is just 133 million. And, the stock has a history of making these massive runs, just like it did, over here, where it ran from, $3 a share to $11. So I'm not predicting that that's going to happen again, but it's the type of stock that can make those moves. I wouldn't be surprised to see it, go up towards 8, 9 before you start to get a deeper pullback. And, the momentum is behind it. It's a retail favorite, and obviously there's some institutions in there as well, trading 300 million shares in a day. So it's got that strong momentum. It's got the short position. I think you're going to continue to see it march forward here in the near term.
All right, it's 433. Thanks, Brian. It's 433. Is there a name maybe potentially that you've been talking about, you're looking at? We just went over some Bitcoin. We know that's a relatively new starter position for you. Anything else at all that you want to talk about that we could focus on maybe for next week?
Sure. I put this one on Twitter today, which is Viva Systems, VEEV. They reported just about 3 weeks ago right here, and we had that big gap up. Now it's consolidating, a nice little formation here right along that rising 20-day moving average. It's battling with the anchor here on the right side from the earnings This looks like a little bit of a shakeout, and I think in the next day or two, it's likely to break past about 285 and then be able to continue to move higher. If we back it up to the weekly chart, you can see it's got some room to run. And, you know, on the weekly chart, this looks like a perfect little pennant, really. Big volume break higher, lighter volume on the consolidation past this big range, and probably heads up towards 325, 330.
All right.
So I
there we
like
go.
Vive coming in the next day or two.
Yeah, I like it giving you some of those different names, right, Vive. So we're going to look at that. Check out, I don't know, do you know when they report? We can check out when Vive reports maybe.
They report August 27th.
Perfect. We don't need to, you got it right there. So a little bit of time before we have to worry about that. Whoosh, this is the book right here. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. It's Brian Shannon. It is, I'm going to be saying this all year until you win it again next year. It is your educator of the year on StockTwits. Go follow him. No better follow there on X and on StockTwits. I guess I got to get over on StockTwits. Therefore, we can compete, but I could never compete. So there it is right there. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for joining us one more time and going over all of those names. If you missed any of it, please rewind. Did you want to talk about your handle at all? I know you have a subscription service.
Sure. I mean, on Twitter at Alpha Trends, I've got a $10 a month, basic subscription where I talk about the markets each and every day, mention a stock here or there, popular names, and it's a super inexpensive way to get a look at my work every single day.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. I think it's a great deal. I think I want to encourage all of our viewers to head over there and give this guy a follow. Thank you again, Brian. From Adara and myself, we appreciate everything that you do for us on the show every Tuesday. So thank you so
both
much.
and to your viewers as well.
Great. Thank you. That's Brian Shannon. Take care. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right, Adara, some quad talk there, some talk on the markets. We had some BBAI.
Yes, we did.
The one thing before we go, we got to get out of here. FDX actually started pulling lower as we started talking. So we actually got down lows, almost down 6% right there on FedEx. Yeah, so a little bit of a fail sign right there for FDX, man. I think we crushed this show one more time. Again, thank you everybody for staying late with us. Again, when we have a guest like that, there's no better. I want to thank all 3,000 of you that are still with us right now. And that tune, let's just do a quick little roll call. We are a little bit behind on time. I've been going back and forth with a bunch of you on the chat, but for sure, I got to say a big shout out to Mike P. DeRider. He's been on here all the time. There it is. What's up, NFL Fantasy? I love NFL Fantasy. I was actually talking today with one of the guy. I have Marvin Harrison Jr. He's trying to get him off me. I'm saying no way. I think the quarterback will solve that problem. What's up to Michael DCA? Yeah, you want dollar cost average? I think that's it. What's up, Farmer Boy Art as well? Thank you for your nice comments as well. Joshua as well, the stock professor. Tia's always here. Andrew's here. It's just the crew, man. Thank you so much for being here with Adara and I every single day. That is for sure. Okay, I was supposed to actually go out tonight with some of the guys from the NYSE and everything like that, but it's a busy day in the Katina household.
What are you guys
my wife is off. My wife has a board meeting, so she has to do what she's got to do, and we've got volleyball and golf tonight as well. Yeah, so we're excited for that. I'm going to take my son out, and the daughter is the volleyball player. So we've got that going tonight. So tonight, I think we're going to do Subway.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever asked you.
I don't think you have either. And I have.
All right, so this is like a sub. So you can put whatever you want on it. What kind of sub are you dealing with? My wife is all about meatball sub.
Yeah, I haven't been to Subway in years. So I would just say, I mean, I like veggie. And then when they had the, maybe a lunch meat, if I assess that, it looks fresh, because
like
can
a
be a little sus
turkey,
with
or
that.
what do you think?
Maybe a turkey.
Yeah,
I'd
I love
probably do a
turkey
turkey. I would definitely have some veggies on it. There'd be probably some light mayo, maybe some guac. And I miss when they had those panini breads. Don't know if they still have it, but in my dream world, they do still have that, so it would be a panini.
Good, we love that. Thank you so much, Adara, for doing all the work, man. All those graphics. Make sure you go find.
What's your sub of choice?
So at Subway, they have like a steak and cheese kind of one.
Oh, okay, that sounds really good.
I like that. It's like a shaved steak in there. But yeah, a classic one. Oh, they have a little chicken situation. I don't know. They actually have those. They actually have like rice bowls too.
Great.
Yeah.
They're switching it up. I like that.
I think they're still doing that. I don't know. I might get one of those. Trying to be a little bit better on the carb situation over there. I don't want Sharif to catch up to my body, you know what I mean? So I know he's really working out hard there as well. But thanks, Adara. Thank you, everybody. Fabian, what's on your sub? Okay, he's just saying Italian and everything. I was gonna say prosciutto and provolone.
Oh my
with a
God,
little tomato on
gotten
there.
so into
some
prosciutto
mozzarella.
lately.
Oh my God. But they ain't serving any of that at Subway, of course. You got to go somewhere else for that. Thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow's another day. It's Wednesday, and hopefully it's a little cooler around here, man. It's like 40 plus degrees, over 100 Fahrenheit right now in lovely Toronto. So stay cool, stay dry. Stay inside, I think, tonight.
Stay not humid.
Yeah, we're going to the driving range, so we're not going to be walking around too much. That should be fun. All right, thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow, 8:30.
You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.